Hello, everyone. I just wanted to give a 5-minute warning before we get started. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mira Gillis. I am the Chief Operations Officer of the Young Digital Leaders of Canada, and I will be your MC for today. Before I introduce the first of our opening remarks, we would like to acknowledge that Carleton University is situated on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We are grateful to live, learn, and gather on this land, which has been home to the Algonquin people since time immemorial. Additionally, some housekeeping before we begin. Washrooms are to my right through the double doors, and a gender-neutral bathroom can be found on the floor below us. If you require an elevator, there is one in order to avoid the stairs. In case of an emergency, please follow the emergency exit signs posted at the doors around the room and take the stairs to the main floor and exit the building. Food and refreshments will be available throughout the day at the long tables on my right. And if you did not have a chance yet to check in at registration, we kindly ask that you connect with Hamad at the registration desk during lunch to ensure we can track your attendance today just through the double doors. Please note that today's event will be recorded and live streamed and will be available on our YouTube channel. We also have a photographer who will be taking pictures throughout the day. If you'd not like your photo taken, please speak with our photographer, James. James, if you could just wave. Thank you. Speaking of photos, we also invite you to use our banners to my left to take photos. And you are all more than welcome to live post throughout the day. We kindly ask that you use the hashtag CYIGF2025 and feel free to tag our account. If you don't follow us on socials, please make sure to catch us on LinkedIn and Instagram. Please note that this forum is a safe space for all attendees. We will not permit derogatory or offensive language, interruptions of panelists, or any physical altercations. Those who do not follow this code of conduct will be asked to leave. If you have any questions throughout the day, please connect with one of our team members. Our team's headshots and names are available in the digital copy of this program. You can access this easily through the email that was sent to you all yesterday. Now, I would like to warmly introduce the first of our opening remarks. Dana Kramer is the founder, president, and CEO of the Young Digital Leaders of Canada. Please join me in welcoming Dana to the stage.
Hello, and welcome to the 2025 Canada Youth Internet Governance Forum. My name is Dana Kramer, and I am the founder, president, and CEO of the Young Digital Leaders of Canada. We are a federally incorporated, youth-led, cross-Canada not-for-profit working to build the next generation of Canadian digital leaders. We are recognized by the United Nations Global IGF as Canada's Youth IGF coordinators. It is truly energizing to stand here today at this year's forum, an event built not only for youth, but by youth. Every year, this gathering represents something rare and powerful, a space where youth are not asked to simply react to decisions already made, but to lead, to question, and to shape the future of our digital world. We are living in a moment of extraordinary transformation. Advanced technologies are no longer just changing the way we communicate and create. They are adjusting our social context, our shared sense of reality, and our confidence in the future. At the forefront of this change are youth. As digital natives, we have become the generation who do not know a world without the internet. It has shaped how we grew up, how we understand the world, and how we are connected with one another during formative childhood and young adult years, such as during the pandemic. But in our lived knowledge of how technologies are changing our socio-political context in real time as the most digitally connected generation, we have oftentimes been left out of the policy consultation environment, regarded as too young to understand how to address complex digital policy questions. This forum and your participation here today demonstrates that youth are ready to have our say in the future of digital governance as a key stakeholder group. Today we are gathered with one goal: to ensure the energy of youth is channeled to create a framework of meaningful youth engagement in domestic and global internet governance. When young people step into the policy arena, they bring the sparks of possibility, each one capable of lighting a flame that transforms our civic digital landscape. These arenas, however, are not always open. Research has shown that for youth to begin to be engaged in various policy environments, they require an initial space to build out their youth networks and key positions. Such is the purpose of the Canada Youth IGF. As we gather here today, there are concurrent global processes which are changing how youth might be included in future global internet governance. At the United Nations General Assembly this December, member states will vote on the future of the World Summit on the Information Society 20-Year Review, otherwise known as WSIS +20. This review will determine the direction of global digital development and list the various stakeholder groups who help achieve equity and inclusivity in the evolving digital landscape. Historically, stakeholder groups have included governments, the private sector, civil society, academia, and the technical community. Over the past year, we at the Young Digital Leaders of Canada have collaborated and coordinated with our international counterparts to adjust this ideal of stakeholder groups to include youth as stakeholders. And I am pleased to announce that as of last week's revision to WSIS, we have now seen youth clearly acknowledged as a stakeholder group, which we hope will find agreement by member states for this clear recognition of youth as part of ongoing digital governance. Our youth group is not monolithic. We are diverse, representing a tapestry of experiences, knowledge, and goals for how internet governance might look like and be practiced. We carry different lived experiences, different relationships to technology, and different visions for what a safer and more equitable digital world should look like. Yet within this diversity lies our greatest strength. Each perspective adds a spark that together fuels a brighter and more inclusive future for all. And it is within this forum that those sparks can converge into meaningful action, shaping the policies and practices that will help define Canada's digital landscape for generations to come. In our efforts to hold this annual forum, it is key to ensure that what we discuss here today is not siloed to those with the privilege and access to be in this room, but is shared in various capacities with youth across Canada. In order to ensure this equitable engagement, we have our virtual hybrid participation of the forum, as well as offered a funded travel support program to bring 10 youth throughout the country as 2025 Canada Youth IGF Travel and Accommodations honorarium recipients. These youth have been part of an immersive learning week to kick off their own digital governance leadership when they return home to their local communities to ensure more youth in Canada can become future digital leaders themselves. To offer this program and this event today, we have several sponsors who must be thanked. Our diamond sponsor, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, or CIRA, have been a steadfast advocate for youth inclusion in internet governance, and we are so thankful to their generosity with the NetGood grant program. Thank you to our platinum sponsor, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or ICANN, who have ensured youth have a seat at the table in multi-stakeholder internet governance and capacity building programs. We would also like to thank our gold sponsors, the Centre for International Governance Innovation, or CIGI, and Canary for believing in youth-led efforts for youth internet governance capacity building, such as this forum today. And finally, thank you to our silver sponsor, Wilson College of Leadership and Civic Engagement at McMaster University. And please thank me, resounding applause for our sponsors today. Now, I would also like to thank our full slate of speakers today. Our program represents diverse multi-stakeholder input on pressing topics in Canadian youth internet governance. I would especially like to thank the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Philippe Dufresne, as our keynote speaker today, who will discuss the evolving role of privacy and data governance as fundamental for youth empowerment in our digital spaces. And finally, I would like to thank the entirety of the Young Digital Leaders of Canada team. Our team is represented over 5 provinces and is fully volunteer. Mira Gillis, Juliana Kelleser, James Caldwell, Hamad Khan, Shannon Tom, Lane McCrory, Wyatt Jerome, Emmanuel Lukawicki, Madeleine Sherwood, Paula Lucia Morella, Bianca Salamas, Jared McGill, Ruqayya Gul Mohammed, Emily Vibian, Nathaniel Kedo, and Mahtab Dagei. Please join me in a very loud applause for the YDLC team. And thank you all for your participation today. By joining the Canada Youth IGF, you are part of the written history of what meaningful youth engagement in Canadian internet governance is. And before I pass my microphone to our special guests, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry, Karim Bardizi, and Senator Catherine Hay for opening remarks to inspire our youth attendees and kick off our program, I would like to finish with these lasting words. When we choose to show up, we become part of a movement greater than anything we could build alone. Together, let's build the next generation of Canadian digital leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. I would now like to introduce Mr. Karim Bardisi, Member of Parliament and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Please welcome me and please join me in welcoming MP Bardisi.
My apologies, Karim, you're muted. So sorry, we'll just have to ask you to restart those remarks in a moment. Or, we can hear you now, Karim. Sorry.
Can the audience hear me okay?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, I see a thumb. I can see a thumb. I want to. Okay. Let me just. I'll just do it without. I'll just do it without the mic. Hi everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for being part of this really important effort. My name is Karim Bardisi. I'm the Member of Parliament for Tayakon Parkdale High Park in West Toronto. I'm also the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry, which means, as you know, because you are black belts, you're among the top 0.1% knowledgeable people in Canada about internet governance and technology policy more generally. You'll know how important Industry Canada is, and Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada is in terms of a number of policy issues that relate to the concerns of the Internet Governance Forum. I'm also almost 50 years old, which means I'm not technically a digital native by those understandings, and yet my journey with some of the technology that you care about, it goes back decades. And I noticed Dana mentioned Mahtab Lahe from the DAIS. I'm also, before becoming elected, I was the co-founder and executive director of the DAIS, which is a technology policy institute at Toronto Metropolitan University, and was previously director of its predecessor entities, the Brookfield Institute and the Leadership Lab. I want to share with you how important your voice is in this moment. There are technologies that are moving at a pace we haven't seen in generations, and a specific set of intersecting technologies that are incredibly powerful. And my guess is, in conversations with Dana and with Mahtab, and I think probably with some of you, this is my second time in front of the Canadian Youth Internet Governance Forum, and congratulations on what you've been able to build in such a short period of time. My guess is that even you who are on the front lines of these technological innovations are dazzled by the speed of what's changing. And in this room that you're gathered in, I know there are people who care more about access and accessibility. People care about competition, maybe more specifically on telecom. I'm guessing there's a number of you who care about social media, responsible technology. And when technologies move fast, and when with the people who are the owners or capitalists who are the accelerants of that technology, and let's remember that it takes huge amounts of financial capital to empower the things that we are looking at today, there's a real potential for remove from people, removed from institutions, removed from young people in particular. Young people in this moment of accelerating technology are product categories. You're a market, as are all of us in different ways, but there's some very specific technologies, very specific ways in which young people are pulled into the work of not internet governance, but of the market of digital technology. And so I just want to share with you that I think digital governance is so important. This is an infrastructure that's as important as our hard infrastructure, our roads, bridges, hospitals, education systems. We have governance for all those things. You know, I'm guessing there's a good number of you who might have been involved in student councils or are involved in student councils and student clubs. And you're governing on behalf of, you're making choices about how to direct money, what policies are going to be important. Maybe some of you involved in student senates or were involved in university, broader university governance, helping decide curriculum. Well, as you know, the envelope of so many of the things that we participate in is internet governance and digital governance. And I'll just share with you that having your voices, despite this mismatch, the people in this room, the people in this online space do not own the capital. The people in this room, in this online space that we are participating in, do not necessarily hold elected office, with the exception, or public office, perhaps with the exception of Senator Hay and myself. But there is tremendous potential for influence in this group. I can tell you, Dana shared the numbers with me. There are more of you together this time than last time. There's more of an awareness, specifically with respect to the accelerating power of social media in combination with generative AI. There's a very accelerating, strongly accelerating awareness on the potential impacts on young people, which I know is not necessarily a concern of everyone in this room. And so that you are catching up in real time to the power of the technology is really important. So if you look around, and I can only see the backs of people, but you can see each other. So put up your hand if you were at the Youth-wide IGF last year in Toronto. Put up your hand. Okay, so I see one. I see Shannon raising a virtual hand, but the screen I'm looking at, I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone in the room of the 8 people I see on my screen whose hand is up. This is incredible. This is great. You're growing a movement. You're growing a movement. But as we know, this is the technology is moving at exponential rates. And so to be able to catch up with that takes doing this. It takes gathering in person. It takes gathering online. I know from Dana and others how much goes into connecting people across the country, working out issues. You're in a sort of a United Nations style or endorsed kind of setting, you know, and internet governance has a lot of process to it. So I want to share my appreciation to be participating in that process. I want to share with you as a government, you probably are expecting a bit of accountability. What are we doing as a government? And you're probably aware of some of the investments we've made to ensure that we have a strong digital economy. We're working very hard to catch back up to to regain some of the advantage that we had and then perhaps lost a bit in the AI race, but to do it in a way that's responsible, that's accountable, that takes Canada's sovereignty seriously. And I know a lot of you would have very specific, you'd be following not only what the government is doing, but what some of the major companies are doing, some of your own institutions are doing. You would know that our government is maybe you wouldn't know because this is the newer announcement, we're making major investments in attracting the next generation of talent to Canada with investments in doctoral fellowships, postdoctoral fellowships, and assistant and tenure track professors and tenured professors to up our research game and to say that Canada is a place that invites science. And as part of that, digitally related research is a key part of that. And I know a lot of you in this room might be doing your studies that also have to do with internet governance in some way or digital tech. And just know that Canada's very keen on that. We have a number of ministers who have carriage of files related to AI governance and online harms. Ministers Solomon in AI, Guilbeault in Heritage, and Fraser at the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. I am the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. So know that government is keenly connected and plugged in. We need to hear from you. And I know that the Youth Intergovernance Forum has a lot of sub-issues that you're looking at today: keeping the internet secure from malicious actors, future of online harms, youth engagement and digital policy. And just know that in this government and in me as Parliamentary Secretary and some of those ministers I mentioned, and including other bodies, our party has a youth caucus. Just know that we are ready to hear from you, that we are eagerly need you at the table. We'll do our best to create those structures to interface with the structures you've created, structures like Youth Digital Leaders of Canada. There's so many youth-driven movements in collaboration with, I hope, some non-youth organizations or some, and I'm seeing that especially, and I'll just share with you my perspectives, especially in the area of social media and responsible tech within the things that Youth IGF is engaged with. I think there's a special opportunity to have collaborations between youth and others on that. And just know that with me and with us in this government, you're going to get an open ear and access, like the access hopefully you feel today, even though I'm not physically with you, unfortunately, in Ottawa this week. And that the work that you're doing is going to have an impact. We are ready to hear from you, and we want you to be as united and as strong and as evidence-informed as I know this group is as possible.
Mr. Bardisi. Last but certainly not least, I would now like to introduce the Honourable Senator Catherine Hay, Senator for Ontario, to conclude our opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming the Honourable Senator Hay.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Hay. My pronouns are she, her. And, I was appointed to the Senate just at early part of this year. Just to put some perspective on that, my mom calls me Senator Cathykins or Senator Chatty Cathy. So just know that I think it's quite an honor to be with you. Being a senator has its responsibilities, and they're not lost on me, as funny as my mom might refer to me as. I am currently on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Haudenosaunee Conference, and the Huron-Wendat and Wendat territories. So thank you for having me, and thank you, Dana, for your incredible remarks. When we choose to show up, we build a movement. I love that. That could not be more important in today's world, especially when we're talking about internet governance, digital policy. To me, the two should be hand in hand. And I have to say, it's a little bit of the Wild West. Although the West is a good place, but it's a little wild when you think of AI and internet and digital policy. It was a pleasure to hear from my colleague, MP Bardisi, Parliament Secretary for Industry. It could not be more important that industry is at this table. And also, Karim, I just spoke with your former place of greatness, the dais, yesterday. So great work there. I think I'm going to wear two hats today. You may or may not know that prior to being appointed to the Senate, and the Prime Minister said to me, be as fierce in the Senate as I have been in youth and mental health, that I used to be the president CEO of Kids Health Phone KHP. And maybe I think I'm going to reflect a little bit on that because I think it's very relevant. We completely live in a digital world. There is no question about that. There's no backtracking. We don't want to backtrack. We live in a digital world, and in there is, two speeds that we have to worry about: the speed of technology and the speed, I'll say the speed of youth, because I do believe young people are further out of the gate than we think we are. You folks, you young people have been working in the world of digital technology, living within it, playing within it, connecting within it, communicating within it for probably all of your lives. I think you're also the most active users. I think that is to be true. So let me just reflect a little bit on my former world, because KHP is a youth mental health organization. It is the only 24/7 digital e-mental health organization. Everything KHP has done has been in the digital arena for 30 plus years before, virtual care was actually a thing. And about 8 years ago, 8 years ago, and I worked there for about 8 years, we understood that KHP would be completely redundant and likely irrelevant and perhaps closed in 3-4 years, going back 8 years, if we didn't do a couple of things. And it was a mindset shift, and it's very relevant to your conversation today. A mindset shift is not necessarily about chasing the shiny gadgets. What we understood three things. We understood that we were certainly a youth mental health charity, sure. But what was not so obvious that we also were was an innovation, data-driven technology charity with that laser sharp focus on youth and mental health. That changed everything for KHP. That's when we brought in AI and machine learning 7 years ago, and how we changed our technologies for accessibility. And I would say the defining thing there in that mindset shift is we understood that at the pace of youth, we had to invite youth into the decision making. And that's important. It's about decision making. So what we did is absolutely every table at KHP didn't have a participating youth to give, advice. We had at every table a young person making decisions, including ex officio voting member at the board of directors. I think that's really important because as we are looking forward around human right design and generative AI and, worrying about malicious actors in the space that we all live in, I think it's very important that decision-making be right at the tables where decisions are being made. So young people at those tables. So if I could perhaps tell you why that was important for Canada, those nuances, that mindset shift. In 2019, so that, let's say, happened in 2017, and then the work began in our innovation space, in our data space, and our mojo changed a little bit, and we started building new things with young people. We always said we work for young people. 2019 was a big year, a 30% increase from the year before in volumes coming to KHP coast to coast to coast. It was 1.9 million interactions. That was a big number. And then COVID hit. And what happened when we had youth at the table and we had innovation and data as part of the decision making with young people, we were able to scale. So when the globe shut down, and Canada shut down, we all remember that, March 2020, KHP began to scale. Since that moment to probably yesterday, KHP has interacted with young people in multiple languages, coast to coast to coast, 24/7, more than 22.5 million times. That is what digital e-mental health, e-solutions, technology, data-informed decision-making, and youth-informed decision-making does. So I'm a pure champion of bringing youth to the table. I do not believe Kids Help Phone would be here today without youth making decisions at those tables. And, you know, as I keep reinforcing, true inclusion means more than asking youth for their views. And inclusion means youth, equity seeking deserving populations, they all have to be at the table. And absolutely, mentorship is a big deal on that. Internships are a big deal, opportunities to lead. But I cannot reinforce decision making in there. As well, when you think about mentorship, when I think about mentorship, when I've had the honor of being a mentor for a young person, it is a two-way mentorship. I learn probably more and shift my behavior and my decision making more because of the mentorship I may give to a young person than what I probably give to that young person. So seek out your mentors, but also make sure your mentors are learning as well, because that's how we shift landscape. So I'm going to talk just one more thing about AI, because it is so important, and the work that this government is doing, and a little bit of advice from someone who worked in an innovation data environment: move faster, bring in the people that you need to bring in. We used to lead in AI, we lagged in AI. It's part of how we will actually be a competitive economy and country. So let's work on our data governance and data sovereignty. Let's not give that up because we cannot as a country. So everyone, I'm also a fast talker. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for leading in a way that no one else is. And I appreciate you all. Speak up, really ask the hard questions. Don't sugarcoat it. Demand of us, which you should demand of your public servants, which is what we are. Keep pushing for solutions that reflect the values of your generation. You know what you need. You are not leaders of the future, by the way. I don't believe that for a second. I believe that you're leading today, right now, and reflect your leadership in the solutions. And here's the thing: when you get invited to a table, don't get invited, think of a dinner table, I suppose, to serve the table. Demand a seat at the table, in the center of the table. I think that is the way Canada will be stronger. We will lead. And quite frankly, no pressure, but without young people at those tables, not serving, but deciding what needs to happen, Canada will not be the great country that it could be. So thank you all. I appreciate you. And find me on LinkedIn. My email at the Senate is public. I'd love to hear from you to make sure I make the right decisions based on what you tell me, because I work for you. So thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you for including me. I hope I didn't go over time.
Thank you, Senator Hay, and to all of our speakers for your remarks. I would now like to introduce our first panel and our first moderator of the day. Emily Vibien is an executive member for the Young Digital Leaders of Canada, and this panel is titled Determining a Human Rights Design to Future AI Governance. So I'd like to welcome everyone to the stage.
Thank you so much to everyone for being here today. Obviously, these conversations on AI are very timely given current conversations happening worldwide. So I'd like to jump right into it. If everyone could introduce themselves, starting on my right, about what your background is and how you got into digital policy, that would be great. Thank you.
Awesome, cool. Thanks so much. Hope everybody is doing great today. Really, really exciting topic. My name's Jackson Kahn. If we haven't had a chance to meet before, I've done a couple different things. So one is right now I actually teach at the University of Toronto an applied AI policy course. Before that, I used to work in a think tank based in the States. And just prior to that, I kind of mixed a career in between tech startups, including an AI and kind of the first hype wave of AI, which didn't make any money. And then I got into government through a combination of luck and hard work. And I ended up actually getting a chance to lead on AI policy for the Canadian government, including for a AI law that didn't pass, but an AI sovereign compute strategy that did actually make it into reality. So excited to talk a bit more about those things today and to be here with y'all.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mahtab. I'm a policy analyst at the DAIS. We are a leadership and public policy think tank based out of Toronto Metropolitan University. I'm also a researcher on digital access and affordability in the Global South with Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. And the way that I got into the area of tech policy is interesting. So I'm an Iranian national. Internet access and internet freedom has been constant with me since I was born. It's been a huge issue for my family when I was living in Iran, and also now in the diaspora trying to communicate back with my family. And so internet governance and internet issues were always huge. Obviously, Iran faces huge censorship. We face internet throttling. That means the government intentionally slows down the internet. And so access to information, communication has always been a concern of mine. But I also have a bit of a story as to kind of the catalyst for why I got into tech policy. So when I was finishing up my undergrad at the University of British Columbia, it was around 2020, so right in the thick of COVID. This was when Meng Wanzhou, the chief financial officer for Huawei, was being asked to be extradited to the US because Huawei was working with Iran, I believe, to share like critical infrastructure. So if you don't know who Huawei is, they own a lot of critical infrastructure. They obviously have smartphone devices. This was a big issue for the US at the time. And this was also when Canada was actually going to decide whether or not to allow Huawei to provide us with our 5G critical infrastructure. So I just and the point is that actually Meng Wanzhou was a neighbor of mine. So this was actually happening in my backyard. I was living near UBC at the time. She was living in Point Grey, obviously. And so kind of the intersection of geopolitics, technology, critical infrastructure, I just found so interesting. And I was like, hey, this is actually what I want to study. So that's me, and that's how I got started in tech policy.
Hi. Hello? 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 Hi, my name is Chanarong. I'm a adjunct prof at the School of Engineering Design and Teaching Innovation at Faculty of Engineering at University of Ottawa. So I teach and conduct research on ethical AI and robotic designs to mostly engineering students, but sometimes we have other non-engineering students as well. So the area of research and to help future engineer or policymaker to understand the way how to design, make AI and robotic to perform in ethical way. I start get into AI policy around 2015, around 10 years ago. Start by doing a project on Facebook uses among urban Indigenous youth at risk in Ontario, the risk of self-harm, physical harm, suicidal. So that project was about how to better improve AI system within the social platform to better identify particular Indigenous youth are at risk at that time. And then change the algorithm to provide social and health services nearby their location. And at the same time, we were proposing the idea of posting the happy post based on their Facebook interaction, like photo and image, right away into new feed algorithm. Basically, it's the same thing that what they do with the marketing that's right in that platform. The idea is for them to hope to change their mind, the emotion, split right second, because it's really important. We provide help, but it also them aware that using AI to remind them a good time of life that they have. They have some friends and family that remind them. And then after, because that project has really opened my mind that the way we do AI, we are very lacking in terms of real collaboration. They were engineering, policymaker, and we have industry, we have engineer, but also the public in terms, particularly all my work, as you've seen, is I focus on underserved community, people who had been history underserved, and that I think everyone voice is matter, and that is thing that bring into my AI policy as well. So after that, I bring on to another project, several on AI and impact now on human labor, and AI impact on uses in warfare, and AI impact on hate crime and so on, and bias and fairness, and how to design AI that can perform that based on fairness. And that is up to now. So my main research project right now is really focused on AI psychosis. Like especially we are in the area of conversational AI, how people will especially not only use and not by age or gender, when we have delusional conversation with AI, especially people living with mental health, and they need to be remind them that they are actually engaged with a stimulation conversation, not the real world. But it is linked on so many problems, and also another project that's working on specifically on create AI that avoiding to disrupt all the human work to automation right now. Thank you.
Great. So going in a bit of a reverse order, Chanarong, firstly, congratulations on your keynote address at the UN last year. What are some of the key issues you're seeing in the international stage and in Canada in terms of human rights and AI?
Thank you. And first of all, if you look at the principle of human right, we always looking at equality, dignity, respect, safety, and non-discrimination. But when you apply those AI human right principle to AI, it causes a lot of issue. For example, it's the issue of bias and fairness. As we see that when it's perform a certain decision for favor to particular group. But you have to understand when you're working on bias and fairness that it's impossible to create 100% unbiased AI. Because we as a human, we have our own preferences, and when it's transferred to that, so it's as long as it's unbiased, it's not possible, but it's possible to build is to be the fair and transparency. So that's why the right of transparency coming into AI, that people need to know how it's made and what is trained on, what is percentage of accuracy, and what kind of output of it in. That's it. Another issue is, as you know, the right to privacy is really, I don't do that area of research. It's really tricky because when there's so many people already doing the work, but for me, when you connect to computer to over internet, everything is connected. It's almost difficult. And then also the right to fair work, good coalition work. So basically, this is the research about how to create AI in the future. That's in terms of impact the workforce. But also the right of safety, security. If you're thinking about, maybe some people think, some people like me may be crazy about AI impact to human existence when it is performed in the future. But I think now it's good to talk about those security issues. But one last word is, you need to understand that this issue is not only about Canada. AI is it doesn't stop at the border. It's international issue. So when you look at this kind of thing of risk, you need to say that it's a world issue. It's not only for Canadian. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So Mahtab, you've been involved in the digital policy sector for a few years now. What are some common threads you're kind of seeing in how we should manage AI governance?
So I do want to say it hasn't been a few years for me. I am kind of fresh in the field. I just finished my master's at the Monk School, and I've been working as a policy analyst for like 2 months, so bear with me. So I think it might be good to kind of ground what moment we are in Canada when it comes to governance. So very quickly, and please panelists fill in where I'm missing, but Canada was the first country in the world to have a national AI strategy. This was back in 2017. We did a great job of fostering and incubating our research ecosystem, and lagged in some other areas which we were iterative about and tried to work on, specifically on commercialization. Then we tried to modernize our privacy policy, our PIPEDA, and we tried to add a regulatory framework through ADA. This was very controversial. This happened in 2022. It died earlier last year when government was prorogued. Now we finally have an actual minister, national minister on AI, who is working to build Canada's next AI strategy. And we just finished a month consultation sprint, and I believe, to inform this strategy. And I believe the minister received 11,000 submissions. So think people only had a month to respond to this long survey, and they received 11,000 individual submissions, either from organizations or people. So Canadians want to shape, you know, their policy, and they want to determine what happens in their future when it comes to AI. So we're actually in a very exciting time, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what that new strategy entails. And when we talk about AI governance, like, what are we talking about? What do we mean? So we want to maximize the benefits that AI is going to bring us while minimizing the harms. And sorry, I'm getting very simple here with it and like brass tacks, but what is AI? So I see AI as a tool. And to borrow from a very, very famous paper, AI is a normal technology. And by that I mean, we've had general purpose technology introduced to our society before. We've had electricity, we've had the internet, and before the advent of these, you know, inventions, we didn't think that these technologies were normal, but they are normal to our daily lives now. And I think that's a really important way to situate ourselves when it comes to AI, because we've seen a lot of very like dystopian stories, or on the other end, super extremely utopian stories about what our future with AI is going to look like. And the issue with that is that it makes it feel like the future of AI, the direction of its development, its diffusion, is preordained. And even in some cases, that AI will be the one that chooses how it governs, and it will just self-govern on its own. And I don't think that's true. I think we need to remind ourselves that we as people, maybe not us in the room, which is the problem, but we as people decide the direction of AI, how it's applied, in what sectors, at what speed. And I think that's really important when it comes to AI governance, and definitely important to remind ourselves. The second thing is, we've heard this a lot. We heard this a lot yesterday in at a different conference. People talk about the fact that we are in an AI hype bubble. And that means, you know, lots of investments and lots of money are being thrown at these like big generative AI companies. And we have been told all these promises about the transformations that AI is going to deliver to our economy, to our society. And these are all really, really great things, but are we investing in people? And again, like people and its workers that are going to kind of allow us to yield the benefits of AI. It's going to be workers who use AI on a day-to-day basis. It's going to be business leaders who decide to adopt AI. And also, I think what's really important is the rate of success that we have when it comes to AI is going to depend on how much Canadians trust AI and how literate, like our level of digital literacy in AI nationally. And Canada, I'm sure a lot of you know, has one of the lowest levels of trust when it comes to AI, and that's a huge issue. And I think based on some of the research I've done, some of the research the DAIS has done, we can make connections to the fact that, you know, AI has created harms, and the Canadian government, or sorry, Canadian citizens haven't seen the government maybe adequately address these harms, or for these big companies to address these harms. And it's, you know, created a sense of mistrust, and that's going to be a huge barrier when it comes to all these promises that people are making about, you know, the potential for AI. So it always comes back to people. And I do think that Canadians are going to be shortchanged if we don't have a national, you know, digital literacy program. And if Canadians don't know the basics of how AI works, and they're not empowered to use it on a day-to-day basis, they're also not going to feel, equipped to participate in the consultation processes in which we can collectively determine the future of AI. So I think those are some of the most important issues relating to AI governance, and people are at the center of it.
Great, thank you so much. So Jackson, moving over to you. You've had a very interesting career thus far in AI, spanning a variety of stakeholder groups. What are some of the key issues you're seeing identified by the people you've worked with as it pertains to ethical AI adoption?
Cool. Thanks so much. Great comments there. Really, again, grateful to be here with y'all. Lot to dig into. I'll focus on three things. So first off, how do we even use the thing? I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out, like, where can this tech actually be most impactful, right? And so some of the latest research, some of y'all may have seen it, but 95% of AI pilots failed. I think this was an MIT study that came out. There's limitations on that study. That was focused on some large corporations. What they often found is they might have invested in, let's say, small scale use cases, and what ultimately didn't happen is they didn't see a big ROI from that because they chose a small use case, right? If you choose something higher impact and it works out, of course there's going to be, more return on your investment, right? So we're all, honestly, nobody's an expert at this. Nobody's figured this out. Least of all me. I'm trying to experiment day to day, see what's actually possible, right? But the truth is, when we're trying to think about the ethical side, like, we have to think about where are we actually trying to use it. I still think that we are far away from using it in the areas of highest impact. I think about healthcare. There's still a lot of concerns around privacy and data. There's some early work happening there, but there's honestly a long way to go. The other area I think about right now, which the government, let's say, is trying to figure out through the defense strategy, is on the national defense and protection side, right? So one of the big things in Canada that is kind of at the, I'd say that the precipice of potential conflict is Arctic sovereignty. So we have this, massive area that we technically have to defend as a country if we want to preserve our sovereignty. Climate change is making that a lot more accessible to trade routes around the world. There's potential military incursions from Russia, right? Another Arctic nation. Even China is kind of claiming its place in the Arctic. So as Canadians, we've kind of sometimes been uncomfortable with this idea of AI in defense. But if we care about preserving our own country and our own territory, we have to confront this, right? And so what does that mean? AI in the context of surveillance, drones. And so when we think about ethical AI and we think about Inuit communities and folks in the north, that's a huge, open question box that we really have to delve into. So that's one area I'm thinking about, is high impact use cases in Canada, areas like defense, how we think about it there. The second way I think about it is for a broader government use case. The CRA, there was this stat that came out recently. I don't know if anybody here has filed their taxes recently. 87% of the time that you called an agent with a Canadian Revenue Agency, they were wrong. 87% of the time. So if you flipped a coin of two possible options, you would have a better chance of 50-50 of getting that right than calling the CRA. Number one, as a citizen, that's pretty embarrassing, right, from a government service, especially there's been hundreds of millions of dollars invested. Second is, they tested an AI agent in a similar context. The AI agent was right 35% of the time or something like that, so twice as much. Still very bad. 35% of the time is a big fail, right? But if the ethics of using an AI in that context, in a tax, again, taxation is a pretty sensitive area, but if it's much more helpful to a citizen, isn't it not ethical to not use AI there? We want people to get their tax benefits, especially people who can't afford accountants, who don't have good access to financial advice, because the government actually found there's 5 million people that don't claim their benefits if they're low-income people. So again, what areas is it not ethical to not be using AI, like ASAP, right? There's a lot of areas where human failure is actually quite high, and so we kind of have this moral issue where we're kind of scared. Do we have permission to use it there? But by not using it, we're actually losing out for a lot of people in Canada. Last area, just to be quick, you had some great comments on education. I do think where we're still struggling to have connectivity across the country, providing people with personalized education advice, I think that's a huge opportunity. And again, we have a large, diverse population. That poses both challenges and opportunities. If we manage to get AI right and train it on diverse data sets, that could be one of the most useful things for our own country. But it could also be something that Canada exports, right? And so, both China and the United States, they have their own frameworks on AI, but both of them unabashedly want to dominate the AI landscape. They want their solutions to be used the most widely adopted around the world. And I would argue that Canadian values on average are more pluralistic, more tolerant, more diverse than theirs. Not that we're in some sort of moral supremacy, fight here, but I think that ethically, if we just even develop Canadian AI by the very virtue that's being developed in Canada, probably be a bit more ethical. And so we have to inevitably think about industrial policy. How do we develop things and actually have an economic license to do that here. Otherwise, you know, we're going to be using American AI systems and trying to apply our own rules to them. And so far, that's not going well. So, a couple thoughts there.
Great, thank you so much. So, question for all three of you. What are some of the key areas you see youth being able to become involved in these topics? We can start at my right, or we can go back the other way.
Thank you. For youth, I think if you involve in the community talking about AI literacy, especially in the area of what is AI is bring the benefit and also the risk. And also, yes, use also other get involved in Discord, like political, what you already do. And also, you know, you have social media, you can broadcast it, what your public Discord talking about, what you know and what you believe. And the other thing is get into something that relate to education of AI innovation. Can be self-taught, can be to formal education, and participate on that area. That I think that's the open wide for the youth to do. Yes, but I want to mention before moving back to the concept about how government of Canada we doing in terms of AI strategy plan. Yes, I would agree that Bill C-24, that's what you mentioned about AI and Data Act, and because of do change of government. But personally, when we have new government, I didn't hear how to bring that bill back in the parliament at all, which I think is really serious about safety and human rights. And yes, we do have about survey that going out that the Canada direction of AI plan, and 12,000 people respond. And yes, it's good. But my idea is, would be nice if those survey respond openly to the public. So it's also a way to show that government of R is really based on AI transparency. And it would be nice that it's just not a summarized report. And that's my opinion, yes.
You kind of beat me to that. I was going to say, like, it would be so interesting if the demographic information of the individual responses of the AI consultation were made public, so we could see how many youth did end up submitting, their own AI submission, how many youth organizations. That would be really quite telling. And obviously there's a lot to say about how that consultation period was inequitable for a lot of reasons. Can talk about that later. But when it comes to youth involvement in AI, I mean, AI governance is everywhere. It's like what your teacher and your professor tells you is the best use cases of using AI. Like, when can you use Gen AI in the classroom or not? From your medical office to your municipality. I remember back in 2021 or 2020, I was not really involved in governance at all, but I had seen that one of the then sitting Vancouver City councillors was trying to introduce facial recognition technology into CCTV cameras. This is back when it was I think it was still illegal, you weren't allowed to do that in Canada. And Vancouver City Council didn't have any idea about this. And honestly, the motion was going to be passed with no fanfare. Just because I happened to be a little bit in tune with what City Council was doing through my job, I decided to organize a national coalition of experts, such as Bianca Wiley, who's great and from Toronto, and Amnesty International, to come to Vancouver City Council and talk about why that is so harmful when it comes to the biases of facial recognition technology. And it didn't pass. And had I not been listening to that, and it's why it's so important to look at kind of the lower barriers of entry into AI governance. The local context is so important. But even within the AI governance framework of your school, how were youth involved in making those policies? Do you see any glaring omission when it comes to the final policy that was created? There are modes of entry, but I also do think that, as Kareem had mentioned in the keynote, there is a need for the government to create those spaces on the national level so that youth can contribute to more. But I don't think the question is where should youth get involved? There's so many places. It's, I think, more about how. And I also think working together and collectively is going to be kind of the best way to enact change and ensure that your priorities are reflected in those governance frameworks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's a great idea. I think, one opportunity for the folks in the room could be to push for release of demographic information and, quantitative data on youth participation and national dialogues on AI. I think that's a great idea. Kind of the opportunity is just kind of there if that's something that folks in the room want to seize. There was a group that I was a part of actually a long time ago called the Young Diplomats of Canada, which folks in the room might be aware of. And, we had a fun time. Back in, we were trying to get into the World Bank, and we just showed up. And we literally flew a bunch of young Canadians down there and inserted ourselves, and then met the Canadian minister who happened to be there. And then the following year, we were actually doing a workshop there at the World Bank. Other times, we just kind of ran guerrilla campaigns about why we were not a part of the conversation. We ended up getting accredited by the UN, by international organizations, funded by the Canadian government, funded by Air Canada. And so, the truth of this kind of youth engagement is sometimes you just have to show up and make it happen. There was another national education conference. I remember I think I was 17, 18. And again, I just flew to Quebec City, and I showed up there with my friend Chris, and we asked them to let us in. And they ended up comping us $900 tickets and letting us in and letting us play a role. And so sometimes it literally is just doing something that maybe is not permitted, not allowed. And I think sometimes in Canada, we have this obsession with getting permission. Why? Did someone tell us that we need to go and get permission to do things? I just don't really understand it, right? And if you don't get permission and they don't let you in, then start tweeting, right? I mean, that's going to look pretty bad for them, right? And you have nothing to lose, right? And so I guess what I want to say, and the last thing I'll just quickly say is Bill C-27. This was mentioned a couple times. I was actually the lead policy advisor on the bill, and so what we had kind of as an opportunity, and of course it was controversial because we've never tabled AI legislation in the country before, was a pretty broad framework that would have regulated AI in high impact use cases like facial surveillance, judicial decision making, taxation, health. Fortunately, it didn't pass, right? And one of the things I think is interesting is we encountered controversy about that bill both from business and from civil society. So you could argue that, I'm not going to say no one was happy, because there was a lot of, I would argue, pragmatic folks in the middle who did think it was actually a good, novel way to do something, but it hadn't been tried before, because what it was a regulatory framework that would have not specified a lot of things in the bill itself, but would have allowed for future development. One of the reasons we wanted to do that is because we've seen what happens when we don't do that. We have 25-year-old privacy laws in the country. Hasn't been updated since we have AI, let alone social media networks, let alone smartphones. That's embarrassing, right? I and everyone else was either a kid or an embryo, if you're under the age of, 35 here, the last time our laws were updated. And I think that one of the reasons this happens is because we're obsessed with perfection. So again, I'm talking about permission, I'm talking about perfection. Why are these things that we value? Because what I value is progress, right? And if I think about, the purity test that we put ourselves through to try and get something done, it holds us back time and time again, right? I just think that's embarrassing. And I have a kid now, I have a 4-month-old daughter. I don't want that for her. By the time she hits grade school, I don't want her information to be mined by, American AI giants. But right now, that's the course we're on. So, unless we actually get in people's faces and change things, I guess we'll be sitting here again in 5 years. It'll be the same conversation, right? I hope that's not the case. But, I guess it's in my hands, but also your hands to change that, right? And you don't need permission, so.
If I can just add really quickly to Jackson's story about going to Quebec with your friend Chris. I also think that organizations and companies love to tokenize youth. They want to be able to claim, oh, there's a bunch of young people here. Look, we invited them. So kind of take advantage of that, not the tokenization, but of kind of the invitation that they want you to be there, and kind of flip that on its head so that you can, make the change that you want to see. So yeah, don't forget that organizations actually, it makes them look good that when you're there. So try to use that as an advantage.
Great, thank you so much. I think it's great to always remember sometimes just about doing something and taking action. This has been a great discussion. We do have time for 1 or 2 questions. If you have a question, a mic runner will get to you. Before you stand up and make your remarks, if you could just say your name and any affiliation you have, that would be great, thank you. Can one of you just pass?
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you, yeah.
There we go. I have a question for Jackson, though all the panelists are happy to answer as well. My name is Nathaniel. I am from Simon Fraser University. I really resonated with what you had to say about the future, about asking for permission, and sometimes stepping outside the bounds of convention is necessary for progress. What are the first steps as moving as a community towards this so we can protect our values and our sovereignty?
Yeah, I mean, listen, forgiveness, like if someone does something that you don't like or isn't perfect, maybe forgive them first and then talk constructively. Like I think I sometimes entered rooms with lots of folks in civil society where it was just a wall of criticism. And I mean, I can handle the criticism, but please forgive me for trying, right? Because that's the difference, right? Like if you were in the arena and trying to actually get something passed, it's incredibly hard, right? Like I think about, I spent 2.5 years in politics, felt like 10, but we highly recommend it for anyone who has lots of great friends and a good partner. But the things you encounter are insane, right? Like, one of the MPs didn't want this bill to move forward because he wanted a park to be named after him. This guy got fired in the last election. I won't name who it was. But that's not a joke. I wish it was a joke, but it's not, right? And so, like, people have to, I don't want to ramble, but you go up against a massive wall, right? And so I think, like, the first step I think about is you need to be super courageous, but also for the folks who are going to work with you, who are on the outside, like you have to give them the chance. And I think what I hope for people who are trying to work on these problems is if you get a point of progress, like let them take that and then try and build on it. Like if you try and pursue perfection right away, you're going to get lost, right? Like you have these moments of political opportunity and you have to seize them. There was a really, really smart leader in civil society who I met with, and she represented a lot of creative stakeholders. And again, artists and screenwriters, actors, people who are worried about AI taking away their jobs. And I love what she said. She said, you know what, Jackson, if you put that in the bill, we're going to support it because I'm going to take what I can get. And it wasn't about charity, but it was just like she recognized that this was a moment of political opportunity. And that was part of what we were going to put in the bill was biometric protection, which would have protected face and voice. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist and probably won't be enforced in Canada for many years because we missed that moment. So I hope that answers the question. But does that answer the question at all? Yeah.
So to clarify, it's lead with forgiveness, recognize that progress is painful sometimes, and you have to be open to looking for opportunities for progress and grow in the direction the environment kind of presents it to you.
Yeah, no, you said it better than I. And just that last one, like I would say it is a political opportunity, like right time, like sometimes you get a moment. And just being able to see the field and recognize that is actually the time, like you have to take it. Otherwise, it might not come again for 5, it could sometimes be 30 years. Like if you think about the competition laws in Canada, been the same for 40 years. And just in the last couple of years, we had a moment to change them, but it depended on like affordability concerns for Canadians. But that obviously affects a lot of things to do with ethical AI and other aspects. So I'll stop talking, but thanks. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? In the back, yeah.
To your question, I just want to zoom you out to international level, outside of Canada. When you walk into AI governance, based on my experience with the UN, you have to recognize the extension. And it's always that country try to get every country to get along on one thing. It's never happened. And the way in terms of international AI governance, only thing I can see in the future, if we apply to those concepts the same thing we do in terms of governance of nuclear power, something that's dangerous and limited for certain country, that and build on that too for AI. But when you engaging in international level, just as you say, it's tension, and then you jump into something that people don't agree because they also influence from businesses, industry, government, and so on. So that is a normal thing before you jump in. It's just nothing that you surprise on that. But at least you're leaning in, that's right. That's important.
Do I have time to answer the question too? We can very quickly. I think back to the values that Jackson's talking about, and you also mentioned like the Canadian values of democracy, freedom, et cetera, pluralism. We also need to do a good job of protecting those values in Canada. So AI kind of can upend some of those values if you're thinking about disinformation, if you're thinking about, the rise in conspiracy theories and people moving, more to the extremes than wanting to come together and do consensus building. And the budget had a lot to do, and sorry, I'm going to criticize again, the budget had to do a lot with investments, but there was no investments in our civic infrastructure. There was, I think, one mention, I think at Command F on democracy, and there wasn't an investment on a democratic initiative. And in fact, we have something called the Citizens Initiative Contribution. What is it called? Citizen. It basically was a grant. It was like that allowed citizen level research to be done on the question of like AI's impact on disinformation, on the spread of disinformation generally in Canada. And I don't think that has continuous funding anymore. So if we want to kind of export those values, we should do a really good job of making sure they're protected in Canada too.
Okay, I can go. Hi everyone, my name is Nadia. I'm a first year NIPSIA student. I'm currently doing some research on child protections in AI. I know it's kind of a bucket term, covers everything from generative AI and chatbots to just child data. I was curious, obviously we're having a lot of issues passing AI protections here in Canada. Specifically for children, where do you see kind of the future of AI protections going? Would that look like maybe a amendment in Bill C-27, something in the Online Harms Act? Are we looking at something closer to like the EU's AI Act, something different? Just curious where your thoughts are there. Open to anyone also.
I can start. First, we should talk after. I would love to learn more about your research. Second, I think, so Minister Solomon has said that this new strategy is going to kind of contain the modernized like privacy laws that we want to see. I don't think that he has explicitly said anything about like children within it. I do think we're expecting another kind of version of an online harms bill. But sorry, yeah, did I answer your question? That was
It's a big question.
Yeah. But I think obviously like, especially globally right now, we're seeing a lot of movement when it comes to protecting children online, whether it's related to AI or not. And it's such a trade-off. Like within my work, I'm looking at some of the like age gating, or some people like to say the minimum age that is popping up in jurisdictions like in Australia, in the UK. And I'm just so curious to see kind of the like evaluation of how these policy instruments end up working. And because obviously there's huge trade-offs, like I know that VPNs, for example, are being criminalized in some states because adults are using them, or children might be using them to circumvent these restrictions. So yeah, don't know if I answered your question, but this is definitely an interesting area and we should talk after.
Yeah, great remarks there. An important question. So read between the lines. Here's what we're likely to see. So first off, on C-27, there's a lot of points in committee about how do we introduce like a children's code of rights, specific protections around children. So, labeling all children's data as sensitive, super important. That's like the great start. Second is the UK had like a children's code of rights that I think basically got codified. So you can see that come in a couple different forms. It could be circumscribed in the legislation, or it could be, for example, through the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Very, very important, the guidance that they put out. That could be another way that could be done. Third is, again, the AI bill failed. So what we're unlikely to see, in my personal opinion, at a federal level is another big cross-cutting, wide piece of AI legislation. I think they're going to splice it up, right? So you might get something on certain high impact, use systems by the government. Then you might get something in the private sector, non-consensual deep fakes. Like that's going to be explicitly very, very clearly banned. There's going to be like some very, very big penalties around that. I mean, this is just like low hanging fruit, like common sense stuff. All Canadians want this. Like this is a crazy not to have this, legally in place. So you'll see stuff like that. Like I think easy wins, and I think they'll build from there. But they're not going to try and, boil the ocean again. And one just quick thing, you mentioned the EU. The EU is going to be pulling back some of what they've put down. One part of me thinks that's sad. Another part of me just like that's necessary because the US has gone completely in the other direction, right? So Europe can't be completely uncompetitive, because this is the challenge. If you are uncompetitive economically, it doesn't matter if your regulations are the greatest thing since sliced bread. Like You have to have an economic competitor. That is a sad truth. And so again, when we talk about perfection, like in Canada, we have one AI company that's even remotely competitive with the models that are being put out by American players. If we do not hold on to that company and strengthen it, we have to use American models. And we just know that they are heading the opposite direction of wanting any types of protections on these things. So that's not the world I want to live in. And so I don't think that's the world that Europeans want to live in. So they want at least a competitive landscape where they still have good protections. That balance, we have to figure that out as Canadians and as kind of people looking for a better world. So.
Thank you. I have 3 things to say. First, based on children, based on my research project on AI psychosis, definitely it should not, in terms of conversational AI, children should not be used to as a companion seeking help and this kind of thing. Because it's the way we study, we look at how it provides information explainable to the black box, and it's really tricky in terms of getting the right information, the output to children hallucinated, or it could provide false or ensure that this false belief is it continue and then create on so many delusion even ongoing. Second thing, in this conference, I hear a lot about the word of data sovereignty, privacy, but often when I talk to my students and at University of Ottawa, when we do research, do they even know the risk about using all the AI to the US basically? Because the US has the act called Cloud Act. Basically, any US AI tech company, if you're based in US headquarters, the government can get them to get information in the server, even though located anywhere in the world, including Canada. So they can get to it. And I think in the last thing I would say is about the how we move, because this conference, this meeting, we're talking about human rights. Yes, I agree that AI will bring a good, promising economic, promise for Canada, and we should invest it basically infrastructure. That I saw this, they invest a lot nowadays to get a data center and company built on top of that. That's great. And for me, in my opinion, is if you're concerned about safety, human rights, certain aspect, those aspects need to be slowed down a bit by the government. Because the reason it's slowed down, because it takes time to study the impact, negative impact, and get involved to hear everyone what they're thinking. Those process is slow, and you need to be slow and need to be careful. But the speed of economic promising is need to be fast, it's competitive. Canada, we live in the crisis time, as you know, all the political and economic pressure we have. And too interesting to intersect how certain area we need to go fast and certain area we need to go slow, so that it will be a challenging and interesting way that we need to work together. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your time today. If everyone could join me in thanking our panelists.
But also, too, we should thank our moderator, Emily. So we are excited to move into our keynote address. When we were planning, and my apologies on the microphone situation for just a second. There we go. So when we were planning our program for this year's forum, we sent out a survey as a call for topics to youth throughout the country to identify what they felt were key internet governance moments that needed to be met in a youth dialogue. One topic that kept on coming over time and time again was the importance of privacy and data governance. We further even consulted and had individual conversations with different other youth organizations, and again, data governance was top of mind. And so we are so thankful and so excited to welcome our keynote speaker today as the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Philippe Dufresne. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our Privacy Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Dana. Thank you for this kind invitation. I am so happy and excited to be here speaking to you. Very impressed with the discussion you have been having so far, including the previous panel that I was privileged to listen in on. And we'll be really excited to talk about some of the key privacy issues that I'm involved in, that my office is involved in, and that my colleagues around the world are involved in, and look forward to the Q&A session after my remarks. But I think a key theme that was highlighted in the previous panel is the importance of leadership, the importance of youth leadership, and so stepping up and being heard and putting forward views and vision. I absolutely agree with the comment about not necessarily always asking for permission or not self-censoring too much. Don't presume that no will be the answer. Try it, and send an invitation. You might get a positive response. You might not, but if you block yourself, then for sure you're getting a no. So don't assume a no, and use your voice. And I say this for many reasons, but including because youth privacy and the best interest of youth is something that is, of course, extremely important, and to some extent jeopardized with what we're seeing happening around the world. But at the same time, and on a very positive note, it is an area where there's more and more consensus and agreement. And I'll give a very specific example. This June, I was, as part of Canada's presidency of the G7, I hosted the G7 meeting of privacy commissioners here in Ottawa. And it was important to me to have a very strong statement about privacy by design, which are Canadian fundamental values. And in fact, privacy by design was coined in Canada. So I wanted the statement to be about that. But I was aware that with the change in the US, and it was highlighted in the previous panel, the view about a regulating industry has shifted to some extent. And in fact, when I was speaking to some of my counterparts in the FTC, they were very candid about me and said, you know, the view now of our new government is that less regulation is better, and that government regulation of industry is not necessarily something that we want to push. So I was worried about being able to get the strong statement that I wanted and getting the unanimous consent that I needed, including the FTC. But in those same conversations that I had with them in Washington, it was also clear to me that even the U.S. administration in the FTC now, reluctant as they may be for some aspects of regulation, they care deeply about children and the best interest of children. So I made my G7 statement very much about privacy by design, supporting responsible innovation and protecting children. And doing that, I was able to get buy-in and unanimous consensus for a strong statement of privacy. So talking about opportunities and not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, looking for commonalities and pushing those commonalities can get you further than you might think. And I think in the privacy world, that's key, because we cannot protect privacy by acting alone. Privacy is one of those areas that is so incredibly global. Data crosses borders all the time. I spent 15 years, my early stages in my career, I was the top lawyer at the Canadian Human Rights Commission. So I was dealing with equality, discrimination, fundamental rights that I am deeply committed to. But one of the big differences in that role and my current role is that when I was at the Human Rights Commission, we could do a lot of that work just in Canada. We didn't need as much international collaboration, because if we protected human rights well in Canada and other countries didn't, well, we were still protecting Canadians. Privacy, it's a lot harder to do that. If we have great privacy laws in Canada, but the US doesn't, Europe doesn't, Asia doesn't, we're going to have a hard time. We're going to have a hard time in terms of competition. We're going to have time in terms of data across border. So we're seeing more and more of that. And so that's why the voice on the Canadian stage, but on the international stage, is extremely important. So Based on the discussion so far, I think many of you have a good grasp of the top privacy issues. C27 was mentioned many times. We absolutely need law reform in Canada. Public sector privacy law is even older than private sector privacy law. Public sector Privacy Act is 40 years old. So, you're regulating today's technology with laws from the 80s. That's not a great thing. And private sector and privacy law is also predating social media, predating AI. I will say this about Canadian private sector privacy law. It is principles-based and it is technology neutral, so it has allowed us to do more with it than we should have been able to by now. And so I'm continuing to use those laws. I'm calling for modern laws, and Minister Solomon has said publicly that modernized law reform is coming. So I'm looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I have also said, and my international colleagues have also said, that AI is not a law-free zone. Current laws apply to it, including privacy law, and we're doing that. We're doing that in many ways, including looking into the practices of OpenAI to see if they are compliant with privacy law, issuing statements in Canada and around the world about our expectations on AI based on privacy law, and also working with other regulators, including the CRTC, the Competition Bureau, the Copyright Board, to look at those areas where, in particular with AI, but not just AI, you have many regulators who are going to be involved. Deepfakes is a perfect example, and we just issued a joint paper on synthetic media as the Canadian Digital Regulators Forum, and looking at, from my perspective in privacy, what are the issues there from CRTC perspective, from a broadcasting telecommunications standpoint, from a competition standpoint, from a copyright standpoint. So to highlight that, to build on each other's work and not contradict each other. It was mentioned earlier, I of course, always keen on hearing and talking about human rights. And privacy is, and I've said this since my appointment as Privacy Commissioner, privacy is a fundamental right. It's a fundamental right in and of itself because it is linked inextricably to our freedom, to our dignity, to our individuality. It is a precondition to a free society. So in and of itself, absolutely fundamental, recognized in international documents since the post-World War. Essentially, even before that, recognized as the right to be let alone, the right to live one's life without being observed. And so absolutely key. But it's also not only in and of itself, it's key and fundamental, but it is also supportive and prerequisites for other rights, the rights to equality, the right to free election, the right to association, the right to freedom of expression, and now more and more also seeing the right to be free from some of the online harms that have been discussed. So I'm looking at privacy legislation to support many, many other public interests that can be regulated by other laws or not. But for example, we had a discussion on online harms and whether there should be more to prevent deepfakes, more to prevent non-consensual sharing of intimate images. But in the meantime, I have been using the current privacy laws to do that. So we investigated ALO, the owner of Pornhub, and found that if the organization was not taking steps to ensure that it was obtaining consent from everyone whose images are on pornographic videos and obtaining it directly, they were breaching privacy law, and therefore they had to take steps, because their current practice is that they will get indirect consent, and they'll say, well, one participant to the video will say, well, here's me in that video, and my partner also consents. And we found that this was not acceptable given the significant sensitivity of that information and, of course, the massive harms when you have situations like revenge porn. We also found that the takedown mechanisms were insufficient, woefully insufficient, and were asking too much work to be done by the victim of that. So this is an example where you can use privacy to support something that can be part of another law. You could use privacy also to help deal with a lot of the challenges of AI. Bill C-27 had, as was mentioned, an AI-specific part talking about preventing harms, including bias, including discrimination. Privacy law can do some of that as well, because privacy law prohibits inappropriate uses of personal information, uses that go beyond the expectations, the reasonable expectations, or uses that are disproportionate to the goals. So privacy law can play a part there. And so we're using all of the tools. And in terms of youth and children's privacy, that is one of my priorities, and it is a shared one, I would say, more and more in Canada and around the world. So I recently had a meeting with my federal, provincial, territorial, well, federal is me, but provincial, territorial colleagues, where we talked about youth privacy. We're going to be issuing a resolution soon on EdTech, education technology, and our expectations there in terms of making sure that you have privacy by design, that you have the best interest of the child built in there, that we have organizations doing the work at the front end. Of course, we need to have digital literacy. We need to empower all of us to know about technology. But to my mind, it has to start with organizations who are building the tools. Organizations have the most power and the most information. And I find personally, and as commissioner, that as a society, we have downloaded more and more and more work on citizens and consumers in terms of consent policies, in terms of opt-in, opt-out, in terms of educating themselves. And people are overburdened, people are busy, people are distracted. So I think that if we're putting too much of that burden on individuals, we are putting the burden where it shouldn't be. We should have organizations, partners in that. So that's why a big part of our work, including our recent investigation of TikTok, found that the organization had to do more, much more, in terms of their consent policies, in terms of the information that they provide to users, including younger users, to know and understand what information is being collected, how is it used, who is it shared with, what are the implications, and making it a lot more user-friendly. Usually, often that information is there, but there's a lot of work to get to it. It's complicated, it's behind 3, 4, 5 clicks, and so it is not made easy. And in some cases, it's almost the opposite. It is made difficult, and we see patterns of nudge, using the behavioral psychology to nudge decisions in a way that is good for the bottom line, but is not good for privacy. So that's something we recently looked into as an international community. Last year, we did a sweep of websites and apps to look at those patterns. How are people communicating with Canadians in terms of consent policies? And we found that in most cases, the vast majority of cases, there was at least one practice that made it more difficult, whether it was complex language, whether it was you had to do more effort to go behind it, or you were nagging individuals, or all of these techniques that we know psychologically make it more likely that people are just going to give up and are not going to continue pushing. This year, in fact, last week, we conducted our latest sweep with the international community, and this time we're focusing on children-specific and directed tools, apps, and websites. And we're looking at things like age assurance, we're looking at things like consent, protection of information, to see are organizations doing enough in terms of protecting children's information and children's privacy. So this is a theme that you're going to see more of. We're using all of the tools that we have. We have promotion tools, we have guidance tools, we have also the enforcement tools, the investigations and the findings. But I'm a big believer that we cannot use the heavy stick in all cases. The resources are limited, and we have to work as much as possible to convince industry, to convince citizens to do the right thing. So having codes of practice, children's code, setting up our expectations, and working very, very closely with the international community. Because again, we can decide something here in Canada, but it's a lot more powerful if what we decide is aligned and we can raise the floor with bringing the US together, Europe together, Asia, Africa, and Canada is uniquely placed to do that. We are and we can be a bridge between the North America viewpoint, the European viewpoint, the Asian viewpoint, the African viewpoint. And so this is why this year I was elected as chair of the Global Privacy Assembly, which is the worldwide association of all the privacy commissioners around the world. And that's the pitch that I made, that Canada can really understand that. We understand the model, North American model of economic-based legislation. Our privacy law in Canada is based on the trade and commerce power. It's based on regulating industry vis-a-vis its treatment of consumers. European privacy law is more based on citizens and rights-based law. And a lot of people sometimes put those as absolute opposites. I don't. I think that we have our own models here. We understand the need for innovation and economic competitiveness, but we can still say in those laws that privacy is a fundamental right. And that was my #1 recommendation in the last C27. It was accepted at committee. I'm optimistic that this is going to continue in the new version. So we can have, and we should have, and Canadians deserve to have both public interest, innovation, but also the protection of their fundamental right to privacy. And if we do that, we can raise something else that's absolutely essential, which is trust. The trust that all of us need to have in our institutions, in our governments, and in the economy, in the participation as digital citizens, so that we can harness the many, many benefits of AI, but not at the expense of our freedoms and of our personal information. So there's a lot of work to do, but we're doing it as a community, both in Canada and internationally, with a particular focus on children's privacy, and being mindful of the current geopolitical context as well, which includes greater concerns, and this was highlighted prior to me, data sovereignty, data localization, the treatment of data by other states. And that's a big challenge, because it's a lot easier to force a company by contract to do certain things and to commit to certain things. But if the data goes in another country and the other country's government passes a law that requires the company to give information, that company is going to be subject to that other government's jurisdiction. And so this is why, for example, in our TikTok decision, we made it an explicit requirement that TikTok had to be a lot more explicit and transparent about the fact that data is going to China, and that it can be accessed by the Chinese government. In the past, and my office's previous stance on that was a little bit more permissive, saying it's enough to say, generally speaking, data can go out, and generally speaking, it can be accessed by other government. I wanted this to be more explicit and say, in this case, specifically, this country and this government, there might be more concern, and some could argue that could apply to the US in certain cases, given certain positions that are being taken. But people need to be clear-eyed about that, and we need to have discussions, including with the US, and saying, let's raise the bar in terms of rule of law, in terms of government access to data, and we're working with them, we're working with the OECD to say, like-minded countries, democracies should stand together and should say this is what democratic governance looks like. And that does allow for the states to obtain information for national security and crime prevention purposes and fighting modern slavery, but it has to be done in a balanced and proportionate way. So I was recently, my last committee appearance in the House was on Bill C-8, which is to give more powers to the government, including the Minister of Industry, to prevent cyber attacks and prevent cyber breaches, and also to regulate and protect Canada by preventing situations where a foreign state could dismantle our telecom system, for example. So more power is given. My view to Parliament was that we needed to make sure that the standard for those powers was necessity and proportionality, so that the government had to establish not only that the measures required, but that doesn't go further than it needs to. And that's something that's consistent with our fundamental Canadian values. It's the test that we have under the Charter of Rights. And so looking forward to the next steps in that bill. And that's my general stance on these issues. I don't think that it is an either-or situation. I think the police and the state need to have powers to compel information, absolutely, but in a balanced and proportionate way. So I think I will stop here because we have a discussion to take place, and look forward to your question and to your question. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. I think what stood out to me from your remarks, and they were absolutely fantastic. That was an incredible way to kind of kick off this discussion, which is really centerpiece that privacy is the rule of law. We tend to take it for granted, think, oh, well, give away some privacy, maybe for a discount code at a store, or give away privacy for a social media app, but it is the rule of law. So thank you for really highlighting that. As we move into this moderated Q&A, I first would like to ask what you believe are the most significant threats to privacy for young Canadians. So not just children, because I know that you've been looking into that quite deeply, but also youth in the 18 to 30 demographic, as they are students, they're early career professionals, but also too, in many cases, they're older siblings, older cousins, and are helping the younger people in their lives navigate the space as digital navigators to them.
Thank you. Yeah, I think. Oh, yes. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. I think the challenge, and one of the reasons why I'm focusing on this group, and many of my colleagues are, is that there is a greater vulnerability, which doesn't mean that young people don't know how to use technology. Arguably, you probably know how to use it more than I do. But it's that in many cases, there's less freedom. I have more freedom to decide not to use technology at my stage in my career and in my life. But if you're in school, if you're in university, and then your institution is requiring you to use certain technology and ed tech that use your personal information, you're stuck. You have to do that. And if your life is built around the use of social media, including professional social medias like LinkedIn and other things, and now AI and Gen AI and agentic AI in the future and neural rights, and all of that, that's part of your life, and it brings amazing benefits and productivity, but it is in many cases fueled by data, including personal information. So I think the challenge is making sure that we don't go too quickly and too enthusiastically and saying, well, privacy is the price to pay for all of this great stuff that this technology brings us. Because we've seen this happen with social media, the excitement of it, and not enough looking at, well, how is this thing built? It's not free. You're paying for it with your personal information. And therefore, you're paying for it with your humanity and your individuality, and that can lead to a lot of things. It can lead to then you're being targeted for ads, and maybe people don't mind ads. I speak a lot to the Canadian Marketing Association, and they tell me, well, some of our stats say people like to get targeted ads because it's more useful to them, and that may be. I still think people need to be able to choose that and to understand that and to know that. You might not be so keen, though, about being targeted for political reasons or being manipulated, because we know so much about you that we're going to send you this ad at this specific moment because we know that you're just back from a run. So now you're high on endorphins. I'm a runner, so I get it. And then you're more likely to buy an expensive pair of something, or you're more susceptible to this type of argument that we're making. So I think that is, the technology is so powerful and moves so quickly. It is a challenge for lawmakers, regulators, citizenry sometimes feeling overwhelmed and saying, well, this is just, there's nothing we can do about it. So that's the concern. But I think we can and we are addressing it by having discussions that we're having now, working together to highlight and say, again, it's not a zero-sum game. It's not, you don't have to give up the innovation and the technology and the public interest, or to give up your personal information. You can have both. It takes work and it takes doing it at the front end, but it is doable, and it's absolutely worth doing.
No, thank you. And I think, too, with data privacy, probably a lot of people in the next few years are going to be quite concerned about if they have personalized pricing. that will become a huge issue, not just about the advertisements, but also too of like how much you're charged for items. So you mentioned kind of all of us coming together, and it's a bit of a question for privacy of how are we all responsible? That you have those who are in elected positions who hopefully will be updating our privacy laws soon. You have yourself, of course, as a regulator, and then you also have end users for kind of making decisions about when and where to draw the line for how private they want their lives to be. So given all of this, like how should these challenges be addressed, and what actions are the most critical for each type of stakeholder group too in this kind of kaleidoscope of ensuring higher levels of privacy?
I think we all have to use our voice and our power from the micro level, like at the individual level, as a consumer, as a student, as a family member, as a citizen, as a member of society, to the group level in terms of governments, in terms of youth groups, in terms of organizations, political parties, industry, whatever it may be. I speak a lot to leaders from within organizations, the chief privacy officers of the big tech companies and so on. I don't see them as adversaries. I see them as potential privacy champions from within the organizations. But they need to be able to convince the decision makers, the CEOs and the presidents of the organization who are going to approve the spending of money. And that it's easier for a CEO of an organization to spend money if they're worried that they're going to lose customers if they do certain things in a problematic way. So the more that every one of us can do when we buy things, when we answer surveys, when we answer polls, to share our voice, that privacy is important, individual dignity is important. We don't want to have algorithmic pricing. We don't want to have manipulative design in terms of how people are communicating to us. Quite by chance, years ago, I started being very interested in the nudge psychology and all of that stuff. And when this was when it was found, I thought it was very exciting. Here are good ways where we can use psychology to influence people to make choices that are good for them, be healthy or whatever. But of course, it's being used also, and maybe more so, to influence choices that are not good for people. So give up more of your personal information. Become addicted to this. Spend more time on a social media platform because we're showing you this shocking content that is not good for society, but is good for keeping the eyeballs on there. So at the smallest levels, you know, if a shop is asking for your personal information to give you a discount, ask them why. Why do they need that? And push back. I think Canadians were very polite. We don't often do that. I do that, and even sometimes my family will look at me, oh, you're being difficult, you're causing a scene. I don't really cause a scene, but I'll say, look, why do you need this? And there's a funny moment. I was buying a Christmas gift for my wife, and I was offered this discount. Well, what's your birthday? What's her birthday? I said, well, I just want to buy the thing. I don't need to. No, but if you give it to us, then we can send you a discount for your birthday. I said, well, thank you. That's okay, but I don't want to sell you my personal information. That discount's not worth it to me. Okay, but we'll give you like $300 discount on the thing today that you're buying. That's how valuable this is to them. So I think by asking those questions, by not rewarding the indiscriminate use of personal information, by insisting on the best interest of the child, then you're making my job easier, because we do surveys, and I get surveys that tell me 9 Canadians out of 10 are concerned about their privacy, that parents are concerned about their kids using tools that are addictive or that are gathering too much information. But I'm also getting stakeholders telling me, no, Canadians like to get targeted ads. They don't mind that, and they're happy with that trade-off. So it's helpful to me. Is that true? And where's that line? And are people voicing it too much? Because it is not a given. You have a lot of power in society, and it was mentioned in the previous panel, that can create also these political moments. And politics is very important. So last year, you had this concern, and still do, about affordability. So that allowed amendments to the Competition Act to make it stronger for Canadians. And similarly, concerns about AI and privacy, that's what's making it possible to have, hopefully soon, modernized bill and to hopefully make it pass through the House, because politics is the art of the possible. So using all of your voices, and certainly in my role, doing that and working together with my colleagues in Canada and around the world.
Thank you so much. I think sometimes we forget that there's almost two markets that companies and organizations are grappling with, the data market and the financial market. And we tend to always think, maybe vote with your dollar, or don't spend money in certain areas, or shop where you're aligned with. And then we forget that also too, don't sign up for subscriptions with those you're maybe not aligned with, and don't be part of certain online platforms, for instance, if that doesn't align as well. So thank you for highlighting kind of that importance about that. We do have this market of data. It's very personal to us. We might not think that like we are a product to sell, but we're absolutely a product to buy. And they are. So moving on to thinking about the international space, where do you believe Canada is leading on privacy and data governance? And what are some international examples you think we could learn from to strengthen our approach in this space?
So there are lots of them. We're very active in that space. And again, when I came into the role, I was almost surprised, and also as a public servant, I thought, well, it's expensive, this international engagement. So are we doing too much of it? As again, coming from my old world in human rights, I found that we could achieve a lot without a need for that much international engagement. But I quickly realized that in this world of privacy and AI and digital, we need that collaboration internationally, not just within the privacy community, but also with other communities. So I mentioned our work with competition authorities, with broadcasting authorities, with human rights authorities, with cybersecurity, with electoral. So by coming together, we can identify the areas where we need to have an impact with a common voice. And particularly for Canada as a middle power, when I am able to do a joint investigation, as I did last year with the UK Information Commissioner on investigating the 23andMe DNA company privacy breach, it had a big impact, because we were now having two big G7 countries investigated on that, protecting our citizens, but also leveraging our respective powers. I have more powers in the investigation stage. My UK colleague has more powers in the enforcement stage and imposing fines. So we were able to maximize that and to have a really big voice. So our findings were echoed here, lots of media attention here in Canada, lots of attention in the UK. We are issuing some statements and declarations about our expectations about privacy. As part of the G7 group, we issued, I think, the first international statement on AI about how it is not a law-free zone. We don't have to wait for AI-specific legislation. We have legislation that applies generally to technologies, and AI is a technology, so it's covered. We had a statement on AI and children, so focusing on that. We have the soft enforcement role where we can say we're doing these spot audits, and we're calling out not just me in Canada, but the international community. And in fact, sometimes even beyond the privacy world, our privacy sweep on the deceptive design language, that was done by a number of privacy commissioners around the world, but also a number of competition regulators around the world. So that really amplifies the voice, and when we speak to governments, it resonates. And so very recently, I was speaking with authorities in Canada, and the fact that I'm now the chair of the International Forum of Privacy Regulators means that I could bring to the table common views, and I can try to raise the bar to those common views and say, look, these are the points that we should all agree on. And I mentioned as a concrete example the statement we did at a G7 community, trying to say, okay, we might have a country that's more reluctant for regulation, but where do we all agree? We all agree that we need to protect children better and children's privacy better. And so with that, we're able to raise the bar of everyone and sort of take everyone's strength. So cybersecurity, children's privacy, technology, TikTok. And so we exchange notes, and we'll say, well, I'm investigating TikTok. I'm investigating X for the training of Grok on AI for the user's data. So is Australia. So is now Ireland. So that really amplifies that, and it means that the big players, the big tech players, when I go to international events, they want to meet me. Every single time I get invitations, and they are listening. Doesn't mean they agree with everything we say, but they're mindful of that. Whereas if it was just one country, especially smaller countries, it would be a lot easier for the big players to say, well, we're not too worried about that. But it's amplifying, and I think that's what we should do, certainly in my world of privacy, but in any area where you're dealing with global giants.
No, absolutely. Like that attention to having that domestic partnership, like when you're mentioning the Canadian Digital Regulators Forum, or CDRF, as well as to these international coalitions, it goes to show that, we have these tools. We tend to think of maybe regulations as roadblocks, when roadblocks are a tool as well for safety. But then you also need a tool shed to put them all together and allow them to work in tandem for building the society that you want to have and what your populations hope to see. And you mentioned AI, and of course it's been a key topic in Canada and abroad, and I think we must have a bingo card for AI somewhere around here for how many times that comes up. But young people, they're entering workplaces and these employers are encouraging especially young workers to use AI. There are concerns that AI might automate them out of a job. There are concerns that there's not enough AI literacy to properly use it. But in terms of AI, how is it changing the privacy landscape, and how would you recommend for youth, both as students and early career professionals, in advocating for their privacy in their place of work, which uses AI, as that can also be a bit more complicated than, for example, when we're shopping or when we're choosing to make a transaction, where instead we're trying to enter into an agreement with our employer?
Yeah, and that's an area, it's an important point, that there's some areas where you're going to be in a more vulnerable position. And this is where it's even more important to have regulators and organizations to step in, because it could be hard, obviously, to be a whistleblower or to challenge something when you're in a position of vulnerability. And I think that's the case in the workplace. And so that's why a lot of our work and a lot of our statement has been in that space in terms of the use of AI in organizations. The use of making sure, recently at the Global Privacy Assembly in Korea, we issued a statement on making sure that there is a human in the loop in the AI decision-making process, and that it's appropriate and commensurate to the importance of the matters being decided, and to make sure again that humanity is not lost. That AI, like any tool, does not become too invasive in the workplace. That proper guardrails are there, that proper uses are there. So for example, at my office, we're doing beta projects on internal use of AI in a privacy protective way and in a cautious way. So highlighting, don't put personal information in there about yourself, don't put personal information about others, making sure that you understand the tool. But it's going to have a lot of impact also in terms of beyond privacy. What does that do to the worker? What does that do to the role of the decision maker and employees? And I think, again, the more we can push on this notion of humanity, AI is there to serve humanity, not the other way around, and making sure that premium about the human decision maker, the empathy, the work, that then again it becomes a tool that makes our jobs easier, our lives easier, and not harder. And if you have some concerns and specific issues, again, I think privacy regulators are there, governments are there. I think we're going to see more of that develop, and studies, in fact, about how is AI helping with productivity. It's helping with it, but it's also bringing more challenges because you need to verify it. And so what does that do to the task, transforming the task between one of creation to one of verification sometimes? Or is that going to have an impact on kids in school in terms of the cognitive skills because of the reflex to say, well, before you even map out your outline of your submission, are you asking ChatGPT to do that for you? And if so, are you going to be losing over time that capacity of thinking and organizing thoughts? So these things go beyond privacy, but I think these are areas where we have to be mindful. And again, the discriminatory aspect potentially as well. If AI is built on existing data, it's going to be built on existing prejudices and views. So we need to find ways to flag that, and we need to, of course, find ways to identify what's real and what's not real. So the issue of deepfakes, non-consensual deepfakes. But also I was reading recently about some of the challenge about the interview process. If everyone's using AI to inflate their CV and inflate how eloquent they are, then employers are finding it challenging to screen applicants. So I anticipate we might see some surprising returns to perhaps more in-person interviews, because that's what I need to make sure that this is actually the person's capabilities and not being over improved by the technology.
Thank you. And as we wrap up this area, just any lasting words that you would like to say to our audience? We have youth from all across the country here today. So not just those who live in Ottawa, but those who can take some of their experiences and what they learned today to their communities who otherwise wouldn't be able to hear. What would you like to say to them?
Well, you are all privacy champion and ambassadors and leaders and youth leaders and champions. So use that voice, use those ideas, use that research, and ask for those meetings. I'll absolutely echo the advice given earlier. Reach out to organizations with your concerns, with your ideas, with your suggestions. I've just created a youth panel, youth council at my office that I'll be announcing the members soon. It'll be 13 to 17 years old, so that I can more directly get feedback about what it means to be that age. I always joke that in my mind I still think I'm young, but I'm not. So I need to understand that reality, and bringing that perspective and that leadership is hugely important, and people doing research about it. We don't have the monopoly of good ideas, so use your voice. You're impacted by it very much. You're part of the solution, and I think that's what gives me huge optimism. We have big challenges, but there's a very strong community. There's an absolute passion and commitment to it, and incredibly smart, dedicated people with amazing leadership. So keep doing what you're doing, including what you're doing today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being here today. If we could give a warm thank you. Mira will now explain what you will be having for lunch, and if you have any dietary restrictions, and we'll just head out to the side.
Perfect. Well, thank you again to the Commissioner and Dana for an insightful Q&A. And before we move to lunch, because I know I'm standing between you and food, just a couple things to note. If you direct your attention to the screens, there will be Menti prompts. Throughout the day, you'll see questions populated on the screen. We kindly ask that you provide answers to these questions. They will be used to gather and express a collective youth perspective on Canadian internet governance. The comments will also help us, the young digital leaders of Canada, in how we shape and we advocate for youth in Canada. So you can begin by answering the question on the screen, which is, what topics in internet governance are most important to you? Also, from about 12:20 to 12:35, a couple of us from Young Digital Leaders of Canada will be hosting lightning talks about our ongoing projects that we have with our subcommittees. Please feel free to listen in and talk with our executive committee members throughout the lunch break. Now, the part that everybody's excited for, lunch is available to my right and offers a variety of options to accommodate dietary needs, such as vegan, vegetarian, halal, and kosher. For anyone who has food allergies or concerns, please speak with Juliana in the red suit over there to access ingredient lists. We would especially like to thank our lunch sponsor, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, also known as ICANN. Again, we will return at 12:20 for the lightning talks, and our second panel will begin at 1 o'clock. Enjoy.
Check, check.
Hi, everyone. Please continue to eat and chat. If you want to listen, then feel free. We just want to talk about a couple projects that Young Digital Leaders of Canada has been doing, so it won't take more than 10 minutes of your time, then everybody can go back to networking and chatting. So again, my name is Mira Gillis. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of Young Digital Leaders of Canada. And I want to talk about the project that I've personally been working on, along with the help of Emily, Luzella, and Paula. We are excited to soft launch the Canadian Internet Governance Academic Program Guide. So this guide includes university-level programs that are related to internet governance across the country. Whether you're a high school student looking for an undergraduate degree or someone interested in pursuing a PhD, our team has put together this guide for those who are interested in what Canada has to offer academically. This guide can be filtered based on program level, province or territory, and university, along with a link to the specific program. It will be available with the relaunch of our website in the upcoming year. As you've noted, we've switched to Young Digital Leaders of Canada from Youth IGF Canada. So lots of exciting things happening on that front. This guide will also be an ongoing project for YDLC as we ensure it's up to date with what is available in Canada for the benefit of all students. We're always welcome to feedback to improve and update the guide, but I'm excited to share this project with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira. Hi, everyone. I'm Juliana Colasar, the Director of Engagement and Programming at YDLC, and I would like to talk about an initiative that I've had the privilege of leading for the past 5 months here at our organization. So, working together with 4 members of our team, James Caldwell, Bianca Salamis, Hamad Khan, and Shannon Tom, we have created the Social Media Literacy Toolkit to combat misinformation and disinformation. So essentially, it's a 36-page PDF that will, as Mira mentioned, be available on our relaunched website early next year. That covers 5 core topics that are related to digital media literacy, helping youth ages 18 to 30 navigate the digital landscape that they so regularly find themselves in. So just to give you an idea, the 5 sections include understanding social media, digital footprints and privacy, deciphering misinformation and disinformation, the significance of algorithms and echo chambers, sound digital citizenship and cyberbullying, and social media and mental health. So the interactive component that we actually included in this guide will allow participants who decide to complete it to complete an activity. So they essentially have the opportunity to put into practice what they have learned throughout the toolkit. So again, it's been a privilege working on this initiative, and I hope that you all enjoy it next year. Thank you.
Given I've been at the microphone a few times, I won't introduce myself. But I would like to talk about a project that I've also been working on the side for our organization, YDLC. So one thing that we started to realize, and this was part of our renaming from Youth Internet Governance Forum Canada now to the Young Digital Leaders of Canada, was that we almost siloed ourselves purely in just focusing on internet governance without recognizing that digital governance is becoming a much broader topic throughout the world, especially as we hit into global processes on AI governance and determining what multi-stakeholder input could be part of. So that led to our name change, and this forum is in many ways kind of a more public launch of that name change, but we will have our new website coming out in the new year. As one kind of key part of now moving not just within internet governance, but digital governance more broadly, are youth AI hubs that we are currently developing in cities across Canada. So these youth AI hubs will allow young Canadians to be part of global conversations through recognition of their hub with the International Telecommunication Union Young AI Leaders Network, so that Canadian youth can then have that seat at the global table and interact with their international counterparts too. This first Youth AI Hub is being situated in Hamilton, Ontario, and we're growing more as we start to see more communities. This first Youth AI Hub is also being developed in partnership with Wilson College of Leadership and Civic Engagement at McMaster University. So what will happen then with the Young Digital Leaders of Canada is we will, slowly as more municipal youth AI hubs come to fruition, become the regional coordinators of these hubs to ensure that each hub can work in tandem with each other, so that us as Canadian youth can really have a more regionally diverse but also unified voice when we then move into international AI governance conversations. Thank you. And please enjoy your lunch and chatting with one another. So thank you for that little snippet for us to kind of go through these lightning talks of some of our three key side projects that we've been working on to grow this community. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. If you don't mind, we're going to get started up again. I know it's always tough after lunch, but we're really excited for our next panel. I'd also like to thank again ICANN for sponsoring today's lunch. We still have plenty left, so feel free to grab some snacks throughout, especially during our networking breaks. But I'm excited to introduce our second moderator of the day, Bianca Salamis, an executive member for Young Digital Leaders of Canada, for this panel titled Keeping the Internet Secure from Malicious Actors.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd love to invite our three panelists up to the stage here. I think we have one joining us online, Graham. I think they're there. Awesome. Great. So yeah, thank you for joining us for our fourth panel of the day, Keeping the Internet Secure from Malicious Actors. I'm sure most of you know through your work or even through lived experience that the internet's infrastructure is constantly being tested by malicious actors trying to exploit vulnerabilities, whether it's through cyber attacks, disinformation, or stealing personal data. At the center of keeping everything stable and secure is the domain name system, or the DNS. That's the backbone that turns the web addresses we type into actual IP addresses. Today, we're joined by four panel experts who work directly on managing and protecting the DNS. They'll be diving into how we can keep the internet resilient as threats grow and how DNS abuse like phishing, botnets, and domain hijacking is detected and addressed. And since the session focuses on youth engagement and digital literacy as well, we'll also get into how young internet users can play an active role in strengthening online safety and trust. So I think we'll just start by going around the panel to introduce yourselves and tell everyone a bit about how you got into the internet governance sector. Perhaps we can start on this end with you, Gary.
Sure. Hello? Thank you. Yep. Great. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Wolf. I work at Canary. I'm going to talk about Canary first, and then I'll talk about myself. So Canary is a company funded by the federal government, a nonprofit, that connects all of the universities and science instruments in Canada together. Canary was founded in 1993 and was the internet at the very beginning. So the reason that there is a Canary is that the universities were working on this new thing called the internet, and to be an internet you have to enter, so you have to connect to others, and so they started connecting in their province together, and at some point they realized that they needed to expand beyond that. And so the options were limited. There was a small network that connected across the country, and there was the option of connecting into the US. There was founders at that time who strongly suggested that there should be a Canadian option rather than connecting into the beginnings of the internet in the US. And as a slightly political aside, that looks pretty good in today's environment to have the option of a Canadian internet. And so with the help of those founders and the funding from the Canadian federal government at that time, Canary was established to connect across the country. That happened, so Canary ran what was the backbone of the internet for around 5 years. And then it was realized that it was quite a bit more commercial than just connecting research and education institutions. So the network was sold to Bell, and a new network was created that was only for research and education purposes. And that network has evolved from that point until today. The network, for example, connects this university to other universities in Canada and to over 100 other national research and education networks. So how did I get to Canary? Well, Canary has always run the network and then other things that are complementary to the network. And so, as an example, there was education and internet. It seems hard to believe that we were trying to push using the internet for education, but that was at the beginning. Today, Canary is about networking, federated identity, and cybersecurity. When I joined Canary, there was a push into cloud computing. And so previous to that, I had spent most of my career in R&D for networking equipment. So that's basically making all of the equipment that makes the internet possible. And so when I was able to do something completely new, which was cloud computing, I jumped at it. And Canary briefly had one of the largest cloud computing capabilities in the world. So the part about Canary is that it runs an RNE network, and so our influence on the evolution of the internet revolves really around RNE's use of the internet and of this global National Research and Education Network group of countries.
Thank you. So I'm Joe Catapano. I'm the Stakeholder Engagement Director for North America at the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or ICANN. I'm glad that we've taken the effort to spell it out a couple times here already today, because often we don't, and then it begs the question, what the heck is ICANN anyway? Which we'll get into more later. I also head up our academic engagement work globally. So I'm very happy to be here at Carleton University. Thank you for the opportunity, and we're happy to support the Youth IGF Canada. The story of kind of how I got into this space hopefully will be helpful to those that are either still in school or going to be graduating soon, thinking about a career, because coming to ICANN is in part an accident and in part effort. So I've been with ICANN for 12 years, so I've seen kind of the ebb and flow here of internet governance for a while. In 2012, I was working at the United Nations Foundation, which is kind of a nonprofit sister arm of the UN, kind of. It's its own independent thing, but in Washington, D.C. And I was working on US-UN relations at the time, as well as preparing the foundation for the Sustainable Development Goals, because they weren't in effect yet. And it's a small operation, right? I think a couple hundred employees maybe. I was working in the public affairs department, and my boss's boss, this is like, I think like 7 at night, and I'm in one of these old school kind of workstations with where the barriers are up here so you can't see anything else. And he comes barreling down the hallway, knocks on the side, and he's like, Joe, I have a question for you. I said, all right, Aaron, what do you got? And he said, the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, needs some help with messaging public affairs for this conference they have going on. It's the acronym for it is WCIT. I believe it stands for the World Conference on Information Technology. He's like, you kind of just you have to help them raise awareness around the conference, that it's happening, and how people can, be involved or tune in or whatever. Can you do it? And I said, well, Aaron, are you asking me or are you telling me? He said, well, I'm kind of telling you. So, okay, I can do it, sure. So I started, doing public affairs for that conference, messaging, press releases, things of that nature. And that was how I learned ICANN existed, because in this conference, there was kind of they were working on a treaty that would essentially bring the functions that ICANN performs under the auspices of the United Nations. And so that alone piqued my interest a little bit. To make a very long story short, the meetings were very contentious. The United States and I believe Canada and other, kind of more liberal democracies at one point walked out of the whole thing. And I said, oh, this is dramatic and interesting. Why don't I keep digging deeper and see what's going on? and then I learned more. And I was coming toward the end of my time, what I perceived to be the end of my time at the foundation. I was looking to make the next career move. And I said, well, let me take a look at this ICANN thing. Found a position that was in the then CEO's office. He was a new CEO. Interviewed for the position. It was a kind of a correspondence position in his office. Interviewed well, didn't get the job. They wound up not hiring for that particular position for one reason or another. I was disappointed, but I kept an eye on ICANN. It was that unique and interesting. And position on the stakeholder engagement team in the Washington office opened up, interviewed for it. Long story short, got hired, here I am. So that's a bit of my story.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sienna Hermery, and very nice to meet you. I'm the business development specialist for cybersecurity at Invest Ottawa. I'm just curious, how many of you have heard of Invest Ottawa, have gone to events? Oh wow, that's a lot actually, okay. Yeah, so Invest Ottawa, there's a few different parts of it, and you might have engaged more with the startups or more with, another side of the organization. But we kind of have 3 different wings. So the one is a startup accelerator. We support startups from idea stage to 100 million in revenue. A lot of those companies also come from programs at Carleton, U Ottawa, different accelerators across the city and in conjunction with the universities. We also have an R&D test site for NATO Diana projects, for autonomous vehicles, anything in next generation technologies. So we run an event every year called GC Expo. It just happened in September, but it's the one day a year that people from the public can come in and you get to see demos of drones and cars driving around and tractors with no drivers. So it's a really exciting time. We'll engage with a lot of the tech community at these events as well. And then the team that I'm on is the global expansion team. So we support business retention and expansion in Ottawa. And then we also support foreign direct investment of tech companies that are in the United States and other regions of the world and looking to expand here. I think business retention development means like almost nothing to most people. It's a very vague term. So in more simple terms, we basically engage with any companies and organizations and universities, government counterparts in the region in specific subsectors, including cybersecurity. So yeah, I guess a bit about my story. I think, I don't know if it's a little bit obvious, but I don't have quite the same level or time of experience as other people on the stage. So I'm just a couple years out of university. I had kind of stumbled into Invest Ottawa. I personally had a bit of more of a background in entrepreneurship. I've had my first small business since I was 12, another when I was 15, running another now as well, in addition to my job at Invest Ottawa. So startup ecosystem was really a passion of mine, and something that partially made me aware of Invest Ottawa. But yeah, I started in more of an assistant role, a part-time contract when I was finishing up university. I was working as a foreign direct investment assistant. So honestly, just sending cold emails, it wasn't, the most riveting, but it got you in. And I think that's part of what I would advise for anybody that's in university and trying to get in, like just find that way in the door. Go to events where you'll find companies and people that maybe you're wanting to work for. But even if you aren't wanting to work for them, like just understand you can also learn from them, and they have expertise. And I've personally found a lot of people are pretty generous with their time. A lot of the time we think they're too high up and they're not gonna do it. Maybe they won't. But you can always send even just a LinkedIn message. You can go to events and just chat with them for a couple of minutes. So yeah, I guess this is a bit how I got into Invest Ottawa, but I'm pretty passionate about it and happy to chat with anybody about it.
Great, thank you. I think we'll go to online to you, Graham. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great, I saw lots of nods. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person today. My name is Graham Punton. I'm the executive director of the NetBeacon Institute, which is a project of public interest registry who operate the .org top-level domain to try and make the internet safe. We do that by working across the entire DNS ecosystem and beyond to try and reduce the prevalence of malicious domain names. And I'll talk more about that. But boy, this bit of narrative of how did you get into it is fun and embarrassing for me. And so I will try and tell this story quickly. It started in my undergrad, and I happened to get connected to, or was taking a class from Ron Deibert, who is the founder of the Citizen Lab at the University of Toronto, which continues to this day and does amazing work on internet security and censorship. And I ended up being the first Citizen Labber, is like a weird claim to fame, 24 years ago, which makes me feel very old. But it was a crazy time in the early days of the internet and politics and technology, and was introduced to lots of interesting people and places. Ultimately, I graduated, I moved to Australia for love, I got married down there, we moved back, and I was working for the Ministry of Health doing e-health stuff, and it was just a disaster. For those of you old enough and from Ontario, it was the Smart Systems for Health. They spent $1 billion and did nothing. Had 5 CEOs in a year. Anyway, I was in a World of Warcraft guild with a bunch of Citizen Lab alumni and weirdo people connected to this sort of internet ecosystem, which included the CEO of Tucows, Elliot Knotts. And so we were like murdering a dragon or something one night, and I was griping about my job, and he knew somewhat of my history from the Citizen Lab, and he's like, I might have something for you. And so I ended up at Tucows as head of policy. I was there for a decade, and a lot of that meant ICANN engagement. And so I started going to ICANN meetings and learning more and more about that space, ultimately doing leadership stuff within that community as well. I was chair of the Registrar Stakeholder Group for 4 years, which is sort of a constituency within the ICANN ecosystem that represents domain registrars. And then left there about 4 years ago to work with Public Interest Registry to start the NetBeacon Institute, as we saw a real gap within the ecosystem as it relates to malicious domain names. So here I am today. Thank you, Warcraft.
Great. Thanks, Graham. And thank you all for those great introductions and inspiring stories. We'll start with our first question, and that's going to be directed towards Joe. Joe, we're hoping you could please describe ICANN's role, what the DNS is, and what DNS abuse is.
Sure. I will give my answer, and then sure Graham will have, particularly on the DNS abuse portion, maybe fill in some areas there that maybe I either miss, omit, or otherwise. So ICANN, right? Our mission is to ensure a single, stable, secure, and interoperable internet for the entire world. We do that through coordinating what we call the unique identifiers. What do I mean by that? It's largely the two N's in our name, names and numbers. There are other very important kind of protocols, et cetera, like that are involved, but for the purposes of today, I'm going to focus on the two N's, right? So I'll focus on the second one first, the numbers. So every laptop, every mobile phone, every smart watch, smart car, smart fridge device has an internet protocol address attached to it. Every website also has a number. Now we don't see that number. So ICANN holds the global pool of IP addresses. Now think about if you were going to try and go to carleton.ca, think of if you had to type a number in every time you had to do that instead of carleton.ca or however you get there, right? That would be incredibly laborious. So we have names, right? We have domain names, and that's where the name is derived, the domain name system, right? Names are easier to remember, so that's why it was developed. And it was developed in the early days of the internet. It was before the World Wide Web. I think the first domain name was registered in 1985. So when I go to my son's elementary school and kind of do the career day thing, I say at the most basic level, ICANN helps you get where you want to go on the internet by resolving those numbers that lie behind the names and the names themselves so that you get to where you want to go. That is our technical function and our technical mission. Alongside that, supporting the technical functions is policy development. We have our own, the ICANN community has its own policy development process. And that community is comprised of individuals such as Graham, who hail from all different sectors: business, civil society, government, academia, the internet's technical community, engineers, et cetera, like that. And they develop the policies that support the technical functions, right? Policies related to domain names at the top level. And, so, and by top level, just say, is everything to the right of the last dot. So .ca is a top-level domain. It's a country code top-level domain because it's tied to a country. The other ones are called generic top-level domains. .edu is an example. That is a generic top-level domain. So that's kind of it, and that's the quick version. For DNS abuse, right? Essentially, DNS abuse is the registration of a domain name for a malicious purpose, right? That's kind of the real short version. In the ICANN context, right, we see, you know, our kind of definition of DNS abuse, right, involves phishing, farming, botnets, malware, and spam, such that spam directs you to, you know, as a vector for DNS abuse, I guess, right? Because people say, well, what about spam, right? In general, right, ICANN does not manage or police content of any kind, right? So the only, when I say spam and as it relates to DNS abuse, it's just if spam is used as a vector to enable DNS abuse, then that is something that ICANN would get involved in. And so I don't know if Graham has anything to add to that. But.
I mean, we can jump right into the next question, which is for Graham. On that topic. Thanks for that answer, Joe. So yeah, to you, Graham, the NetBeacon Institute focuses on combating DNS abuse and supporting trusted online spaces. What are the most promising approaches, technological or collaborative, you've seen for detecting and mitigating abuse early? And how can stakeholders like youth become more proactive participants in that process?
Thank you, and thank you, Joe, for teeing that up. Maybe I'll start with that. Some of this is kind of new within the DNS community. The sort of formal definition of DNS abuse within the ICANN ecosystem is really only a couple years old. Comes out of some contractual amendments that came into place just in April last year, although there's history within the community of these discussions. But even maybe from a higher level, it's sort of worth noting that using the domain name system as a lever to resolve online harms is like a pretty new idea. For a long time, the idea that you would use domain names to resolve bad things, to resolve malicious activity, was really frowned upon. But using the internet's infrastructure to impact how people access content is, and still remains in some ways, a dangerous idea. And so it was a very long time that it took to get to this place, mostly driven by, you know, the spread of the internet, its depth in our daily lives, and the consequent impact of the increase of cybercrime. You know, where the effects of that are devastating, It reaches all across our society. And so it began to become apparent that for registries and registrars who sell and operate domain names, pretending that DNS abuse or malicious domain names are an externality they don't need to deal with, this no longer became tenable. And so that is all really context for saying, you know, what are the promising approaches? Well, I still think the domain name industry is still relatively in its infancy as it begins to grapple with tools and resources and approaches to combating DNS abuse. And so we're beginning to see that take shape now within the ecosystem. As we're looking to the future about how do we do this more and how do people engage with it better, you know, there's lots of ways. I think there's obvious linkages right now with LLMs and their ability to detect and categorize domain names. And so I think we'll see a lot of that coming out in the near future. We've seen some country code top level domains like NL for the Netherlands and BE for Belgium, EU, UK, all begin to play with AI and machine learning to detect malicious registrations, although all of those systems were built sort of pre-LLM, large language model, AI stuff. And so I think we're still going to see a lot of change and innovation there. For my money, though, I think a lot of the low-hanging fruit is really going to be around the overlap between fraud and abuse. Bad guys tend not to buy malicious domain names with their own credit cards. And so at the retail registrar, you know, fraud is a real problem and abuse is a problem, and they overlap, and that's where we can find that self-interest too, where registrars are interested in reducing their fraud and credit card chargebacks and also their abuse. And so by leveraging that, I think there's a lot of room, but there's still a lot of work to be done there. I don't think a lot of the retail registrars are particularly sophisticated at that yet. I can see it in the data that we collect. And then how to engage, especially as it relates to youth. You know, I think, again, there's a lot of room with AI. I would be looking at that and playing with that. One of the things that NetBeacon does is we run an abuse reporting conduit that allows anybody to report DNS abuse. We turn it into a standardized abuse report and enrich it, and we send it to registries, registrars, and hosts for disruption. And so we do that some 20-odd thousand times a month. We'll do more than 250,000 of those abuse reports this year. It's pretty fun. But one of our both most prolific and the person with the highest mitigation rate. So he's submitting lots of reports, and they have the most action at registrars. We see the most domains, malicious domain names being suspended as a percentage of what they've submitted. Ends up being about 88, 90%, is just a dude in Toronto who is super good at finding phishing. It's not his day job. He does it in the evenings and weekends because he finds it fun. And it makes a real impact. He went on vacation this summer, and the power went out at his house, and the box he uses to automate this went turned off, and I could see the hit to our stats. And so I think that as an anecdote just sort of demonstrates that, boy, there's lots of room here. There's a lot of malicious domain names. There's a lot of new tools and technology, and you can make a difference just as an individual. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham, for your answer and for highlighting how youth can have a stake in this process. That's great. This next question is for all of our panelists. So the Canadian Cybersecurity Network has flagged that cyber criminals are now largely youth. This is for a plethora of reasons, such as quick financial gain from ransomware to boredom, as youth face an unemployment crisis in this country. What types of ways do you think youth could channel their technical knowledge into legal outputs and help build digital infrastructure in Canada? So whoever wants to jump in on this one, feel free. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Sure, I'll start. So when I listen to that question, I think about the opportunity that we have. We have very intelligent people who have developed skills or are developing skills and not being able to use it in a positive way. And I first think that there is positive ways to do that. I can think of so many different organizations that need help with their networking, that need help with, I'll call it IT, but, and volunteering to those companies or organizations is one way to get out there. And the positive benefit is for the organization, is definitely for the person who helps that organization out. But it also provides a footprint, a path that allows a future employer to better understand that you have the capabilities, and most importantly, that you're trustworthy. So trust is a big part of, it's a big part of just employment, but it's a big part of the internet, it's a big part of cybersecurity, and so I think that there is ways to channel that energy into positive things. The other thing that I think of is events such as B-Sides, which look for cybersecurity people. So companies know that this is a gathering point for cybersecurity people. And the reason I mention cybersecurity is that it's a little easier to identify jobs in cybersecurity versus networking at the moment. This is just a function of the maturity of networking in general versus the maturity in cybersecurity. But most maybe, of cybersecurity, you could argue, is around knowing the internet and understanding how it works and how it can be abused and how it can be protected. I'll start there.
Yeah, I mean, I hesitate to provide insight into anything specifically Canadian since I don't reside here, but I think this question translates to just about any country. You know, similar to what you were saying, I mean, you know, whether it's, you know, incident response or cybersecurity analyst, right? There are a lot of really good jobs out there that require these skills. And I guess what I would say is kind of, you know, kind of some, I think maybe Graham said it, you know, kind of take the technical skills that you're learning in school and kind of play around with AI and see how that can enhance what you already know. Because I think if you can marry those two things, you've really got a good path forward toward a sustainable career. I mean, you know, this type of position that we're talking about here, like AI is not going to take that anytime soon. They need, you know, companies or organizations, whatever, they need someone skilled enough to do this work, so.
Yeah, I would build on what's already been said here. I think there are a lot of great opportunities. I would add there are hackathons. There's a capture the flag as well with B-Sides. I believe they have a capture the flag option. But yeah, in general, I would see like AI as more of a tool than a replacement. And that's frequently what I hear from companies when I'm talking with them. They're saying, you know, some companies will try and use AI as kind of a replacement, but that's not how it's supposed to be used. And you still need people to interpret, to take all of the, you know, the monitoring that the AI will do and implement it and respond. But I would say, like, especially in universities and we see this in companies too, there is somewhat a reluctance to use and implement AI in learning. And I think the reality of the sector right now is you're going to be far behind if you aren't using it. But use it more as a tool. It's not a replacement. The skills that are necessary right now are still needed. But utilize these tools. Go put yourself out there. Go to hackathons. Go participate in Capture the Flags. You know, go play around on your computer or whatever you'd like to do. But but there's a lot of opportunities in like pen testing, in cybersecurity analyst jobs, but you do need to find your way through the door and participating in some of these opportunities, whether it's volunteering, especially if you can like win a hackathon or get a little bit of exposure. It's something that you can bring to an employer too, and it shows some of your credibility, which tends to be one of the major challenges we're seeing with grads now. It's the lack of experience or the lack of something to refer yourself with. So yeah, I would recommend like going into those opportunities, and that would be a great way to channel your skills.
I'll jump in. I think great comments from everybody so far, and I'll build on it a little bit. But backing up to the initial observation about cybercrime and youth, I participate in an RCMP cybercrime advisory group, and they've begun testing interventions on this front because they know of this path, and they keep interacting with youth on this path. And the highlights for me were like the thing that sort of blew my mind was the how they get there. And it is, you get absolutely obliterated in a video game because someone was cheating. And then you're like, well, I'm going to cheat too. And so you go figure out how cheating in video games works. And you begin to learn a bit about scripting and things like that. And there's just this hilarious, crazy, wild pathway from learning how to cheat at video games to like engaging in phishing campaigns or online fraud and scams, which is wild that the barrier to that is so low. And so I think to resolve some of that is we just need to make more opportunities for people with these sort of non-standard approaches to understanding and learning technology. Those skills that you gain learning how to do cybercrime are so useful in internet security. Knowing how to exploit those systems and defend against it is wildly useful. And so being able to recognize that sort of talent and enable it, I think, is something we need to figure out how to do more of. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you all for those good, insightful answers. I think they were all great examples of ways today's youth can leverage their knowledge to help better Canada's digital infrastructure. That's great. So this next question is for you, Sienna. As someone supporting young cybersecurity entrepreneurs, what are key issues you find for supporting youth getting into cybersecurity careers, and where do you think there are maybe some untapped opportunities for these engaged youth?
Yeah, thank you. I think we were chatting about this a little bit just before the panel, but in all of we run some talent roundtables with employers in the area. We ask them, what major challenges are you experiencing? What does the talent pool look like right now? And almost unanimously, we always hear, the grads have some technical skills. They're coming out of university with some of at least the basics are great, but they're lacking experience, and the really big one is lacking social skills as well. And we're kind of chatting about this, that it's a problem that we're seeing across tech. We also engage a lot with companies in telecoms, semiconductors, defense, and AI software companies across the sector. And especially in tech, we find there's a lot of students with fantastic technical ability and potential, but they might struggle in a job interview. They might struggle to just go to some of these events that we mentioned, where you're just putting yourself out there. You're going and chatting with somebody for coffee. And it seems kind of simple, but I really think that's something that if you're able to build on that, plus have the technical skills, you're going to be in a much better position than a lot of your, a lot of other students. And in general, it's the way that the job market is going as well, that you do need to be a specialist in some ways, but at the same time, a lot of it is you have to be kind of a jack of all trades. You need to be able to put yourself out there. And there's a lot of ways that you can do that. Like, there's a lot of networking events in the city. There's Tech Tuesday, there's Tech Thursday, B-Sides, there's Cybersecurity and Identity Summit in the spring usually. there's a lot of these events, the cybersecurity forum meetups. We have a couple of meetup groups that meet at Invest Ottawa. But I really think on maybe both the education level and on the industry level, the social skills are something that we've seen people really struggle with, and to be able to work in teams. And I would maybe just add on that too. I think that's why we've seen a lot of success with veterans in the sector. That you'll have people who come out of the military, but they've learned really strong soft skills as well. You learn how to work in teams. You learn discipline. You show up. You communicate. There's a lot of mental resilience as well as required with cybersecurity. It's really not just about coding or just the technical skills themselves. It's kind of like what Graham was saying, like this almost persona of somebody that will hunt down a criminal on the internet. And I know there's a broad range of cyber, but it's I think the soft skills are where we're seeing that. And then on the experience side, I would add looking for opportunities for mentorship. I know we mentioned the Canadian Cybersecurity Network. They have a mentorship program. They're often looking for more mentors, both in industry and people to mentor. But also just reaching out to people on LinkedIn or going to events and meeting them. I think that's a really great way, because we have great talent in the industry, but a lot of our expertise is nearing retirement, or maybe in the next 10 years. So finding a way to bridge that gap between some of these experts that are building the industry and the new talent coming out, and coming alongside them, helping them gain experience and gaining connections is really important.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Sienna, for touching on the different ways today's youth can kickstart their careers in cybersecurity. That's great. Our next question will be for Mark. So Canary plays a key role in Canada's digital research infrastructure. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, how can national research and education networks collaborate globally to strengthen the resilience of the DNS and broader internet infrastructure against malicious actors?
Yeah, so I'll talk about that two ways. One from a networking perspective. So all of this is somewhat related. So one of the activities that Canary is involved in, and internationally we're involved in, is protecting the capability of the networks, as in routing security. So we're involved in things like RPKI, which is somewhat related to DNS. It can start there. And RPKI is essentially a way to verify that you own the number that you say you own, and that you have the right to route information. And so this is important to avoid things like hijacking a route. An example of this is we know of countries that will take data and move it through their country so that they can look at the data. And this is possible through route hijacking. So it's a higher level thing than DNS, which is more point-to-point. So Canary is working on this kind of security. On the cybersecurity side, the DNS is a very important part of the protection. One of the ways that we help DNS is we work on something called a threat feed, and that threat feed is a list of various ways that you could be compromised. It contains a whole bunch of different kinds of information, but it could include malicious websites, for example, and or IP addresses. And so the way we gain this information, some of it is we buy it commercially, so commercial companies will gather this data from different sources, but ourselves, we have a network of the universities that provide information on problems that they have in cybersecurity. If they're breached or if they're probed by something, they can make a record of it, and we can put it in the threat feed. The way the threat feed is used is we disseminate the threat feed to all the other universities, and they put it in their equipment such as firewalls and et cetera, and that allows them to instantly start protecting against these threats. So when one university or site in the network sees something and it's malicious, that we can instantly propagate the information about how to stop that. And so with the threat feed, we also provide the threat feed to certain DNS firewall providers. So they take that information and they add it to the information that a DNS firewall would have. So I don't think we've talked about DNS firewalls, but essentially they block you when your browser or your activity on your device, when you go to use one of these bad DNS locations, it just stops you because it basically does the DNS lookup for you and looks for these bad sites and stops it. And so again, by having the threat feed and including DNS in the type of activities that we're looking at, we can improve, first off, the security of everyone, but also it's an important part of the eventual model, I think, that DNS has to follow, in that there has to be some layer that's verifying, just like any IP address or any other of the numbers. You have to start verifying whether it's a valid, legitimate location that you should be able to go to.
Great. Thanks for that answer. So for our final question, before we open up the panel to questions from the audience, is going to be for all of our panelists. And that question is, what piece of advice would you give youth who are wanting to begin their careers or are interested in cybersecurity? Whoever would like to hop in first. Sienna?
I can start. I think I'm just going to reiterate what we've been saying. A lot of it is just going out and making connections. I think an analogy I like to use is, okay, imagine you're needing to get some lawn work done at your house. Who is the first person that you're going to think of? You might think of, a family, a friend, somebody that you've hired before, somebody that you've heard of. After that, you might ask, your family or friends, do you know anybody? Then after that, you might look on Google reviews, and then after that, you might hire or look for someone random on the internet. And I think the same goes for the job market. A lot of it is really through connections, and I think as we kind of heard even on the panel, a lot of it is just being involved in the industry, going out and meeting people, and you become aware of opportunities, and people become aware of you. And especially in this field, trust is such a big factor that where you can make, where you have either a referral or you've met that person in person at an event, you've gone for coffee with them, establishes at least a little bit of a connection. So yeah, my advice would really be like, get out there, go and meet people, find some companies you're really passionate about, ask people for coffee, just hear about their careers. Even if they're not hiring, it doesn't matter. Just learn from them, learn how they got there and what they're passionate about. So I would leave it at that.
Great. Anyone else want to? Yeah, go ahead and work.
So I second that. You definitely want to make contact. You have to be outside your house. That's basically it. But for the times that you're inside the house, and you have an interest in something, you will never, ever have that time available to you to learn those things. And so I wouldn't say that this is something that you should be just trying to do, but look at any opportunity that you have to train, to look at things in detail as an opportunity that that will pay off later. So there is nothing that I've studied that I haven't either benefited from or used in some way. And there's no way that you have the time to be an expert on everything. And so if you find something interesting and you have the time, it will pay off. It will show up somewhere in your career that you know how to do this. So the example for me is I learned assembler language. And I had no reason to learn assembler language, but I had time and I was curious. So I just did some assembler language while I was looking for a job when I was leaving university. I didn't find a job right away, not a common, quite a common experience. And so it wasn't the first job that I got that involved assembler language, but the second job did. And the only reason I got that job was that I had spent that few months in the summer working on assembler. And so take it as an advantage, take it as an opportunity to pick something, especially if you like it, because it will help your knowledge and you can use it to bank or stack it with something else. The comment about AI, just a general comment. There's a few people that I guess I mentor is the right way to say it, and I've asked all of them, how are you incorporating AI into your skill set? Because it's not that I'm not worried about AI replacing jobs, etc., but you will be expected to know how to use AI. And again, if you don't know how it might be used in the field that you're thinking of going into, then you should think about that, because there's some fields that may be impacted more than others. And the way that you will get through that is by having knowledge of AI and how it will impact it and being able to adjust. And so on that list of things that you could work on, AI would be pretty high on my list.
I'll try and, some of this will be, kind of beating a dead horse, so I'll try and put a different twist on it, but it's important, right? We've spent hours here today talking about technology, but just think for a minute about how much human connection we just talked about in the past hour or so. So 3 things. 1, have in your mind what I like to call like a board, your own personal board of directors, all right? It doesn't have to be, it should probably be more than one person, but it doesn't have to be a lot, right? Think about the person that either works at the organization you want to work for or someone who knows someone who does, and get to know that person. And if you don't have any idea what organization you're interested in working for, then kind of do things like this today, put yourself in a room full of opportunities where you may, learn what that is, right? I mean, nobody got a rewarding career by going it alone, okay? So that's number 1. Number 2 is generative AI, right? Look at it as your business partner and not your competitor. And then the third thing I'd say is everybody, whether you're, whatever stage of career you're in, we all get enough anxiety from the news cycle and social media feeds. For God's sake, don't add to it by beating yourself up. Everybody's kind of in the same boat, all right? Give yourself a little bit of patience, because, it will pay off, right? This will happen, and try and, when you're thinking of, your career, or obtaining it or obtaining the next thing, right? Try and think of it through the lens of what can go right.
Boy, I wanna let that point from Joe linger for a minute, because I think it's really important. But I will also briefly try and reinforce, I think, points that Sienna raised, as well as Gary. I find cybersecurity spaces, especially internet security spaces, to really be trust-based, because of course there are secrets, and boy, some people love to pretend they're spooks and talk in weird language and can be hostile a little bit to outsiders. And I feel that sometimes even as a middle-aged straight white man, and I should, have that experience. That experience is weird for me. And so what I want what I think the way to begin resolving some of that was already mentioned, which is really mentorship. To have someone that you identify, that you think is doing interesting things, and reach out to them, be like, will you help me here in this world? Bring me, can you help me understand the language that people are using, the vernacular of this community, their norms, and that's such a good way to learn how a community works, the people in it, and find a way in. So I think that's the advice that I would provide.
Thanks, Graham, for highlighting the importance of mentorship there. And thank you all for a very inspirational and lively discussion. We have time for, I think, 3 or 4 questions from the audience. So please raise your hand high if you have a question, and a mic runner, wherever they may be, Wyatt, will be right over to you. Also, please be sure to state your name and any organizational affiliations you have. I think, also we might have some folks asking questions over Zoom, so be sure to pop those in the chat. We can, whoever would like to go first with their question.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Wyatt Jerome. I'm with Youth IGF Canada, or Young Digital Leaders of Canada now. Thinking about AI and its uses for cybersecurity and internet safety. Overall, do you see it as a force for good or a force for evil?
I can start. I think that there's so many use cases right now that are on the bad side for AI, that the beginning of this is the advantages to those that are trying to create havoc. So as an example, a phishing email should always be really well written now. It is, and so right away, that's the first thing, right away, just instantly you're a better phisher. Contrast that to the cybersecurity side. We're thinking of how do we make use of the AI? And most of the times it isn't as simple as, well, we're going to just use it to make our emails better. We're thinking, okay, how do we help our backflow, back office flows, et cetera, and how do we do things at scale? So we're looking at much more complicated use of AI. I think in the end, it will help us, and it will be more for the good guys. It'll be much more powerful for the good guys. But initially anyway, the bad guys are going to use it to good effect right now. And then after that, it'll go back and forth, right? One will get better and there'll be counters, and it'll look, I think, a little bit like it does today, where you'll just have counter chess moves happening.
Great. If anyone else wants to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, I would agree largely. I think in and of itself, tools are neutral, but right now I think they are being used more by threat actors. I think a part of the reason for that is also maybe our slower adoption of AI. Like when you're a malicious actor, you're not really following rules. You're just kind of, you can use it, you can manipulate it, and in some ways we go through more procedures on the defensive side. So I think there is a lot of potential for AI. Like for example, in managed detection or response, some companies, I can think of. There's a lot of them that are doing this, but Field Effect, for example, is one company in Ottawa that's doing this, and it's enabling us to do more monitoring with AI than we would ever be able to do without it. You'd have to scan through massive amounts of data, and now we can expedite that process. So it definitely can be a force for good, but I think it is being manipulated by malicious actors, and unless we keep up with the pace of that, we're going to be falling behind.
Yeah, thanks for that. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in. We have, I think, one question from online from Shannon, also from Young Digital Leaders of Canada. There's been a lot of talk in recent years about job growth in the cybersecurity sector, but anecdotally, I have not observed that to necessarily translate to a huge amount of new opportunity in the field, especially at the entry level. Yeah, she's curious about your reflections on this. Has it been a slow jump from perceived sector growth to actual growth? And how do you expect the landscape to continue to change in the coming years?
You can go if you. Okay, great. So definitely, the first thing I think of is funding. So cybersecurity is a cost center. It's a cost of doing business that we didn't have 15 years ago. And so, yes, there is continuing increases in the amount that we're making available for cybersecurity, but I don't think those amounts are necessarily able to grow as quickly as the need might be. So I do think that, one, there's just a simple budget situation, and I think there's, with this current fiscal environment, I think there's pluses and minuses. I think in general the economy isn't growing, and so the amount of cybersecurity that we're going to do may not grow. However, we know that government is prioritizing cybersecurity and defense, and so I think that there will be growth overall in it. On the topic of, I guess it was entry positions, is that correct? Yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I think that there's a bit of hesitation with the introduction of AI. AI is a game changer in cybersecurity and will be used faster than just about any other application other than social media. And so I think that there is a slight pause as it's figured out how to best make use of new people that are available. And so hopefully that pause won't extend very long, but I see it as a possible reason why there has been less entry level. And you can understand, you want to make sure that you have a suitable job for that person, that they can grow. So that starting point, I think, is being challenged at the moment.
I was just going to add as well, and please correct me, but in a lot of conversations with industry, I've often heard as well that there can be a misconception that cybersecurity is an entry-level job. I think that's part of it. There are some positions that maybe are more open to entry level, like if you're doing like pen testing, for example. But a lot of larger cybersecurity positions, you might go into a different software position. You learn some of the, you go into development, or you go into even app development, different software, different software positions, and then you can build up those skills. And I think that's what was being said as well, is you can learn some of those skills on the side or as you're doing something else. So yeah, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but like I think a lot of these positions that people are looking for in entry-level positions maybe aren't so entry-level, and maybe you can build up to a cybersecurity career through other entry-level positions in software or other tech positions.
Yeah, and to put a positive spin on that, I know of companies that their strategy around cybersecurity personnel is to hire new people and train them, knowing full well that they likely, once trained, and this is an issue in the industry, once they're trained, they're more valuable, and they're offered positions that pay more, and so there's a lot of movement in cybersecurity positions. So these companies, as part of their strategy, they hire new people and recognize that they will lose them at some point. Hopefully not, but that's part of their process. So I think that's one of the solutions for the lack of cybersecurity personnel that we have. It's recognized that we don't have enough people to fill the jobs. And when I say that, I'm saying maybe more experienced people, but the answer isn't to just move people from some other company. I think there more companies have to come up with that entry-level strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I think also that right now is kind of, at least from what I read and whatnot, is more akin to when the commercialization of the internet really got going, right? 99, 98, 99, somewhere around there. So that's the kind of market shift, if you will, that I think people are seeing companies are dealing with, right? So part of this also is probably what is the profile, like if you're a hiring person, right? What is the profile of the person that I need to do the job, right? I think that's still being sorted out a little bit. And so, you know, folks are taking their time a little bit before making a decision, which obviously as a job seeker can be incredibly frustrating, but something to take into account.
Can I just add on that? I'd also say that some employers that we spoke with, they mentioned you might have, you know, programs like computer science, and they said sometimes they'll actually prefer students from math or physics or people who didn't even have a general degree. They were just the kind of person that would hunt down malicious actors on the internet, and they kind of were self-taught. So I think there's part of it that isn't just about preparing yourself educationally, but building a bit more of a general experience in the industry, and yeah.
Yeah, that's
briefly, if I could
jump
go
in.
ahead. I think about this sort of problem from an internet governance perspective quite a bit, where I would love more young people to engage in internet governance, but there's really only 2 organizations that engage in ICANN that pay people to go to those meetings from a commercial perspective on a regular basis, which is Two Cows and CIRA, who operate .ca. Pretty sure that's true. Can't think of anyone else off the top of my head. And so I would love more people in internet governance, but it's really hard to be like, here's how you begin to get in, because participating remotely misses a lot of the pieces of it, and going to them is super expensive because they're often very far away. I'm maybe gently hopeful that there is another round of new generic top-level domains coming soon. Joe's going to know about when those applications start better than I do. But that last time brought a bunch of new people in and created a bunch of new opportunities, and so I would expect to see a little bit of that happen. What I also see a little bit of as a pipeline to people into more internet security, but as it relates to the DNS, is a lot of tech companies often have sort of anti-abuse, and their customer support, especially in small ones, are sort of the same team. And people get good at dealing with the tickets that come in the door that tend to be abuse related or security related, and build that expertise up really from a customer service perspective. And I can see those people frequently migrate into, okay, now I needed to create an anti-abuse team. So now I'm running the anti-abuse team, and now I end up with a bunch of anti-abuse or cybersecurity experience, and turn that into a career. And I've seen that happen quite a number of times, and is a relatively accessible pathway.
Thanks, Graham. I think we have time for one more question or 2 questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Maureen from CIRA, and I'm not trying to take any space from youth asking questions, so I'll be quick. But I did want to ask one question to all of you, which is, how many of you have heard of a free product called CIRA Canadian Shield? A few people. Excellent. When I'm thinking about the topic that we are covering right now, which is how we keep the internet secure from harmful actors or malicious this and that, Sierra Canadian Shield is something that you can do as an individual on your own devices. You look up Sierra Canadian Shield online, and it does some of what Mark was talking about earlier. It's like a personal firewall that protects you from going to malicious sites. So we're encouraging anybody and everybody across Canada to make sure that they're using that on their devices, because we think that's really important, and it's something that Sierra gives back to Canada's internet. We've developed it, and we want everybody to use it based on our expertise in the field with professional commercial firewalls. Other point that I wanted to make was Sierra is an organization based here in Ottawa. We do often have co-op terms and opportunities in cybersecurity, policy, marketing, communications, and so that's another kind of place that you can take a look at. People from University of Ottawa, Carleton, Algonquin, and Sierra is often represented at tech job fairs across the city, like in Canada and various events, so just make sure you're taking advantage of those kind of opportunities too.
Great, thanks, Maureen. Yeah, I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Yasmin. I just had a question on your thoughts on the role cybersecurity awareness plays in preparation of attacks like phishing emails or anything of the sort. Think a company trying to prepare their employees not to get phished and breaches to be made, and also the transparency that companies should have when they are breached.
I can comment on that a little bit, but actually, go Graham. Graham.
Oh, no, please.
I would just say quickly that I think as much as you can develop the technology, I think the human factor remains the biggest threat in cybersecurity. So just awareness of, are you expecting an email? Do you recognize the sender? Does it kind of match something that you've been discussing with them? Can you verify them through a second platform? There's also trends towards cybersecurity education platforms for corporations with virtual training. What do you call it? Like basically simulated attacks as well that they can test through your email. So yeah, I would just add that there's those opportunities right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's the awareness, first part of your question is it's critically important, right? It's like the preventative part, right? Like almost like living a healthy lifestyle so you don't acquire a disease as opposed to getting it and then, having to take medication, et cetera, like that, right? It's kind of a, good cyber hygiene, that kind of thing. It's critically important, right? Try to stop something before it happens. In terms of transparency and awareness and those kinds of things, I'd have to defer in terms of what this translates in Canada, but in the United States, right, there's a law on cyber incident reporting, right, that gives a pathway for organizations to report incidents to the federal government, et cetera, like that.
What was I going to add to that? I spend all day, every day looking at phishing attacks, which gives me hilarious insight when corporate IT then tries to phish me, and it's like, guys, come on. But it turns out it works. That the often a little bit clunky corporate IT checking a box primarily for corporate insurance, so that in order to have your insurance against ransomware, you need to test your employees against phishing, that those awareness training systems do actually work. They make a difference. They make people better, and probably less youth and more old people, but they make them better at being more cautious, at clicking bad links. Just don't click anything. Guys, don't do it. And so, I wish there was a better tool. but it seems to work. And until we have something better, we're going to see more of that. On the transparency front, I don't know that I have a well-articulated position there, but boy, sunlight's a pretty good disinfectant, and generally transparency, I think, is going to be better, especially for consumers, so they can be aware of what's happening. He says, having gotten an email from DoorDash yesterday that my email address was included in a breach. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. And please join me in thanking all of our panelists today. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Bianca, and to all of our panelists for chatting and sharing your remarks today. We are now going to have another Menti question populated on the screen. So for our first networking break, we will have the following prompt for you to discuss with one another, as well as input your answers, or we're just really excited about the next one, or at least I am. No worries there. But you will see in a moment the question, how can we make the internet more equal for all? Please discuss this amongst yourselves and populate your answers into Menti. For those online, feel free to put in the chat. Also, a quick reminder that if you have not checked in at the registration desk with Hamad, please do so. We want to make sure we know everybody's accounted for. And we will reconvene at 2:30 to begin our third panel. Thank you. say use it for the person that's right here. Yes.
Okay,
So
but-
the
Okay, thanks so much. I was trying like it's a youth night. I'm gonna be like, good to go? Okay. Are you on this panel?
Hello, everyone. If we could just have everybody return to their seats for the third panel. I would like to introduce our third moderator of the day. Juliana Kaulisser is the Director of Programming and Engagement at Digital Leaders of Canada. She will be moderating the panel titled The Future of Online Harms in Canada. So please help me welcome them to the stage, both our moderator and our panelists.
Thanks, Mira. Thank you, Mira. Good afternoon again, everyone. It's lovely to be moderating this panel. So let's get right into it. I would like to just go around the panel and have everyone introduce themselves and tell me a bit about how you got into digital policy. So we'll start with you, Sumaya.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. How are you doing? How is everyone? I just wanted to do a little pulse check of how everyone's feeling. Awesome. My name is Sumaya Al-Falah, and I just wanted to quickly preface this by saying that I'm here in my individual capacity. I wear multiple hats and have been involved in leading governance and HR on various committees, provincial, national, and international, with international organizations. And so part of my involvement in getting into digital policy has been through my engagement with YWCA Halifax. It's one of 30 member associations across Canada promoting economic security for women, girls, and gender diverse individuals and their families. And so when I think of the lens that I bring into the work of systems design and policy, I think of the era of our rapid technology changes and how that impacts gender marginalized groups and how we can engage them in leading and participating in decision making processes that impact their lives. So I really appreciated Senator Hayes this morning discussing how having not just top-down approaches to leadership, but having young people at board levels and in organization, in working levels as well. And I also appreciated, and I'm interested in seeing more participation of youth in all decision-making levels in legislative branches and regulatory branches in academia, institutions, governments, and international spaces. So I'll just leave it at there and pass the mic on.
Thank you, Sumaya.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Miswagan. I am from Manitoba First Nation SchoolNet. I'm the program manager. How I got into digital policy was from my program manager job. So I do broadband initiatives, technology initiatives. So I basically like one of the decision makers for the First Nation community, 60 First Nation communities in like their technology and broadband initiatives, obviously, like I just said. So yeah, I do that. Plus I also do some digital literacy training, cybersecurity training, AI training for our First Nation communities. So we do that for about 60 sites across Manitoba. Yep, that's how I got into digital policy.
Thank you, Nikki. And Nikki H. We have two Nikkis on this panel. So Nikki H.
Yes, try not to get us confused. I know we look like sisters, so it'll be very hard. Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki Harris, and I am the founder and director of the Future Brief. And so this is an organization that I started, and we work to bring more youth voices into deep technologies. So our 5 pillars are AI, quantum, space, neurotechnology, and blockchain. This is largely because we see that these technologies are going to radically change our future and our lives. In terms of how I got into this space and connected to my organization, so I was previously working at the Department of National Defense on AI ethics, international governance, and then risk management, things like that. And then also while I was there, I was able to do research on AI and quantum integration and how we could leverage that to achieve our national defense goals. But oftentimes being in that space, and then also I would take myself to a lot of conferences because I love these sorts of things. So amazing for you guys for doing that. I realized that I was often one of the only young people in the room, and I was interacting with a lot of these international leaders and leaders in the space that were doing so much, but I found that oftentimes, no, I don't know everything, absolutely, but no one seemed to really engage with me to think about what I cared about for the future. And I was in rooms with these individuals that I saw were creating the future that we are meant to inherit, and I saw that there was a problem with that. And when I would talk to my friends, I also realized that a lot of people seem scared of this technology, even though we are AI native generation or a digital technology native generation. And so I was like, I spoke to someone and I asked him how I could get involved more, and he said, I don't know if anything exists, someone should do something about that. And I decided I was going to be the someone to do something about that. And so now I do a lot of work to bring more young people into the rooms. We host events and conversations and really focus on creating solutions, whether that's policy or technological solutions. And we've hosted things like AI and companionship events. We did that back in February, so that was a little bit before the whole big onslaught of conversation around this. And so that was really fun because we were able to think about it in a lot of different ways, talking about digital sovereignty and all of these things. And a lot of people were able to come back and say, wow, we were having these conversations early before anyone else was talking about it in some ways. And so that's been really meaningful because it's given young people a space to feel like they're in control of the future that we are going to create for ourselves. And so I'm really excited to speak with you all and also learn from you all about how we can create better digital spaces for ourselves. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nikki. And last but not least, David.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me today. So my name is David Burge. I'm currently a counsel at the Department of Justice within the CRA Legal Services Unit. I've been working now on all the AI projects of the CRA and both also the Department of Justice. So now I am very much involved into the digital policies too, even though I'm not drafting those policies. Which leads me to my other kind of little disclaimer that all the views and opinions that I'll be saying today are my own and do not represent the ones of the Department of Justice. So with that being said, I've also recently had the opportunity to be the head delegate of the Canadian delegation to the Youth 7 Summit. So the Youth 7 Summit, I don't know if you know, but it's one of the official engagement group of the G7 itself. And it was even more important maybe for us this year because we were the host country. And within all these negotiations and preparation leading to the summit, I was in charge of the AI and digital technology track. So we discussed extensively these online harms issues and then build up some recommendations that would then share to the G7 leaders. So I cannot wait to speak more about that later on. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. And thank you, everyone, for those fantastic, thorough introductions. So a question that I'd like to pose to you all is, when we talk about online harms, we're talking about a range of issues, from cyberbullying to disinformation to sexual exploitation. So to get our discussion started, I'd like to ask, how do you define online harms, and what is the most urgent issue we should be paying attention to right now in Canada? Okay. Whoever can feel free to jump in.
I can go and then
Great.
I'll start.
Thank
So
you,
I think
David.
it's nobody wants to start because it's the difficult question, and then I think it's very difficult to have this all-encompassing definition of it. But we need to aim to have the common language. This was highlighted by the World Economic Forum. I think it's 2023. They say that we need a common language to address those concerns because otherwise it wouldn't be efficient at all. So they try to build this whole idea of the typology of what could be online harm. So they established 6 main categories of it, which I will read just to be sure to have it right. So the first one was threats to personal and community safety, then harm to health and well-being, then hate and discrimination, then we have violation of dignity, invasion of privacy, and then finally deception and manipulation, which are so the 6 main categories. And I think that definition is interesting because it's kind of recognizing also that while internet is global in nature, the harms can be highly local or context specific. So it kind of leaves a leeway to the people to then legislate the way they want within this like common language. So I think that could be interesting for us. Yeah.
Thank you, David.
Thank you so much. I also saw that World Economic Forum paper, and so I largely agree. I guess something that's really interesting to me is sexual exploitation when it comes to online harms. Working in the AI space, and even, for example, when we were having conversations around AI and companionship, or I hosted another conversation with high school students about AI and gender harms, as well as democracy and what those impacts look like. I think oftentimes the first thing that comes to mind is that young women and girls can be targeted, and you don't really have a safe online space when it comes to the proliferation of deepfakes, things of that nature. And also just the way that young women can be targeted when it comes to body image and things of that nature as well. I would also say I was actually listening to something that came from CSIS today, and they were really highlighting that one of the primary threats in Canada right now is around extremism. And I think that everyone is targeted by that and impacted by that, but in what they were talking about, they really highlighted that sometimes young men can be particularly targeted online for rises in radicalization and extremism in Canada. And especially when we're thinking about foreign interference, that can also become a really big concern and threat. And so in terms of that, I think those are some high-level things that I'm really concerned about, and something that's was highlighted in Bill C-63 when it was being considered at the time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nikki.
So the definition that I have written down is for online harms is any harmful content, behavior, or interactions that cause real damage to the public, to marginalized groups, to mental health and safety, and that extends not just in the digital world, but it has real life consequences. And so when I look at the variety of damaging and dangerous effects that rise from content, I think of the trends that we're seeing around misinformation and disinformation that's been shared here today, and looking at the amplified synthetic media such as deepfakes, which are impacting marginalized groups like women, girls, gender diverse individuals, Two-Spirit, persons with disabilities, and 2S LGBTQIA plus communities at a larger scale. And I'm looking at, I'm also looking again at the trends of extremism and technology facilitated violence that is impacting all those trends. So yeah, that's what.
Thank you, Sumaya. Yes, and Nikki M. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We'll move on then. Thank you. So David, I have a question for you. You recently represented Canadian youth at the Y7, which was held here in Canada this past year. From the Y7 Communique, would you please describe what areas of online harms you and your fellow youth delegates uncovered that youth across the G7 are experiencing, and your recommendation for G7 leaders?
Yeah, thank you. And then first, maybe I'll tell how we got into what are the concerns of the youth. So the way we wanted to be representing Canada, and then all the other delegates also agrees that we need to know what are the youth experiencing first. So we reach out to civil societies, we reach out to many other stakeholders. We issued 2 surveys trying to really understand what were the youth thinking. We reach out to people around us, our own experience too. And then once we had kind of wrapped up these concerns, the main concerns, we went into the negotiation tables with all the other delegates that did the same exercise in their own countries. And then we tried to find what were the common concerns and try to address them in priority in our communique. So I won't have time to go obviously through all the Youth7 communique recommendations that we have, but mostly the one on online harm are going around these three main areas, which was first the safeguarding of democracy, cyberbullying, and then the protection of youth from online abuse and sexual exploitation. So the one of safeguarding democracy is pretty much going against the disinformation as a whole, combating disinformation. And it was very much pushed by the European delegates it's much of a concern for them too at the moment. And then we were trying to find a recommendation that will go against that disinformation, but also in the context of the election, as you know, context of wars, just trying to avoid further polarization of the public scene as a whole. And then to that aspect, we put it as like one of our first recommendations, because also the WEF again, but they put it at the first of the short-term global risk in both 2024 and 2025 disinformation. So we thought it was we should tackle this one with us being the youth and being targeted by it too. So what we wanted to do is that we wanted to urge the G7 leaders to have a mandatory mandatory labeling of AI-generated content, which is a popular idea at the moment, and then just stronger regulatory obligations for platforms to counter disinformation as a whole. And then one of the idea that we had that I find very interesting is this whole idea of community-based information validation mechanism, which is pretty interesting because it also empowers the youth, empowers community to opine on that, to verify, understand, and debate information. But for that idea to be very successful, what we need is well-funded journalism. Why? Because we need to have a source of real information, right, from which to compare the information we're receiving. So I think this was something that maybe again now is being overlooked, but I think is very important. And then going into, I think, a second one, that is the protection of the youth from online abuse and sexual exploitation. We had a meeting with a stakeholder during this preparation with, the stakeholder is called Brave, the Brave Movement. That was an incredible meeting with them. It was like 2 hours, and then I learned so much. And then they shared striking numbers, and then I'll share it to you because I think they are incredibly important and not shared enough. So I'll first start with, these numbers were from 2023. So in the past 12 months, 82 million girls and 69 million boys have experienced some form of sexual violence, approximately 3 girls and 2 boys per second. Obviously, this is not only online, but if you look at the online scene, it's not much better. Over 300 million children under the age of 18 have been affected by online child and sexual exploitation and abuse in the last 12 months. That was 2023, 2024. And also, finally, we are witnessing a terrifying increase in child sexual abuse material circulating online, with more than 105 million images detected online in 2023. So this is something that we really should be addressing now, and it's a past problem. It continues to be now, and then I hope that in the future we can combat it more efficiently. And then in that regard, the ideas that we had is that, and this was one of the recommendations that Canada held the pen on, this was one of the recommendations we wanted to put forward, and then we draft something, was that we must mandate the companies to establish this whole idea of a safety by design approach throughout the life cycle of the tool. And all of that to prevent, obviously, child sexual abuse, but also detect and remove the content from their platform once it is identified, including deepfakes, which is very important. But the whole idea is that we can have that, but it shouldn't go against, let's say, the online privacy and data protection legislation that we have right now. And then finally, we think that companies should also provide a clear route to the user to denounce these things or to report child sexual exploitation to the law enforcement directly for it to be way more efficient. So these, I don't have the time to go into all the other ones, but if you want, the U7 communique is also available online, and then I have one copy here. After you want to see it, we can discuss it further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for those key insights and very thoughtful perspectives. Next, I'm going to move on to Nikki H. So Nikki, conversely, as someone who works around the online space, how do you think we can ensure that Canada's approach to regulating online harms doesn't overreach, especially when it comes to freedom of expressions?
That's my answer. I'm just going to sigh. And I also want to say, I think I'm going to be taking that communique, if you want to give it to me so nobody else in the audience can get it. So I think this is really challenging, and when I saw the question, I was a little scared to answer, but primarily because I think this is the crux of the issue and a very central thing that all lawmakers and policymakers are thinking about. I think the first thing that comes to mind is certainly something that's come up a lot recently. So in last week, I went to MILA, which MILA is the Montreal AI Institute, and they were hosting a trust and safety conference. And so I think there's a really big issue when it comes to trust across the board. And particularly from my perspective, it's not just when it comes to digital spaces, it's also when it comes to institutions, and this exists across sectors. And so when thinking about how to properly regulate something, I think that there needs to be independence and a separation from government and potentially what I assume people are going to associate with particular political parties. And so the emphasis needs to be on that. I know that in Bill C-63, when they were proposing that, they wanted to have the ombudsperson, as well as like a separate regulatory tribunal that could look over these things. I think that there's a lot of credence to that, and that could be very helpful, because in that way, then it's a lot easier for us to dissect what exactly is infringing on our rights. I think also it comes down to definitions as well. which feels very difficult to ascertain sometimes, particularly because I think we're at a point where everyone is just like, what is truth? And once again, depending on the government that is in power, they associate that with whatever choices and decisions are being made. And so even if it is actually independent and it's in line with our Human Rights Act and human rights codes, as well as all of our other legal processes, I think that there's a bit where no matter what, people are like, I don't trust this, and there's going to be a curtailing of our freedom of speech. So when it comes to that, yeah, I think there just needs to be, the primary focus needs to be separation. I also think that there's a certain level of education, because no matter what, I think we as a society have just devolved to this place that is just really awful and disgusting, where we feel comfortable just spreading hate speech online. And that's really hard to regulate from a government perspective. I think also when it comes to platforms, there's a lot more that they can do, because right now we're in a place where, for example, Meta is just like, we're not really going to touch content moderation anymore, which is ridiculous, because we know that there's information that is spreading that is just untrue and false. And so, but at the end of the day, I think that we have also some morality issues in our society right now, where we cannot leave all of the onus and the judgment ability to a private and independent platform to decide how we are supposed to be interacting with each other, and whether or not we feel comfortable saying something to someone's face, but then getting online, and then we're just so brazen to say and propagate hate speech, or to use language surrounding genocide and all of these things. So I do think that it has to be a bit more of a community shift. And so I really like what you were talking about in terms of community work. What we do at the Future Brief is we focus on in-person, getting people together in a room so that we can see the humanity in each other. And so when we're discussing these topics that sometimes can be very difficult, it's a lot harder to say something that is like so rash and incredibly bold and incredibly rude when you have to see that person and know that they're passionate about the issue similarly to you. They might be approaching it from a different way, but there's a base level of respect. And so yes, I do think that there's a lot that government can do, but I don't think it should solely be left to government in terms of balancing whether there is like freedom of speech and hate speech. There does need to be a certain level of working with young people to understand like what are our morals and our values in Canadian society, and what we also deem to not be okay to say in person to each other or online. And then taking it further by actually creating legislation. And then finally, I do think that, which is like a process that's currently happening, there does actually need to be concrete legislation behind this. Once again, how to create that balance, I genuinely just don't believe that there's ever going to be a perfect balance that is struck, because once again, these things are very difficult. These spaces are constantly changing, and it's hard to ensure that our policy and legislation keeps up with it in every single area. But as long as we have clear definitions of what we define as harm, as long as we are continuing to recognize what our freedom of speech rights are here in Canada, which is very different from hate speech. And we need to acknowledge that and be okay that there might be a few people that might not agree with that, and then move forward. I think that that is like a good way to first approach the issue. But
thank you so much, Nikki, for that very thoughtful response that really made me reflect on cyberbullying and the effects of cyberbullying in these digital spaces and ways to mitigate them. So thank you. A question that I'd like to pose to you all now is, how are generative AI tools amplifying online harms, and what can be done to mitigate this without stifling innovation? So whoever would like to go first, feel free to jump in.
I will speak again. Okay. I know you guys are so excited to hear me talk. But in terms of generative AI, I think that the best way to deal with those issues is It's obviously very difficult because, once again, this is information that's proliferating much more rapidly than anything that we've seen in the past. But I do think that it does come down, once again, a little bit to the platforms themselves and trying to crack down on synthetic information, as people have already talked about before, and ensuring that that is taken offline. I think also there's a certain degree in terms of when we're thinking about harms and innovation and generative AI, we have to think about like what is the purpose of the information that we're putting out there and how it's going to harm or help something that's, it's a little bit of a tangent off a little bit, but I was talking to somebody about was, because I know there's a lot of threat when it comes to art and generative AI and what that's going to mean for online spaces. And I was saying to this person that like maybe there needs to be a distinction between a distinction between art and entertainment, and how can we have value in those two things. I think also when it comes to that, that is like a way that we can think of innovation, because I don't think that all generative AI needs to be stifled online and on these platforms, but at the same time ensuring that, once again, we're still protecting people's rights, we're still honoring and recognizing IP and all of those things, as well as still ensuring that young people are able to be in these online spaces and on online platforms without feeling like they're going to be threatened is incredibly important and something that we could prioritize a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Nikki. Who else would like to jump in on this question?
Maybe I'll add a few thoughts. So when I think of rapid technology changes, generative AI, and what we can do to look at innovation and think outside of the box and new approaches, I'm often I'm thinking in the sense of learning language models or algorithmic biases that just regenerate data that are biased against gender groups or racialized groups. And so when I think of how we can find that balance, I think there really needs to be an onus and like a recognition of the power structures that are currently in place, and who are those, what are the designs around technology tools like generative AI and broader technologies. And so without like user testing models that have leading design by marginalized groups within those decision-making spaces, within testing those models and using them, I think that there's going to be continuous gaps in terms of how we're addressing data, in terms of how we want to move forward as a society, as a humanity, and looking at things from, a holistic and human design kind of approach as we integrate generative AI in our, just because again, like as was mentioned earlier, AI and technology is here to stay. Like there's no, removing ourselves from it, and individuals and communities and societies are going to continuously use them. So what are ways that we can bring more awareness on how to better inform decision making around those processes, around tools like generative AI, so we can reduce and mitigate risks that might be negative. So I think I'll just stop there.
Absolutely. Thank you for those thoughtful perspectives, Sumaya. David or Nikki M., would you like to jump in on this question?
I can maybe jump in if you want. Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
So maybe into how generative AI can amplify the online harms. I think it was a bit mentioned into the last panel. I think what it does mainly is that it diminishes the barrier to entry to bad actors, and then it can allow bad actors with a low level of experience, low expertise to still conduct an harmful campaign efficiently with a great reach, and at low cost. So I think this is one of the main concerns in regard maybe to disinformation and generative AI. One other harm that can be comes from the use of generative AI can be just flat harmful answers given by the generative AI itself. For example, you've seen that recently OpenAI have been served by papers from companies, from families alleging that ChatGPT has facilitated or even advised that the person commits suicide. And it's still allegedly, but now we are around, I think it was 7 families. So this is one of the risks I'm seeing. And then maybe another one that is underspoken is in regard to the AI-generated pornographic picture of children. And one of these aspects, if we more than just the fact that the pictures in itself are already something that we should go against, but also the fact that the police, usually when they come across these pornographic pictures of child online, what they're trying to do is that they're trying to identify the child and go and rescue that person. But now they're not really sure sometimes if it's a real kid or not. So they're losing valuable time, and it is making their work way less efficient. So this is something that has been going on and is making them a bit crazy. So I think we should work on that. And then how to go with that without stifling innovation. It's it's the same idea as like going with regulation and then the free speech is very difficult. I think as mentioned, we shouldn't ban these AI tools. It's impossible and it's counterproductive to even speak about it. Maybe one of the things that was mentioned that is interesting in the G7 leader statement on AI this year by Canada is that we should build on what was already discussed with the Japanese and the Italian presidencies, is meaning that we should leverage the outcome of what was called the Hiroshima AI process, which is very, very interesting. And then now there is this Hiroshima Code of Conduct too, with a reporting framework that is super interesting to kind of build this trust on the AI tools. And I think having these international regulations avoid fragmented regulations that makes these recommendations almost inefficient or unuseful. So I think we should be aiming for this kind of international cooperation and try to understand that regulation is not the enemy of innovation. It just gives a framework under which they can continue to innovate.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, David. So Nikki M., now turning it to you. What role does digital literacy, both at the individual and institutional level, play in reducing harm?
Well, just gonna give you guys a heads up. My answer is pretty short that I wrote out, and sorry that I wasn't a part of the 2 first questions. But anyways, back to digital literacy. So, what I answered was digital literacy plays a crucial role in reducing online harm because it helps people better understand how the digital world works and how to protect themselves. When individuals can recognize misinformation, scams, and harmful behavior, they are less likely to be targeted or misled. And at the same time, institutions like the government, schools, and media need strong digital literacy so that they can create clear policies, promote accurate information, and build safer online environments. So that's what I got.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nikki. And Sumaya, I would like to ask you, who should ultimately be responsible for preventing or addressing online harms? The government, the platforms, or the users themselves? So I know this is a bit of a dense question.
It's a really loaded question. I think there's a shared responsibility among different stakeholder groups, but I just really want to emphasize the power structures in place and the intersectionalities of how policies, programs, systems impact different groups of people in society. And so I just have a question for all of you. How many of you know what OCAP principles stand for? OCAP in the back. I see a couple of people. Does somebody want to give us explain what they are, or their understanding of them?
Does anyone want the mic?
Yeah, we can have a mic passed on to whoever would like to share some perspectives.
I did want to note too that I only saw a couple of hands up, so I think it's also telling, but I would really love for you to share here. Thanks.
Okay, so I think it stands for ownership, control, access, and possession, and it relates to Indigenous data sovereignty.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that kind of summarizes a bit of it. And another term that I wanted to ask you about is, how many of you are familiar with free and prior informed consent? Okay, that's good. That's great. So when we're looking at shared responsibility, I think I want to bring it back to like the rights holders of the lands that we're currently on. We've been talking a lot about different topics and hot topics around AI, cybersecurity, data governance, what we can do to mitigate harms. And I think we really need to look back at how systems can really integrate intersectional inclusive design and how they're approaching not just online harms, but broader technology. I want to just bring that back. But going specifically, when we think of free and informed consent, we think of, okay, specifically for rights holders on these lands is the information that's being presented accessible? Is the information that's being shared or decisions, consultative processes, are they in a way where they're collaborative, they're about relationship building, they're not coercive or manipulative? That way communities, First Nations, Inuit, Métis communities across Turtle Island can make decisions about how their data is being collected, how it's being used, how it's being shared. And specifically when it comes to online harms and broader, there's an exponential amount of violence against missing and murdered Indigenous women, Two-Spirited plus communities across Turtle Island, or what we know as Canada. And so when I think of, shared responsibility, who is it? Is it government? Is it platforms? There's a lot of discussion that's been happening over the last couple of days around transparency and accountability. And so the institutions or the corporations that have power, we need to have more transparency. I know there's a balance between, privacy, threat actors, and trying to find a balance. But I think that we need youth at every single table, whether it's working with different platforms, whether it's with governments in the Senate branch, in the legislative branch, in the regulatory branch, whether it's within community. And then when it comes to the end user, I think by us having more awareness and education campaigns of, how are you engaging with online harms? How do online harms impact different marginalized groups? How are we educating our men about masculinity and kind of the violence that's perpetuated, so we can kind of move more towards a socio-ecological model that integrates our frameworks and doesn't look at technology as a separate, or online harms as a separate issue to education, to employment, to the social and political climate. And so when I think of shared responsibility, I think that we all have a role to play, and I'm really proud that we have the opportunity to be here, and we need more visibility and representation, specifically when it comes to in the technology space and the internet governance space. And I appreciate the Net Good program that CIRA put on for us to all be here, and that supports projects to prevent and address harms. That's one way that organizations like CIRA is working. And there's a number of examples of media campaigns, and I'm sure I've been involved in projects around preventing online gambling harms for youth. And there's so much opportunity and space where we can continuously collaborate and cooperate and work together as we move forward. So I think, it's definitely distributed responsibility, and it requires us to look through a lens of intersectionality and power structure in terms of how we're engaging. So I know that was quite long, but
no, that was so helpful and informative, Sumaya. Thank you so much. All right, so a final question that I have for you all is, If you could bring a room of all of Canada's decision makers who could make the internet safer from online harms, what would you say to them as a key recommendation for this space? So,
I guess I'll go first.
yes, please.
Okay, so if I was talking to the decision makers, I would say just making the internet safer. Okay, so making the internet safer isn't just about taking harmful content down. It's about giving people the tools to protect themselves and actually making platforms responsible. So we need rules that hold tech companies accountable, but also have digital education so that everyone can spot scams, hate, and misinformation. The goal, I think our ultimate goal is to protect people while building a better and safer online spaces for women, men, kids, Canadians, basically. So my main advice would be just, focus on prevention, education, and responsibility together as a collective, as a whole, as a country. So yeah, safe internet comes from safe users. So that's for all of us, and then just responsible platforms as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nikki M. Nikki H., please go ahead.
I can go. Thank you so much. So if I was given the chance to talk to decision makers, I think that something that's been mentioned before and something that I've been thinking about with my group is a lot of for example, privacy by design, really instilling these principles and these ideas into our technology. And I think it needs to start on the platform level. It is really important that we regulate and create policies after the fact to try to curtail the worst harms of these things. But I also think that if we didn't have platforms that had an extractive model, that were thinking about how much they could take from us and then taking that data and reselling it back to us, it would make it a much better experience online. I think thinking about the fact that platforms like Netflix, like Instagram, I can name so many, are specifically focused on targeting our sleep, keeping us awake as long as humanly possible, because the longer that they have eyes on their screen, the more money that they make on us is really sick, and it should not be a part of their business model, and obviously it's incredibly predatory. And so when we're thinking about that and really building, whether it's a social media platform or a large language model or whatever it is, and they're starting from the place of thinking about what are the principles and the values that we hold dear and baking that into the system. And when I was at the Department of National Defense, when thinking about risks and harms, those were some of the things that we were thinking about, in the sense that we wanted throughout the stack for engineers and builders to be thinking about what is best for the human, also thinking about also the principles and values that have already been demonstrated and outlined by Canada as well as other nations globally is incredibly important. And then I think that there also just needs to be more of an emphasis placed on literacy, which we've all talked about on this panel. I know that's also a priority of the current government. AI literacy is incredibly important. That's something that I think, in terms of connecting this back to the last question that you asked to all of us, if we don't want to stifle innovation, I think we need to be in a situation, in a position where people understand these technologies, and so they're innovating in a way where these things are once again already baked in, because we have the language, we have the know-how, and we're not trying to perpetuate a lot of these harms that we see online. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nikki.
Yeah, maybe just quickly, I agree with everything that you have said, both Nikki's, and then maybe to build on that, if I was in a room with all the Canada decision makers, I'll just ask them if they read the U7 communique, and then if not, give it to them. I think it's established what I think were the key recommendations. It's difficult to highlight just one, but the whole idea of digital literacy, AI literacy, I think is the main goal, because you can have all the regulations you want around. You also need the population to understand why there are regulations, how to For example, in the idea of safeguarding democracy, how to identify disinformation by themselves too is the greatest tools that we can have. And then so I think this is really what we should be pushing forward, and then on top of everything that's already been said.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. And Sumaya, would you like to offer perspectives on this question?
I think one thing that we're doing good at in terms of like looking at technologies in a different way and expanding our viewpoints in terms of, you know, entering the technology sector is I'm seeing more openness to integrate other disciplines other than like a computer science degree, or just so we can have different perspectives at the table. And I've had conversations yesterday with someone who was a graduate student that was discussing how engineers and policymakers and different types of disciplines who are working together kind of to work towards a goal and to kind of figure out how we can integrate multiple perspectives. So I think that's something that we should continue with, and that we should invest in, and that decision makers should invest to continue to invest in, and as well as I'd say again, just increase. I would, if I had a key recommendation to decision makers, is to really increase not just visibility or representation at the table, but actually apply and really listen. Like listen to the communities that are most impacted by online harms, who are leaders within their communities, instead of having more of a top-down approach. But really listening means that you're gonna take what they're saying, you're adopting, you're integrating. And so, yeah, that's what I would recommend. I don't know if that was key recommendations, but yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sumaya. Well, this was a lively discussion, and we are so thankful to each of you for sharing your knowledge and perspectives on this topic. We have time for 3 to 4 questions. So please, there's a lot of questions. That's great. We're going to have some wonderful engagement here. So a mic runner will get to you, and when you ask your question, please state your name and any organizational affiliation you have before your remarks. Thanks, everyone. Yep, so we will go with purple sweater. Okay.
Hey, my name is Max. Thank you for a great panel. I'm an alumni of Carleton's Bachelor of Media Production and Design program, and my question is for Nikki H. I agreed with your closing comments about the extractive nature of the big tech companies, and I'm just curious on your thoughts about the alternatives to this, because I agree with the importance of principles and values when we're designing technology, but I also think that at the end of the day, if you state these principles and values, but you lock yourself into a business model where your profit metric is eyes on advertisements, you're kind of trying to balance contradicting structures. One is a set of values, one is a profit incentive. And so I'm just curious what you think about that, and if you've kind of seen hopeful alternatives. I don't think we need to assume that social media is always for profit, but I'm just really curious about this myself and wanted to hear more of your thoughts.
Thank you so much for that amazing question that I don't fully know the answer to, transparently. So I think in terms of that, well, right now the structure that we have is really based on advertising, and I think that is part of why it's so important to keep people on the apps. I don't think that necessarily has to be the structure. In terms of an alternative, this might be really crazy and something that none of us want to hear, but maybe we have to pay for our services. And I don't know if that's the only option, but I know that earlier today I was actually with a senator, and we were talking in a group setting about news media and how we can continue to fund these models because news is so important for our democracy. And someone at the table with like a small media entity was saying that she has a subscription-based model and has print media, and that people that actually value that are willing to pay for it. And I think in that way, then we don't really have to sell ourselves and make ourselves the product, and we don't have to sell ourselves out. But I also know that that is not always accessible for everyone, because when I'm thinking about that, I wouldn't pay for Instagram. But to be fair, I'm not on Instagram really. And that was an intentional decision for my sanity and mental health. But I think I think maybe that's something that I also have to think about. I also think that there can be limits, perhaps, because we could potentially have like an advertising model, but does it need to be a model where you take as much from me as you can? Or should we have guardrails where, for example, if you're trying to target someone's sleep and they're tracking this data and know how much time you're spending offline and in downtime, and then I guess to some degree, how much time you spend sleeping, that shouldn't be a space that you're trying to infiltrate further. And I know that they're doing this. So I don't think that it should just be left to like companies to choose whether they should be benevolent or not. But I'm also really sad that we have to tell companies, no, you should not be trying to take away the sleep from, I don't know, a 10-year-old. And that should be that shouldn't be included in the business model. So I do think that there are some regulations that we can put in place to put guardrails on some of the things that they're doing right now. But also, if you have time after, if you have ideas, I would love to hear from you because I don't know how to fully solve this problem.
Me neither. But thank you for your answer. And just to build on your comment about not wanting to pay for Instagram, me neither. But Instagram is what it is because it's free. And we actually don't know what a high quality public benefit, maybe paid version of social media would be like. Maybe generative AI is kind of a step in that direction. Like I'm happy to pay for Google Gemini because it adds a lot of value to my life. And it's not trying to extract from me yet, at least, because I know ChatGPT is adding ads and in-app payments and stuff. But I'm with you. So yes, I'd love to chat more.
Thank you. And sorry, just one final note on that, and I'm going to wrap up. I'm so sorry. I think also something that we were talking about at this like forum or discussion was the idea of like a nonprofit model. And like maybe like crowdsourcing or crowdfunding or something like that, where we all have more stakes in it. And so once again, it's not just based on trying to take as much information from us, but making it feel more communal, perhaps. I don't know if that'll actually work though.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nikki. And thank you, Max, for that really thoughtful question. We'll go with some others from the audience. Yes, Mahtab.
Hi, everyone. Actually, so just a continuation of that, there have been so many efforts to try to like create a co-op, like digital co-ops of like Twitter. I don't think there's been a big one on Facebook, but like I would love to join a co-op and own a share of the social media company that I'm a part of and be able to like make decisions about it. And like I think Wikipedia is a great example of like a free tool. Like Wikipedia is the best place on the internet, and like it is free, so it is possible. But actually, back to my original question is the most controversial part of the now dead Online Harms Act was the amendments to the criminal code. And there were so many people pushing for there to be way more severe penalties for people who did do harm online. And then there were also other people saying, you know, we don't think that like increasing the cycle of criminalization is really the way to go. So I just wanted the whole panel's thoughts on just like, do we need to make those huge amendments to our criminal code and actually criminalize online harms?
I wish I could speak on that, but I was explicitly told that I should not address Bill 63 issue. Sorry.
Yeah, please, anyone feel free to jump in.
I'm like, should I be saying anything publicly about this? I think that it's, as you recognize, it's very difficult. I did see the debate where some people are saying it could be very Orwellian, and also what warrants giving someone a lifetime sentence for something that they've said online versus, you know, there are groups of people or individuals that are inciting violence or calls for genocide and engaging in hate speech. And so I do think that it is incredibly difficult to strike that balance. I think that it is important that our legislation and our criminal code, to some degree, stays up to date with the way that the world is evolving. If we just keep laws and legislation rooted in the physical, real world and not at all pertaining to what's happening in the digital landscape, we can already see that governments, I think, have lost a lot of power to some degree. By just letting these platforms kind of exist as like a Wild West where anyone can do anything on there, and we don't really have the mechanisms in place to really put a stop to anything that anyone's doing. But I do agree that it is incredibly difficult to strike that balance. But I know that for the last bill that was put forward, I think the emphasis was being placed on judges and their decisions that they make. And so even with like changes that would be made, ultimately it would be more, I guess, on a case by case basis, so that those unilateral decisions aren't really being made by governments. And so hopefully that helps a little.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. And thanks again, Mahtab, for that really insightful question. Okay, others. There's someone in the second. Oh, okay. We're going to go down to the back. Thank you. Thanks, Paula.
Hi, I just had a question really quickly. What are your thoughts on age verification and digital IDs being a way to mitigate some of the online harms we see, especially with young youth and children?
Okay, thank you. Okay, is this for anyone to answer? Okay, thank you.
So your question is what we think about digital IDs, children underage for verification purpose? Laws and policies, yeah. That's a really good question. Maybe I'll refer back to like specific research think tanks and human rights organization groups that kind of have more expertise on this issue as it relates to how data is being collected. And again, we're talking about child protections. We're talking about how there's marginalized groups such as children who are exploited in certain ways. And so we talked a lot too about in the conference around privacy, cybersecurity, and what a digital footprint looks like. So my personal view is that I don't necessarily agree with digital IDs being used as a verification source for underage children. I think it could be used in some instances, but again, looking at public trust and looking at the stats around that were mentioned earlier, like how trustworthy are how do Canadians trust platforms, digital platforms and systems kind of, and I think that I think it's a low confidence, right, in terms of trust towards platforms. And then again, age verification using digital IDs, like who is doing that? What age range are you talking about? There's like developmental ages, like I think that we could have different rationales for. So and then are the parents the ones putting that forward, like to the internet? Like there's so many questions that I have, so I don't necessarily have like a complete answer for you, but I don't recommend the digital ID verification for underage children.
Yeah, maybe just to build quickly on that. So I don't disagree or agree with that idea. Just I think the whole idea of collection of data is what's important here. Like they usually say that the best way to mitigate privacy breaches is just to collect less information and have less information internally. So it's something that we should be aware in all the kind of solution we're building around that. So great point.
Yeah, thank you, Sumaya and David. And thanks for that really thoughtful question, too. I know there was a question in the second row, so if we could kindly get a mic there. Thanks, Bianca.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your thoughtful conversation. So my question is in regards to education and AI literacy. I think we've talked about that all day, and we know it's important. My question is, how can we implement it to the different demographics? So should it be within the educational curriculum for elementary students? How can we get that outreach to seniors, to different demographics in rural and remote communities? I would love to hear the panel's thoughts on that question.
Thank you. And can you just state your name for us, please, and your organizational affiliation?
Yes, sorry. My name is Navishka. I'm with Young Youth Digital Leaders of Canada.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I think the first thing that comes to mind, but this is just because of the work that I do, I think it's largely around bringing young people together. Well, one specifically focused on young people, and sometimes it can be community-based. I found that something that was really helpful, the story that I tell is, so for our organization, we really tried to make it as multidisciplinary as possible. So we'll bring AI engineers with sociologists, founders, all of that stuff, which is great. But what we found is that, for example, an event that we had the AI engineers explaining how large language models work in like very high level terms, of course. And we found that that was really helpful because ultimately, I think people became less afraid of the tools themselves because it didn't seem like, I guess they were as malicious perhaps. And then on the other side, the people with like more of a humanities background, social science background, they were able to see or communicate to them why people are so afraid of the technology sometimes and the harms and risks associated with it. And I found that that was really beneficial in terms of like a literacy and opening up conversations because it helped to bridge the gap where we were both able to see two sides. And if anything, it further highlighted that the trust isn't necessarily with the tool itself, but with each other. And so that we have to continue to build those bridge those gaps and build on creating community. I think other areas for education would definitely be in the curriculum. Actually, this is a good opportunity. So my organization, if anyone's based in the Ottawa area, we're hosting an event on AI in education. Hopefully this is okay. Here at Carleton next week, but largely we want to bring more young people into the conversation around AI education, how it's impacting the classroom, because I don't think it should be strictly don't touch, you should be scared of this approach, but also like interacting with this, seeing what you can get from it, but also creating really great guardrails because we want to encourage critical thinking in young people and not just have people just like, spitting out an essay in those particular ways. And then I think when we have that and we also educate our professors and all of that stuff on how they can better integrate it into the curriculum, it can teach people how you can spot misinformation or disinformation, how you could use it positively for research efforts, and when you see information that doesn't make sense and how you can get the best from the technology. But thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
All right, okay, I'll build on it. I think one interesting point that you mentioned is this whole access to AI too, that is very important, and this whole idea of digital divide that we have also in Canada with communities that are far away or communities that don't have access to internet or AI, I think it's very important, and there are great organizations that are working on trying to reduce that digital divide within Canada and in the world in general. I agree with everything that you mentioned into how to integrate also AI into education, the curriculum. I think one aspect that is also interesting is how we can use AI in education, not only how to be educated about AI, but how can AI help with education across the curriculum, across the ages. And I think it's something that can be very interesting. And then I think next week's event can be quite interesting.
Thank you, David. So thank you both for your perspectives, and to Navishka for that really thoughtful question. So we've actually got some questions in the virtual chat from folks online. So 2 questions. The first being, earlier this year, the Common Sense Media report about AI companion use laid out chatbot use amongst youth in the States. Does anyone on the panel know of a Canadian equivalent that surveys Canadian youth's chatbot usage? Okay.
I might know that. Dana here.
Dana, please. Yeah.
So the Center for Media Technology and Democracy out of McGill University has been doing a lot of work on AI chatbots and understanding online harms, but they've been following surveys too on media usage in different areas. So for the questioner in the Zoom room, I would highly recommend looking at their repository of knowledge, again, the Center for Media Technology and Democracy, or their affiliated not-for-profit called Paradigms. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dana. Okay. And another question from the folks online. We're seeing some crackdowns in the US on problematic chatbot providers. Is the panel concerned about how the emergence of open source models, especially in difficult to influence jurisdictions, might mean we need approaches beyond regulation? So this is open to you all.
Yep.
Yes.
I think, again, going back to just general themes, and I definitely, there's a lot of concern just given the political climate that we're seeing. But again, I think it goes back to knowledge mobilization activities where we can kind of look at awareness, like education and awareness is so key. It's really important, and I think it's understated, but I think that by having more awareness around what those chat boxes are and how we can engage in them, I think that will be helpful beyond the regulatory frameworks that we have and that currently exist.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sumaya. David,
Yeah,
please.
and then maybe I think it's we're seeing now, the way I've seen it is that there's some people or some companies that want to push for these open sources models, and then some that want to leave it as like proprietary models too. And then there's two schools that we're seeing also, for example, Meta, that has been pushing for these open sources because they think that everybody should have access to these models, and it should be something more spread across. So there's not this kind of divide or just big companies that have access to these models, but there are risks coming with that. As we mentioned before, it's been mentioned with the bad actors leveraging more efficiently using these open source models. So I think it's something that think tanks should think about too, government too, but it's, I think so far we don't have a clear answer as to what's the better way to do it.
Yeah, thank you, David. Either of the Nickies, are there any perspectives that you'd like to offer to this question?
Sorry, could you read it again?
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So we're seeing some crackdowns in the US on problematic chatbot providers. Is the panel concerned about how the emergence of open source models, especially in difficult to influence jurisdictions, might mean we need approaches beyond regulation?
I think when we're talking about jurisdictional issues, our foreign policy approaches can be really interesting because, I don't know, I know there's a lot of conversation about, and hopefully this is what the individual is speaking to, the US and China being in a race, and I know that oftentimes people talk about some of the Chinese models that are coming out and how they're open source and cheaper, and so there's a lot of concern about whether people in the West will start using these models more, and then what national security issues that are created. Something that I heard a lot at a conference yesterday, as well as the idea that we don't just have to take it as either the Chinese approach or the American approach, that there is like a pathway for more Canadian approaches. And so connecting that back to open source uses in other areas and cracking down on chatbots, I think that like the best way is kind of in the sense creating more opportunities and encouraging builders in Canada. That doesn't mean that it's always going to be perfect, but I think that since it's operating within our jurisdiction, it gives us more freedom to be able to regulate it a little bit better. And in that sense, I think that regulation can be really helpful. That's not to say that we shouldn't work with other people or partner with other people, and also that we should automatically make an assumption about like something coming from one place over another and then stop using it, because I think that creates interoperability issues, and that we should be taking like more of a liberal international approach to these things by way of collaboration and partnership, and keeping things open so that we can learn from each other and continue to build and grow. But I do understand that there are legitimate challenges there, and so maybe it's about, I hate saying digital sovereignty, but building out those capabilities in Canada and make them a little bit stronger so that we can continue to have regulate that a little bit better here.
Great. Thank you so much, Nikki. And thank you to our virtual audience for those really insightful questions. We've got a couple minutes left, so I just want to make sure that there's a final, we'll take a final question in the third row. Thank you, Bianca.
Okay. So I wanted to thank Sumaya for really talking about the intersection of equity with, digital spaces. And I also wanted to double click on Navishka's question in terms of education. When we're talking about the distribution of intimate images and deep fake, and we're talking about education, what strategies do you think we need to use to talk about youth maybe, or younger people engaging in sexual activity?
Thank you for that question, Elena.
That's a really good question, a very deep question. So I'm just trying to understand your question. So are you talking about education and bringing awareness, like in terms like to youth around sexual activity?
Yeah, when we're talking about digital literacy,
yes,
and education, and maybe if any other panelists want to jump in, please feel free. You know, what message do you think we need to send to younger people?
Mm-hmm. I think there's important work being done with programs across schools and organizations to educate youth specifically around sexual activity in general. And now more, I think there's the added layer around online harms and how that impacts youth. So I think there needs to be, like, strategies are again around education, like workshops, bringing together youth to kind of discuss issues in a safe way. And I think there needs to be a culture shift in terms of the stigma around sexual activity, around just recognizing that, you know, youth are in online spaces, and that there's a lot of challenges I feel that younger youth and are experiencing now compared to older generations, because they grew up in the digital era. So I think there needs to be a braver, I'm not going to say safer spaces, I'm going to say braver spaces where we create conditions where youth feel like safe enough to communicate with their parents, their community members, their schools when things come up for them. And so, again, I think it goes back to attitude shift and education and awareness, and having those youth collaborate and create decisions based off of the challenges they're experiencing with their lived experiences. So, yeah.
Thank you, Sumaya, and thanks again, Alana, for that really great question. Yes, Hamad. We'll take a final last question.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
make this really quick. I think earlier some of you talked about the importance of fostering empathy and community building to resist, bad actors from spreading online harms. So I was just curious, like, do you have any specific recommendations around that? Because my first thought was, on a large scale, that seems like kind of difficult to do. So I'd be really curious to hear what thoughts you guys might have on that.
Thanks, Hamad. So we're going to try and answer this in 30 seconds or less, but please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and then it's more than 30 seconds. But the idea of developing this whole empathy and then this community-based information validation is based on that too. And then I think we have good models coming from Germany. If you want to look at it, they have these like fact-checking organizations. I think I was trying to find a name. I think there is. I noted it down, so I'll try to find it just quickly. There is yes, it's called Corrective. And then it is very interesting the way they are being doing it, also including journalism in it. And I think it's one of the many models that we can follow, but I found this one pretty interesting to look at.
Thank you so much, David, and thanks again, Hamad, for that question. So I'd like you to please join me in thanking our panelists today. And we will now break for 15 minutes and reconvene at 4 p.m. for the workshop on youth and digital policy. Thanks so much, everyone.
Okay, that even scared me. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I would now like to introduce our final moderator of the day. Megan Dietrich is a program manager at the Center for International Governance and Innovation, or Center for International Governance Innovation. The panel and workshop that will be presented now is titled Youth Engagement in Digital Policy. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists. I also welcome everybody to gather in the middle. I know that we've dispersed a little bit, but this will be a workshop for the second portion, so we'll be getting to chat to everybody soon. I'll pass this off to you, Megan.
Thank you. Where's my panelists?
Welcome them on, and then.
Okay, sure. Yeah, come on up, panelists. Might be helpful. Yeah. I honestly don't know what it is, though. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here today, and thank you for that introduction. My name is Megan Dietrich from the Center for International Governance Innovation, also known as CIGI, and I'm thrilled to be your moderator for the session today. We have an exciting program lined up, starting with a panel discussion featuring some incredible leaders who are shaping the future of communications, technology, digital policy, and youth leadership. After our panel, we'll transition into an interactive workshop facilitated by the Young Digital Leaders of Canada team. So get ready to engage and share your ideas and muster up the rest of your energy for the workshop to follow. Before we begin, just a quick note, we'll be saving audience questions until the very end of the session. There'll be about 10 to 15 minutes at the end where you'll have a chance to ask our panelists your questions directly. So now I'm delighted to introduce our panelists. First, guess what order we're in here? We have Ella Wiggins, Business Development Specialist in Communications Technology at Invest Ottawa. We're also joined by Ashna Ali, Leadership Development Facilitator at The Days. Also pleased to welcome Ellen Taylor, Policy Analyst on the Internet Governance Team at Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, or ISED. And finally, Emmanuel Lukawecki, Canada's first-generation Connect Youth Envoy to the International Telecommunication Union. We're fortunate to have such a diverse and accomplished group with us today. Each of our panelists brings a unique perspective on leadership, innovation, and the evolving digital landscape. So we're going to go around for all of you to introduce yourselves further, and if you could also please tell everyone a little bit about how you got into digital policy. So whoever would like to go first, go ahead.
I guess I'm going to go first. Hi, everyone. As noted, I am Ella Wiggins, the Business Development Specialist for Hardware and Telecommunications at Invest Ottawa. And part of my role currently is that I act as a bridge between industry, post-secondaries, as well as government, and really connecting not only companies with resources that they can use for expansion in industry, but also acting as that person and point within an ecosystem that can see a larger picture. And really, that's where my entrance into the digital policy comes from. So I do not have a technical background. I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy and leadership with a minor in poli-sci. That's the closest I got on that end. And started with the government, realized I wasn't seeing the changes I wanted to really see in the work that I was doing. So I left that during COVID and started working with Invest Ottawa. I started as a receptionist and worked my way up and talked to enough people, made enough contacts. And I think what really allowed me to flourish in this role was to make connections, but also to stay curious and to see that bigger picture from an ecosystem point and realize with my background on leadership and poli-sci is, oh, that's how you can influence policy. Oh, that's where I understand where that mode in a legislation or where somebody's saying that talking point is coming from. And surprisingly enough, it comes from industry quite often. And I'm seeing that as a clear pattern, and I'll probably be talking to that a little bit further, but I think that's where my impact and where I'm seeing digital policy is from that macro lens from industry.
Great, thank you, Ella. Yeah, go ahead. Great. I actually just want to piggyback a little bit too. I have a very non-traditional background. I work at at the DAIS, we are a public policy and leadership think tank. We work at the intersection of tech, democracy, and education. I studied anthropology, and I often get LinkedIn messages from new grads asking me how I ended up at a think tank. And my career actually started about 10 years ago in the community development space. So I worked primarily on youth engagement across like a range of issues. So I worked on gender-based violence, I worked on civic engagement. And I think these early experiences are really important for me because they showed me the importance of facilitating really inclusive spaces and taking a really trauma-informed approach. I also just saw the power of what it means to facilitate a space where people feel like they're meaningfully able to participate. And I wanted to see structural changes after that, and so I ended up pivoting to national and international campaigning after that. I worked as a consultant for a little while, and I worked with Oxfam Canada, Global Affairs Canada, and I worked on introducing a few equity-driven policies. One of the most recent ones was Bill S-283, which calls for political parties to disclose diversity data. And I feel like all of these skills more holistically really equipped me to work in digital policy now, and specifically with young people. At the DAIS, I really focus on helping young people feel confident and like build skills where they're able to shape K-12 education and technology policies. And I think I just always think so clearly about how is it that I can make somebody feel a bit more confident as they're stepping into spaces of influence. So, yeah. Excellent, thank you.
I love this like non-traditional or like non-linear vibe. I'm gonna hop on that as well. So hi everyone, bonjour tout le monde. My name is Ellen Taylor. My pronouns are she, her, elle, la. I'm a policy analyst at ISED, Innovation, Science, and Economic Development, lots of words. And I kind of stumbled into digital policy as well. So in my undergrad, I was doing a Bachelor of Knowledge Integration at the University of Waterloo, which is kind of like an arts and science, and was really interested in kind of UX design. How are we designing things online? I was hired by a software consulting company during COVID, which was, I was really fortunate that was one of the few places that was hiring. And they were looking at how do we put Canada's arts and culture sector into the online space. And that I found that really interesting and really cool. And so I ended up doing my undergrad thesis on digital inclusion in Canada in the arts and culture sector. And then from that, I was talking to my cousin about it, and she was like, hey, like I'm doing this internship at the International Telecommunication Union. They have actually a kind of UN digital inclusion piece. I think you might be interested in the internship later on if you'd like to apply. So I did. I got the internship, and from that experience, I really learned about kind of the digital piece and some of the digital development piece in the UN side of things. And then from there, I actually met the Canadian government counterparts at ISED, where I now work today. So that's a little bit about how I got into digital policy. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Ellen. Emmanuel, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi everyone, my name is Emmanuel Lokowicki. Like many young people, I wear quite a few different hats. So today I'm here on behalf of Young Digital Leaders of Canada, still getting used to the new name. But then in addition to that kind of advocacy piece, I'm quite active in the ICANN community. So I just came back from ICANN 84. And then also, as was mentioned, I'm the Generation Connect Youth Envoy for Canada at the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union. So many acronyms, so I'm just making sure we spell them out so that everyone understands them. And so in that specific instance, it's bringing these dialogues that we're having here in Canada up to the international stage to then talk with all the different Generation Connects across the globe about what are our priorities within Canada. In addition to that, I'm a PhD student here at Carleton, apologies. And then I work for the Government of Canada as a senior policy analyst working in AI security as well. And how I got into this, similar to everyone, I kind of stumbled into it, looking at the security aspect and looking at the economic prosperity aspect of just kind of what can you blend those two together. And the internet was one way to do that. And now I'm here.
Great, thank you. Glad to have you all here. And my first question is also for you, Emmanuel.
So you're doing lots of civil society work while also, as you mentioned, pursuing a PhD and working in government. A lot of youth are similarly positioned in that they're trying out different initiatives and careers while they're in their 20s while balancing school. What are some of the strategies that you use to allow you to bounce around to different spaces and different stakeholder groups?
Yeah. So at the kind of like big macro level, I take two strategic approaches to that. The first one is I try to remind myself that I'm a finite being, meaning that I can't be in multiple places at once. And the more things I accept, the less things I can end up doing as a result. And so like here today, I'm not in the capacity of a Government of Canada employee. I'm just here as an individual. And then to volunteer for YDLC, I had to make sure that Values and Ethics was aware of this. And so there's certain constraints that you have to be aware of. The more things you sign on to, the more constraints you will have. But the flip side of that is be mindful of your advantages as being a young person. You tend to, or at least I had in my experience, had more free time than most older people. And so whenever anyone was like, hey, do you want to do this thing? Do you want to volunteer? Do you want to give your time? Or do you want to work on this little side project? I always said yes. And now I'm finding the flip side of that where I have a little bit too many commitments. And so now it's trying to figure out ways to prune and make sure I can do a little bit of different things all at once.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great advice. Thank you. My next question is for Ella. Many youth find themselves in the private sector. Where do you feel that youth can have a strong impact in digital policy as early private career professionals?
I think it's a really great question, and I've reflected on it quite a bit, especially from what I'm hearing from the industry side and just in conversations at job fairs or networking events as well. Especially in Tech Tuesdays, you see so many students coming out and making connections, and I think that's actually one of the main points that you want to do, and where you can actually influence that decision. It's not only just you looking to get into the private industry, it's you influencing in ways of curiosity, where you've studied, and the skills that you've built along the way, and the lived experience you have as people that have grown up with technology all around you. Maybe a manager in your private, in a private institution or company, they didn't grow up with the internet at their fingertips. They grew up, they were like, wow, Steve Jobs on stage, what's an iPhone kind of thing. And we were all, yeah, it's just an iPhone. We grew up with that. And I think that's our superpower in a way. And getting into the room and getting into the job and into the private side, that is where you can influence policy. Because I often also see is policy, long before it hits legislation, it's influenced at the private level and in industry. And youth have a superpower when you enter in your early careers where you can, like you said, take on more with your time, take on more projects. You can start at your company a group of people that want to talk about AI, that want to talk about accessible design in programming. You have that ability as youth to step into the space and be curious and show ambition to your superiors to get your voice at that table. And when you are at that table, please use your voice. When they ask you, what's your feedback? Do you have any suggestions? Do you have any questions? Have something. Because if you don't, passiveness will not change the future. Active action will. And that's how I find digital policy on the private end is it's being influenced by youth. It's from committed effort by youth in their companies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that you highlighted using your strengths to your advantage there. Thank you. My next question is for Ellen. What challenges do you see internationally for youth to be meaningfully included and engaged with? And how are countries, both Canada and any others you might speak to, finding a middle ground in engaging with the youth stakeholder group in international fora?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question, Megan. I think that's a really important one. And Ella, I love the way you phrased that. I think that's that committed action piece is so important. And that's something we see kind of across the board. So to answer that question, I think I'm going to break it into kind of two parts. So I'll talk a little bit about the challenges that we see for meaningful youth engagement at the international level. And then I'll kind of switch gears a bit and talk a little bit about what ISED and is doing in terms of advocating for that at the international international spaces. So something that I've seen, and I think a lot of us here have seen, there's a lot of systematic barriers that youth face for accessing these kind of multilateral, especially UN spaces. There's also a large variation of definitions of what even is youth across the world, and that is a challenge in itself, right? Because if you have a program like ITU's Generation Connect program, great program, but it's 18 to 24. That's how the ITU defines youth. So when you age out of that, it's challenging you're still, like, I'm 26, I'm still young, I don't know how to keep engaging, like that, it's hard. And in some spaces in the world, youth is defined up to 35, right? So it's just, that in itself is a bit of a systemic and systematic barrier that challenges longevity as well for youth engagement. I think as well that there's, in terms going to the definition piece again, the word meaningful in meaningful youth engagement is really challenging in the international space. When you talk about that in different UN spaces, whether that be looking at something like the World Summit on the Information Society or in really specific resolutions, everyone's like, okay, but what does that mean? What is meaningful? And so some actors, don't recognize that term or have a very narrow-minded definition of what that term could be. And so that's also a challenge. And then I think there's also challenges with stigma as well. And I really like what Senator Hayes said this morning about the reciprocity that needs to be recognized in engaging in conversations with youth. It's the idea that we have something to share as well, and we're also looking to learn. And I think that's often lost in a lot of even mentorship relationships as well, well-intentioned as they may be. And so that's something that I think is definitely a challenge at all levels of meaningful youth engagement. And I think, also, everyone here is leading work actively. And I think that recognition needs to be more pervasive, that we're all, youth are already doing such incredible work in this space, and that gets lost too, again, not just at the international level. So then switching gears into how we're addressing these issues of meaningful youth engagement in internet governance discussions at the international level. So a couple things I wanted to kind of point to this year. I said particularly my department, which is the Internet Policy and International Telecommunications. I said that backwards, but that's okay. We sponsored an initiative called the ITU 160 Gender Champions Initiative, which was at the International Telecommunication Union, and we sponsored, I believe it was 12 young women around the world who were really leading incredible initiatives focused specifically on the intersection between gender and youth in digital spaces. And so we brought them to Geneva to participate in the World Summit on the Information Society, a high-level event that was held in July. We've also sponsored youth to attend events such as the Plenipotentiary Conference that the ITU hosts, that was in 2022, as well as the World Telecommunication Development Conference in 2022, alongside Australia, who's also quite active in this space. And then as well, we engage, when we go to these spaces, we do our best to engage in intergenerational dialogues. Again, as part of our rationale of sponsoring these youth initiatives is really recognizing the importance of having youth in the room. And that is so critical, as well as we think about, I didn't know a lot about digital policy, and I think even just getting young people in the room and a seat at the table is so important. And then also at spaces like this, we're really pleased to engage here and at the Canadian Internet Governance Forum that was held yesterday as well. They're really important for addressing meaningful youth engagement. Yes, today we're talking more about the national piece and what we're doing in Canada, but again, that all is connected to the international space when we go in and talk about, what is Canada doing and how do we talk about that with other actors and countries. So I think that's kind of how I would frame that piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that thoughtful response and, kind of highlighting that impact. So my next question is for Ashna. So you've been working to coordinate significant youth engagement in digital policy projects across Canada. So would you please briefly describe this project and identify the learnings that you and your team have had regarding meaningful youth engagement?
Yeah, great question. So at the dais, last year we launched an initiative called Screen Break. And Screen Break is the first initiative across Canada that supports educators, teachers, students, and parents, specifically on this new reality of phone-free classrooms. So across the US and other parts of the world, there is this phone-free schools movement that's been building momentum. And specifically in Canada, over the last year, there's been phone restriction policies that have been implemented across provinces. The way that these policies look in every province is a little bit different, and the way that they've been implemented also looks very different. And so we've been just trying, on one hand, to understand how it's going. We've been traveling across Canada, speaking to different stakeholders about what are challenges that you've been facing, and then also thinking about what are practical ways that we could help them measure the progress that they've made over the last year and other gaps in terms of actually implementing the policies. And then on the other hand, making sure that young people are co-creators and a part of shaping what these policies look like moving forward. And so hence the Screen Break Youth Champions program. So this program is really exciting. It's the first time at the dais that we've worked with high school students. We've been working with students in grade 9 to 11. And they essentially, over the last 8 months, have underwent this leadership development curriculum where they learn, they have a mentor, and they go through knowledge and skills training, learning practical skills like public speaking, advocacy, facilitation, but also knowledge training with guest speakers coming in and experts in the field, and learning about big tech, the algorithms, thinking about how education policies are enforced, how they can be a part of that process. And so after this leadership development training, they actually get the opportunity to take all of their learnings and put it into practice, both in school and in their communities. And so we gave them each grant money in order to put on screen-free events in their schools and lead dialogue with their peers in collaboration with teachers, parents, and other staff at school to really talk about their experience with the policies, but also be able to reflect on the role of technology in their lives. And I just want to preface that Screen Break isn't about saying tech is good or bad. It's just really about us having control over tech rather than tech having control over us. And we really emphasize that in the messaging to the young people that we work with. Obviously, the role of technology in classrooms, especially one of the students that I was working with, I was telling her about how when I was in school, we had blackboards. That's not a thing anymore. Apparently, it's just like whiteboards now. So I was like, oh, it's been a while. Things have changed. And so I think at this stage, it's been really amazing to also just see them taking ownership at this stage of being able to implement their learnings into practice. Yeah, and I think the second part of the question in terms of our key learnings that we've found from this, one, just youth leadership is so powerful. There's so much that we've learned from these young people that we wouldn't have found out specifically from the other stakeholders that we've spoken to. We were also very intentional about recruiting a very diverse cohort. So we have 2 students per province, and then within provinces, we've picked students that come from small towns, big cities, different learning abilities, public schools, Catholic schools. They all have really unique policies within their schools, but also relationships to tech themselves. And so they've learned from each other, and we've also learned from them. I think the second piece is the importance of structured support. I think it's one thing to have an idea, but to actually put it into action. And so I think with us specifically, with the curriculum and them having this one-on-one mentorship and guidance, they've been able to see their ideas come into fruition. And I think it's been such a pivotal part in them building confidence. And then I think just the last piece is being really transparent and communicative about where their time is going and what it will lead to. So we're very transparent with them in terms of when you go into your communities and when you speak to your peers and you collect this information, what are we going to do with it specifically? And what are the steps that you can take with decision makers, whether it's within your school board or like on a provincial level?
That's excellent. Thank you for sharing some of those key insights and learnings from the important work that you're doing. So I have a question to pose to the entire panel. How do you think we should define meaningful youth engagement in digital policy? So a broad question, so whoever would like to go first on that one.
Yeah,
Thanks,
okay.
Emmanuel.
Happy to take a crack at it. Ellen touched an important piece where young people, the definition is very murky. I believe, Dana will probably correct me if I'm wrong, the YDLC, our cut is 30. So for this case, I will say 30. So people under the age of 30 who are armed with knowledge and a platform, who share their perspectives, that are actively considered. So this shifts the onus to not only the young person, in this case under 30, but also to everyone else. So for the young people, that means that you have to actively seek out some sort of knowledge. You can't just share whatever perspective you want and expect people to consider it without any sort of knowledge. Now, that doesn't mean traditional education. That can mean talking to other people and just trying to get a broader understanding. Flip side of that is also trying to find platforms. So join a volunteer group that is active in these communities, or finding any other way that you can share your voice. But then the flip side of that is all these other organizations or everyone else who is not in this under 30 category needs to help these young people when they want to seek out this knowledge, when they want to seek out this platform, and above all else need to actively consider whatever they have to say. And to plug, because those were all a lot of strategic amorphous words, I would say 2 great programs, and they're in the room, so I'll give them shout outs. CG's Digital Policy Hub, great program, as well as the ICANN Fellowship and Next Gen programs. They arm people with knowledge and the platform so that they can actively share this. And if you go and see any YDLC member, for the most part, we've been in either one of those programs. So there's a lot of us in the room, and you can actively ask us how we found those experiences.
Excellent. Thank you, Emmanuel. Does anyone else have any thoughts to share on that?
I can jump in. I think obviously we hear this a lot today of just like youth having a seat at the table, but it's obviously more than that. It's them being able to set priorities with like other people at the table from the very beginning. I think a couple of things. So one is paying young people. Through our program, for a lot of the high school students that I've worked with, this is their first job, but they were getting paid to learn and also to implement their activities within their schools and communities. And I think it really shows that their time is valuable. And so I think that is one element that I would also add to this discussion. And then the second piece is creating the conditions for agency within programming. There was a lot of flexibility within the Youth Champions program, for example. There was a lot of exercises that they did that allowed for them to think about the role of technology in their own context. And we were quite flexible in terms of what mediums they could communicate with us. So for example, if they wanted, there was this one activity we had where they tracked their tech use for a few days. And some of them recorded, they did kind of these like short snippets of like, this is what happened today, and that's what they submitted. Other people submitted like an artistic visualization of what it is. Other people did diary entries. And I think just having a bit of flexibility in terms of meeting young people where they're at and what interests them and being able to incorporate that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Did you have something to add? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think both Ashna and Emmanuel raised some really, really important points. I was also going to shout out the ICANN Next Gen program particularly. So that's fantastic, really great initiatives out there. But in terms of defining meaningful youth engagement, which again is really hard at in different spaces, but some keywords that I kind of wrote down in preparation for this were iterative, reciprocal, comprehensive, and intersectional. And I think having been this is just in my personal capacity, having been, before I was working for the government, a youth stakeholder engaging in some of these spaces, and just noticing like people around me being just so kind of tired. They're, working doing so many different things and trying to engage in these really challenging processes, challenging in terms of like they're just hard to get into. And they're not seeing kind of where their impact is. Often there'll be kind of these consultations and submissions, which are great and important. But then I think there's a bit of a challenge in terms of the feedback loop there as to where did that input actually go.
And I think just in the current context of the work that we're doing on the World Summit on the Information Society, which is a UN process that features internet governance quite heavily, we've been really, really pleased to see youth submissions that are published online from youth around the world, and we do take them into account when we form our own kind of approaches and edits in these kind of more closed door spaces. So that's something that I think is important to note in terms of meaningful youth engagement. And just the other thing I kind of wanted to say was looking around the room and noticing how we're all engaged in different stakeholder groups and doing really active and impressive work. Just thinking about engaging youth both within kind of the youth stakeholder group, but as well as across stakeholder groups, recognizing that there are young people already doing work in different stakeholder communities. So that's kind of what I was thinking about with defining meaningful youth engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Ellen. I think the buzzwords that you kind of threw out there really underscored some foundations for a definition. So thank you. Did you have anything to add for that, Ella?
I am 100% here for the pay side of things, 100. And I also, the ICANN side is a great organization that can support. But from an industry side, it's actually having your managers and talking with your managers about what you want to see and gaps. You are the future workforce within it, within your company. And to have that meaningful impact and to really define it means that you need to first understand what impact you can make. And you being present in this room is already a fantastic start towards the work that you're already doing and to making that impact even further, more full. But also, it's going to conferences, it's going to meetings, and it's talking about issues maybe around what you don't normally hear of at those tables. And it's bringing voices to ideas that you've heard from other youth and being that advocacy in those rooms. Because you make those talks, you make those points impactful and meaningful. It starts with you.
Great, thank you for that. I think that's a great segue into our next piece. So we're now going to move into the workshop component of this session. So in a moment, we will ask you to form yourselves into groups of approximately 4 to 5 people. In these groups, we're asking you to come up with 2 to 3 clear recommendations of what meaningful youth engagement in Canadian digital policy looks like. Your responses will be captured in the post-forum report and will shape how the Young Digital Leaders of Canada advocate for youth as a stakeholder group in domestic digital policy and international internet governance. We'll let you take the conversations as needed with approximately 20 minutes to do this. In the last 10 minutes, we'll come back together as a group to discuss your responses and also allow you to ask questions to our panel. The panel will also have the ability to float throughout the room and join some of the groups in these conversations. For the virtual participants, you may join a breakout room and come back to the main room in 10 to 15 minutes, which our virtual moderator, Shannon Tom, will provide you with a time reminder. So we can go ahead now and get sorted into those groups. Thank you. Thank you. Is that what you needed? I hope I double captured that. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Sure, yeah. really see the passion in the panelists that you chose, especially I think that really came up organically with Q&A. The passion for some of the topics and really connecting with the audience. So yeah, I really love that. It's good. Yeah, it's a good group. So yeah, almost. It's almost this Tuesday. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's been a good group. It's I kicked off right like I kicked off at CG right when I kicked off, and I've been learning alongside them, and I've learned a lot from them. So it's been good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, good. Okay, I'll pass it along to Rianne because I definitely can't take the credit for any of that.
Oh, no,
but-
I mean, it's true. Like,
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Me too.
But yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, you got like people like
Mhm. Yeah. You know, the hub superstars, you know. Like but
everyone
yeah. Absolutely.
phenomenal.
Yes.
Well, I'll let you kind of get to it.
Sure, yeah,
It's always
thank
like
you.
to debrief with
Yeah,
someone.
thank you. Oh, yes.
Coffee?
On the cafes.
Caffeine.
Yeah.
Please just note this is your 2-minute warning to really finesse those recommendations, and then we'll be coming together as a group to really give space so that we can all discuss as a group largely what some of those recommendations were. So just your 2-minute warning. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Perfect. Thank you so much. So in this next about 10 minutes, I wanted to have that we can come together and kind of discuss some of these recommendations, because as I floated around the room, it was very clear that there were some overlap with different groups of some of the items, but also too where there could essentially be a pushing of the envelope. So if there's members from each group, and then if there's no one from a group for our team, please nominate yourself to speak, to come up and kind of discuss. Hello? Hello? Yep. Okay. And since now I'm more mobile, I'll come to you. So is there someone from this group who can kind of speak to some of the key things?
So what are the key things that we could share? Yeah, so I feel like in our group, in terms of asking why youth should be engaged, was for me anyways, I brought a lot of terms back from my home territory and where I come from as an Indigenous in central BC. And so a lot of it came around transliteration and bringing these modern and technical terms into the light back home. And so I was explaining a lot of things like, well, we have youth councils and elder councils back home, and explaining to them in the language is the hard part. And so being able to say, well, speaking about privacy, speaking about AI, speaking about internet, we have to talk about, okay, how do we explain that first of all, but then how do we explain what those things also mean in separate layers? And so when we're engaging with the youth councils especially, we're talking to them in our language. And sorry if I'm stuttering because English is my second language. But when we speak about things, and like I said here in the group, was speaking about things like terms of reference and speaking about user agreements, we speak about things in the language like, okay, this is an electric brain. We're looking at a photo that moves, and you as a human being are entering new territory, just like an indigenous coming in to a new traditional territory in a different part of the lands. And these are the laws that come with it. These are the agreements that you agree to as soon as you cross that line drawn in the sand. These are the respects and the customs that come with that movement. And so it comes with a lot of visionary and descriptions such as that. And so I feel like a lot of what we spoke about had to do with basically the utmost importance of youth engagement and being able to, for me, transliterate that and to transform that into a better way to communicate that, especially for us as youth and for us being the next generations that are going to be taking over these tech businesses and the world, basically to build a better world, whether it's by using AI, by utilizing technology, it's for us. And so we also spoke about like colonized governmental systems that are in 4-year terms that don't let those things evolve. And so looking at the importance of inherited knowledge and looking at how we can pass that on as a unified peoples and a unified, there's also those boundaries in between just youth and elders, but all those in between. And so it's creating those bridges that tie those generations together without having that, I don't even know what to call it, but like earlier we had, I forget his name, speaking about the old guy who didn't want to leave because he wanted the park named after him. Those kind of things that stop a lot of, Jackson, yeah, that stop a lot of those processes. So yeah, I hope I got the most of it.
Thank you so much. If we could go to this, yes. This panel here.
All right. So the idea that we discussed most in our group was the idea of a provincial, province-specific youth IGFs, because we kind of came to the conclusion that certain topics have, different meanings and pretty much, I guess, like repercussions from one province to other. Online harms, for example, has like a different cultural context in a remote community compared to like a more metropolitan city like Toronto or something like that. And and I think one of the other recommendations that we had was the idea of meeting youth where they are. So you within the resources that they have. For example, not everyone has the ability to travel, to another province for a youth engagement event.
it's easier to meet them where they are, like within their means of transportation and accessibility, and I guess being budget friendly and affordable in that manner. Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to add to that, or Navishka? No. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. So for our group, some of the recommendations that were brought up was engaging high schools, which in a way we're able to give awareness and workshops. And there's also like an incentive that it's, you know, it's part of school or their class, so hopefully more likely to get some engagement there. Another thing was investing in startups, young talent, and making sure that it represents all throughout Canada, across provinces and territories. And we have multidisciplinary collaboration where we're involving technical folks, folks in the arts and sciences, and just all disciplines in the policy process. Actually, the policy process was a very big theme in our discussion, and ensuring that we're able to educate young people about the policy process so then they understand the mechanisms on how to change systems through that. And yeah, that's us. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. So we had a really lively discussion amongst my group, but our 3 recommendations are as follows. The first being expanding youth councils, advisory boards, and etc. in various sectors and determining ways to measure impact for youth engagement. So to expand on this a bit, not just about having youth have a seat at the table, but rather measuring the impact, right, of their contributions. What exactly are they saying, and how are their opinions going to be considered? The second is finding ways to mitigate fragmentation that occurs between equity-deserving groups, specifically through integrating youth voices into systems and processes. And the third is determining gaps where youth participation is lacking in formal public consultation processes to inform digital policies more sufficiently. Thank you.
Okay. So we mostly discussed like engaging youth with like digital democracies. So we talked about the like Polis platform and like opportunities for youth to be engaged online and like potentially building like a platform that could be used specifically for that. Another thing we talked about is just in general reducing the necessity to be involved in like a council or some sort of like specific group or go to a specific conference, and just having like super easy, low barrier to entry ways to contribute to these conversations, like that don't involve necessarily committing yourself as much, because that like allows easier entry. Those are like the 2 main things I think we discussed, but we also did touch on like how post-secondary education can be like changed so that we have also high school education. We talked about the civics course as well. Both of those could be changed to allow for digital policy to be taught in like post-secondary education or in high schools. So that was probably, I guess, the 3rd thing. Is there anything else? Okay. Yeah.
So one of our solutions is similar to what was already mentioned. The main solution that we have is to create a digital youth advisory council where we have people, youth, across the country from different disciplines and different backgrounds to advise on different policies in relation to digital, internet, and AI governance and policy. That way we're able to connect more people who will be affected by these policies coming up to politicians, to policy advisors, to people in technology, and make a real difference in shaping how Canada's laws and regulations around internet, AI, and anything of the sort ultimately.
So I think overall, do we also have the virtual as well for some recommendations?
Yeah, I can share the sort of key points. Can you hear me okay in the room?
We can hear you as the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Okay, perfect. So we had a really interesting conversation in the virtual room as well. I think our recommendations ended up swaying sort of more in the direction of principles to make sure that youth engagement in this space is as meaningful as possible. So we talked about a core concept of moving away from traditional ways of doing things and towards opportunities that are fun and engaging and provide avenues for direct action as opposed to focusing on the theoretical. So things like micro grants, events that include elements like case competitions, using social media creatively or other non-traditional pathways to reach young people and promote opportunities for engagement. And then the second recommendation that we talked about was really putting an intentional focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility. So making sure that youth engagement opportunities are also led by youth, considering diverse needs and abilities, and making sure that opportunities are as approachable as possible. So even something as simple as dress code at an event that's focused for youth and leaning towards a more casual versus a more business or professional attire could be one way to make events feel really approachable. And we talked about youth-led organizations having a really unique opportunity to be leaders in accessibility, even ahead of traditional companies or non-youth-led organizations that would also facilitate reaching an even more diverse group of young people.
Thanks, Shannon. You're receiving a round of applause in the room. So I'd like to reintroduce our panel because at this point, I'm assuming that you've really kind of grappled with a lot of conversations and you've reflected about the entirety of the session. So we're going to save this last 5 minutes of this section for you to ask the panel any questions. One note that Ellen Taylor has had to just pop out a bit early, but for the rest of the panel who's here before, if you could please rejoin the stage in order to answer any questions who might be asked. And I think we have some mic runners.
Okay, great. It was great to hear everyone's thoughts on that. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists?
Hello, my name is Paula, and I'm a Carleton alumni in the public policy program, and I've also switched a bit of path and going into UX design, UX research, and I did a research project with youth last year studying we were working with the city of Ottawa to increase like recreation use. And it was mentioned during the panel how you were able to engage with younger folks, maybe not necessarily in their 20s, like high schoolers. And for like my project, we had a really hard time trying to find out how to engage with younger youth, like high schoolers. And yeah, so for my question, I'm asking, what are some ways that you've found that have been effective to engage them to be part of your workshops?
Great, thank you. Is that an open question to any of the panelists?
It's an open question.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I can actually speak to this from a not-for-profit lens. So I used to work for the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity, and one of the roles that I supported there was going across Canada, and it was part of the Slay Stigma campaign, and it was really to engage youth and talk about the stigma around HIV/AIDS. And what we did is, it's sometimes, and the reason for from the actual project was to to talk about something that might make people feel uncomfortable. And getting youth engaged with that, we found was very difficult, especially depending on provinces and where people were in the backgrounds that we were trying to engage people with. And something that we did was we wanted to make it anonymous, that people could submit questions. So we had a box, nobody, like we'd only read it out, no names, nothing, so that people could ask the questions that they really wanted to, and were actually getting the information they needed. And maybe that's something that allowing for that low barrier to entry, low barrier to access the information you need, that might be a great way of engaging youth, because it's sometimes scary to talk about something that's uncomfortable, or maybe you feel like you should be doing something more. And when you're getting to a point where you want to engage more people, ensuring that level of comfortableness is always key. Also, competition too is also great. You can always spur people on with that, but I think meeting people where they're at.
So for our program, we put out the call for applications, and we ended up getting 350 applications for 20 spots. And I think a big reason for that is because we tried to make it like low barriers in order for young people to apply. One of the things that we did is we didn't ask for a resume. They're in high school. And so we had a Google form where we asked 2 questions, and then we had them submit a video about why they were passionate about specifically advocating for healthier tech use, and they could talk about it very broadly. It was kind of emotional going through all the videos in like the application process, because I realized how like they didn't have a lot of spaces to talk about their experiences. And so I tried to actually bring in a lot of the youth that were not successful in the first round to be a part of the workshops later on. We did like a public session, and then I had some come in as mentors. But I feel like having those like alternative methods to kind of come into the program was really helpful. And of course, the incentives of getting a certificate at the end, being able to network with each other. I've written a lot of like recommendations for them afterwards to help them get other jobs. And so I think just showing that this is what this could lead to. These are the different outcomes that this could lead to.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for our panelists? Yeah, I think there's a mic running over to you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I think it's working. Thank you. So thank you today for your support and engagement in providing your perspectives. There's a lot of conversations that we're having about finding like the solution in terms of forward to having a safe digital space, a safe digital society, if you will. And we're really working in a environment where we're accepting the fact that we do have 2 worlds. We have this world and we have the digital world, and there isn't a governance for that digital world yet. And this is more of a personal question, but if there was to be a genie who could make this digital world the ideal world, what would that be? And what would digital governance in the most ideal world look like, as in your perspective or in your opinion?
Sure, thank you. Is that open to any panelists as well?
Yeah, I would love to hear from everyone.
Okay, great, thank you. Would anyone like to answer the ideal genie?
Each of us gets a wish, right? Do you have 3? 3. Okay. What's your first one? I need to think on this one. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go for it on this. My first wish would be, and I know digital sovereignty was talked about a little bit further back, but I think it would actually to build out a supply chain within Canada around semiconductors. And hear me out, I know this sounds wild for this question, but everything starts at that hardware point, and you can't have that track down towards a safe digital space without building out the security from a national standpoint on hardware. And that all starts with semiconductors. It's the brain behind everything you do in terms of technology. And if that is not secure, you're not going to have and by secure I mean we're on the cybersecurity side, you're not going to have a society that can actually get to the point where it can be safe for everyone to engage with. And we're the only G7 country that doesn't have a built-out supply chain or a national strategy on semiconductors. So my wish, as weird as it may seem for that genie, would be to be able to build that out and make it one where it's youth-driven and led, because we are the talent of today being trained for tomorrow, and we are taking on that relationship and all of that industry knowledge, and it is us going to be putting that forward. So if we can control it at the very base of the supply chain, it will filter its way up. We talk about ground up efforts. From a technical point, it starts with semiconductors.
Great, thank you. We'll have to wrap it up on Ellen's wish. So I'd like to, no, that's great, thank you. If we could just give a warm round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
I love having you guys on stage, don't worry, but another round of applause for our lovely moderator and panelists, everyone. Now I would like to invite Maureen James from the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, also known as CIRA, to the stage to provide closing remarks. There we go.
Thanks, Mira. I think I'm shorter than you are. Okay, guys, I don't know how you've lasted this long, and you are still so engaged. Like, this is so impressive to me. It's just, and I feel like you could stay here a lot longer. You might get hungry, somebody might need to order pizza, but I feel like you could just be here and working on this for quite some time. As it was mentioned, I'm Maureen James. I manage community investment at Canadian Internet Registration Authority. And one of the best ways we're known through the community investment program that we have is our Net Good grants. And it was a Net Good grant that was one of the contributing factors that brought you all here today. We offer Net Good grants in 3 different areas that I think are of concern to all of you and the people you know. Policy engagement, for sure, online safety, and connectivity for those communities that still can't even get access to the internet, and we know there's quite a few of them across Canada. So keep that in mind. We have an annual call for proposals from nonprofits, charities, Indigenous communities, and academics. So you're all here. It's opening this year in February, and it's an annual proposal. That's not really what I'm here to talk about, though, but I just wanted to make sure you knew. What I really wanted to do was some closing remarks, and I think they can be distilled pretty much down into 2 words: thank you. Thanks to Dana for her vision and leadership in bringing this thing together over the last few years, making Canada Youth IGF a reality. And thank you to the cross-country team of young digital leaders here in Ottawa for much of this week. I know you're continuing tomorrow. I know you started yesterday, days before, working on all of this. We are so keen to have you here in Ottawa, using your influence to shape the next decades of Canada's internet. Everyone I talked to yesterday at the CIGF was so impressed by how many youth were attending. And today, when I was thinking about what am I going to say to this awesome group of people, I looked up the word attending, which seems really weird, but attending actually has a very interesting history and etymology. Back in the 1300s, it was to stretch one's mind towards something. And I thought, that's what everybody's actually doing. And then it evolved into giving service to. You guys are giving service to internet policy in Canada and internationally, and paying attention. And that was the one I really got stuck on, because I was like, I've been watching today and yesterday, everybody's riveted. Like, it's not like you're looking at your phones and bored and, you know, like everybody's paying attention. And these have been long days, and I know you have more. So opportunities like we've had today and yesterday with these IGF forums can make it possible for the next generation to claim, you as the next generation, to claim your space, your voice, your power, and you're reframing the power dynamic, which is awesome. You're seeing and feeling what it's like to be change makers, some of you for the very first time, and you're learning from people that are just a few years older than you, experienced already in making change and influence. We've seen Canada Youth IGF spark new relationships, new partnerships, career opportunities, and long-term engagement with the ever-evolving issues of internet policy and governance, and through global opportunities like ICANN and IGF fellowships. Events like this and everything, I know there's a lot that goes into them, and are building us a strong pipeline of youth leaders. Organizations like CIRA, ICANN, IGF, we need you. We rely on this pipeline to keep making the internet the kind of place where people want to be and can thrive. This is the second year that CIRA's Net Good grants have contributed supporting this gathering, and we are so proud to be part of this. So we want to thank you, Canada Youth IGF, for inviting CIRA, as well as Canary, ICANN, McMaster, CG, along for the ride with you and showing us what you're made of and what you're making. Ellen's not here, but I really did pick up on the comments she made. Her 4 points were iterative, comprehensive, reciprocal, and intersectional. This event has it all. You tick all the boxes. So we can't wait to see what comes next. And I hope we can work with even more partners to find ways to keep making this space happen every year. It's been a privilege, an honor, inspiring, energizing, and fun for me to be part of this, so I thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all of your participation, for being here today, and especially those virtually online. I think there's been some back and forth of as you enter the room and as you leave it, but it sounded like there's been some really committed online participants, and so we don't really get to see those people in the room, but I just want to start by acknowledging them, as well as everyone here, because throughout the day, I know it's been snowing in the background, that there's been some concerns about that, and also too, for a lot of students in the room, this is your kind of exam period and pre-paper period, so thank you for taking the time out of your day. First and foremost, we need to thank our sponsors. Again, I know Maureen just spoke, but CIRA, ICANN, Canary, CG, and Wilson College of Leadership and Civic Engagement. Thank you for your sponsorship. This has allowed for a program of youth to come together from across the country as an immersive learning experience. Like Maureen was saying, a lot of these youth were at the Canadian IGF yesterday, obviously here today, and tomorrow part of a Digital Governance, Leadership, and Civic Engagement Day. But that's not where our story ends with all of you. Each of these youth will go back to their home provinces to develop a digital governance, civic, and leadership community project in order to ensure that we have that equity that we were talking about throughout the day, of making sure that when we're in our separate regions and in our communities, that people who are not here today are still part of the conversation. So thank you all for being here today. As we move into the optional social, we have lots of food. So please eat for that. But also another item that we will be having as we kind of wrap up is actually our very first annual general meeting. So with our sponsors' support over the past 2 years, especially with CIRA and ICANN, who have been repeat sponsors, we haven't just been a grassroots initiative, we've actually become a not-for-profit. And we started our incorporation this year, thank you. So we have become federally incorporated, and through kind of conversation with all of you as members, we're hoping to discuss our bylaws as to this last element in our incorporation journey. As one note, by attending here today and registering for a ticket, you're all one-year members with the Young Digital Leaders of Canada as part of our membership to ensure that we can have an equitable space for building the next generation of Canadian digital leaders. Thank you so much for today. And please eat.